The secret of spirit thought magic. Now project the thoughts that summon spirits from the magic astral world to make your secret wishes come true. By Frank Rudolf Young. Audiobook edition 2023 by Stargate Book. All rights are reserved. This book is dedicated to my ancestors who scorned the material gains of the world in order to track down and finally discover the secret of spirit thought magic. Frank Rudolf Young. There is a science, known but to very few, of illuminating and instructing the mind, so that at one step it is raised from the darkness of ignorance to the light of wisdom. Agrippa von Nettesheim. Occulta Philosophia. There is an incontestable truth, and there is an infallible method of knowing that truth, while those who attain this knowledge and adopt it as a rule of life, can endow their life with a sovereign power, which can make them masters of all inferior things, of wandering spirits or, in other words, arbiters and kings of the world. The human spirit is so great a thing that no man can express it. Eternal and unchangeable as God himself is the mind of man, and could we rightly comprehend the mind of man, nothing would be impossible to us upon the earth. Eliphas Levi, History of Magic. What this book can do for you. There is one real danger for you in mastering the well-guarded secrets of spirit thought magic. The danger is that thereafter everything will be so easy for you to get, to achieve, to find, to discover, to surpass, to acquire, to win over to you, that you might grow fat with inactivity and torpid with mental laziness. Because, once you master these well-guarded secrets, practically anything and everything in life, will not only drop into your lap, but will be thrown into it. It will be thrown into it because it does not come to you then through your own wishing and striving, but it is brought to you automatically, just as the servants of a king bring him anything he demands. You will then have any number of unpaid servants working to obey your beck and call, servants infinitely more capable of producing for you anything you wish than any other power, mechanism, or method on earth. And where are all these willing, unpaid servants? They are within you and all around you right now, even when you think you are absolutely alone. But you don't see them or hear them, much less command them and make them obey you. But they are there, nonetheless, ready to obey you instantly, if you only knew how to control and use them. You acquire that secret knowledge, and its resulting magic, with the secret of spirit thought magic. The well-guarded secret of spirit thought magic. It is obvious that such a fantastic secret would be jealously guarded by those who discovered it. Now, don't confuse spirit thought magic with mystic power. Mystics and great psychics of the past and present, Edgar Cayce, Croisset, Jean Dixon and other notable contemporary examples, possessed mystic power. Different ones could read the past and predict the future with astounding keenness. Or they could detect the perpetrators of well-concealed crimes. Or they could diagnose and prescribe effective remedies and heal strangers they had never seen or heard of. Some wrote bestsellers or painted masterfully, spontaneously. Many prophesied assassinations and other tragedies before these took place. Still others, totally ignorant of the healing arts, operated on the sick without touching them, and the incisions closed instantly and left no scar. In fact, different mystics have done practically everything conceivable with mystic power. For the gainful material world, though, their power was of little use. The moment they tried to make material gains with it, the power deserted them. It was a power for mystic use only. How the well-guarded secret was broken. Frank Rudolf Young's ancestors, however, were convinced that there was a way to make such a power practical and useful enough for the material world. They were certain, furthermore, that there were people in this world who had found the secret of how to make their fortunes easily with it, of how to win romantically anybody they wished, of how to bring anyone under their domination instantly, of how to track down great hidden treasures, of how to pass, brain-cracking, examinations, of how to get promotions which seemed otherwise outside their reach, of how to produce masterpieces of literature or art with ease, and of how to acquire effortlessly anything else they desired for material gain, so long as they did so for worthy purposes. Over 140 years ago, Frank R. Young's ancestors started searching through one continent after another for this power which they felt sure was a well-guarded secret. They wasted many long years in the effort. In Tibet they learned that the lamas bored slight openings in the bones of the foreheads of the initiates to bring them such a power overnight. But, again, the power could be used for mystic purposes only. Finally, in the perilous mountains of Assam, they found one psychic master who knew the well-guarded secret of spirit thought magic, or mystic-like power for material gain. The psychic master, though, refused to reveal the secret because, for the last several thousand years, he told them, it had been handed down by word of mouth to only a few individuals and, most of them had gone right out into the world with it and amassed fabulous wealth at the expense of others, ruined women, made fools of potentates, and used it for other unworthy purposes. The lightning changes that can result in your life by applying spirit thought magic. After Frank Rudolf Jung learned this well-guarded secret from his psychic power investigating father, he determined to track it down to its physiological basis, for he found that when applying it, one temporarily filled his body with a mysterious, secret, psychic feeling, which supersensitized his nervous system and his psychic power center to mystic-like control. With his detailed study of the human body through chiropractic, Dr. Jung examined the minor physiological changes which were stirred up in the body by the secret. Then he perfected the secret, so that it could bring spirit thought magic to you in still shorter time, and with still greater intensity. The few, like you, to whom he taught the perfected secret, enjoyed unbelievable results. Here are a few typical case histories. 1. A man multiplied the gross income of his failing home, mail-order business by 6 times, practically overnight. 2. A student suddenly saw with the astral light and acquired a learning memory which converted him into a miraculous passer of difficult examinations. 3. A poverty-stricken housewife snatched her husband and 2 children out of the slums. 4. A man, with a simple cartoon, started small and built up a company worth millions. 5. A penniless failure at 40, became a millionaire at 50. 6. A selfish, unprepossessing man, enslaved a beautiful, wealthy, aristocratic girl for 30 years, 3,000 miles away, although she had never seen him. 7. A 32-year-old man arrived in the United States with a few dollars, and years later was worth $8 million. 8. A woman hastened her husband's recovery from a dangerous operation. 9. An anxious husband controlled his flirt-crazy wife without a word or a move. 10. A father suspected the truth of his 15-year-old daughter's explanations for the frequent parties she attended. 11. A man won back his loving wife after losing her from an indirect psychic attack. 12. An 18-year-old freshman girl, who had been expelled and deprived of her scholarship, was suddenly reinstated. 13. A man ended his buying bad luck stocks and made thrilling gains. 14. A 28-year-old divorced waitress, mother of 3, captured Anna married a tall, handsome, vigorous executive earning $40,000 a year, and only 14 years older than she. 15. A desperate woman easily found her important lost legal documents. 16. A man discovered a hidden $15 million gold treasure. 17. A 60-year-old man read the treacherous mind of his most trusted friend, who secretly planned to kill him and marry his much younger wife and sole heir. 18. A man saved, in the water, his own life by a hair from a dangerously speeding motorboat. These are only samples of the amazing true case histories described in this unbelievable book. How much easier your every step in life for every desired accomplishment becomes after you master the secrets it reveals through this book. The author. 1. How Spirit Thought Magic Works for You. Vernon was an average-sized bachelor of 30. He held a simple clerical position, and exercised in a gym several times a week. He was intrinsically lazy, though, and was afraid to marry because he dreaded having to support a wife and family. He wished to work less, in other words, not more. He hated the gym, too, for he considered lifting barbells similar to straining at hard labor. The other members of the gym, Vernon discovered, agreed with him. They slaved at the barbells, they confessed to him, hoping mainly to control their body weights, to keep down their potbellies, and not look old and flabby on the beach or at the pool during vacation time. Vernon yearned to find a magic formula to control his own body weight, but still make his muscles bulge enough, and achieve it all with comparatively little exercise. The younger muscle men in the gym, he observed, tussled for long, hard hours with the barbells, at least every other day, striving desperately to add noticeable muscle girth. They, too, Vernon learned from them, prayed for an easier and less time-consuming method to attain their goals. Practically all of them had tried isometric contractions, but had found their progress with them limited. With the multitude of men all over the world who longed to reach that physical goal, Vernon reflected, what a market existed for a product which could enable them to realize that secret dream with a minimum of toil. What sums would most men shell out eagerly for such a blessing? Vernon racked his brains thinking, but could conceive of no such method. In strict confidence I advised him to acquire the right spirit-thought magic to help him. Bursting with eagerness as he was, Vernon took my advice and secretly practiced trying to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for fortune-making ideas. He mastered and acquired it in 12 days, a few minutes a day. Shortly afterward he suddenly had a hunch that the unique method he sought could be effected with a pill. The pill, he felt, could absorb the fat off his waist and hips, but at the same time stimulate his muscles to grow at a record pace. He would need to exercise comparatively little, too, but just take the pill regularly. The fourth time he got that hunch it flashed in his mind how the pill could achieve those ends. It could achieve them by exciting certain steroid hormones of the body. These being anti-fat but pro-protein hormones, they would pair off fat and mushroom his muscle. Vernon had a limited shipment of such pills specially prepared for him and tried them on himself and on some of the gym crowd. It worked. He lost no time inserting a small ad in a magazine. The response was fantastic. Before long, Vernon was advertising widely and orders poured in profusely. Within 5 years he was collecting as much as $600 apiece from large numbers of eager men for special pills, which he sent them over a period of 3 months. Among his customers were noted celebrities. Imitators sprang up everywhere, but the demand for the product outgrew the supply. Vernon's profits, as a result, equaled the annual income of a millionaire. Since I myself don't approve of meddling with the body hormones, I feel that Vernon could have used this incredible power more worthily. How you, too, can suddenly get that one little idea to make you rich quickly. You, too, can attain the fantastic economic gains which Vernon did, with an idea, with one little, but most practical idea, on which you can start with a modest sum and expand fast into the income of a millionaire. The world is full of demanding needs which little ideas can fill, ideas which can be started small, right from your own home, and by yourself. You don't have to depend upon a corporation to buy the idea from you either. And yet, that simple idea might never occur to you naturally. Nevertheless, it is bobbing within you or all around you, just waiting for you to seize it. But you don't know how to seize it. Seize it with the right spirit-thought magic for fortune-making ideas. But, be scrupulous, please. Don't promote a product that enriches you fast, but disregards its possible hazards to humanity. The right spirit-thought magic for fortune-making ideas will bring you a stupendous money-making idea, if that's all you wish for, and will completely disregard the ethical. But wish for a worthy money-making idea, for it will also bring you such a one. Then you can wallow in wealth happily. How desperate Celia found her much-cherished lost family heirloom. Celia was desperate. The family heirloom had been handed down in her family for generations, and sentimentally it was worth more than money could buy. Suddenly, it was nowhere to be found. It could have been stolen, misplaced, or lying anywhere nearby. Celia drove everyone in the house practically out of his mind with her feverish questioning. Her husband sought my help. In strict confidence I taught him how to teach his wife to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for finding lost articles. Since Celia possessed unusual faith in the occult, she acquired that spirit-thought magic fast and received a hunch within a week. On that hunch she pursued a certain path outside the house because, without rhyme or reason, her steps seemed to be pulled or urged in that particular direction. After 20 paces or so, her legs experienced, all at once, an urge to stop. Right there, concealed beneath a bush, was the family heirloom. The dog, or Celia's 4-year-old son, had set it there. Celia nearly fainted. How you, too, can find lost articles and other things which have tragically vanished from your life. With the right spirit thought magic, you, too, can find lost articles that mean much to you. The right spirit thought magic knows where the article is, even if you don't. Just acquire it, and it will lead you, urge you, or suggest to your subconscious mind exactly where the vanished article is. On rare occasions it might materialize right before you and tell you, or it might inform you in some other detectable manner. Far more likely, however, it will communicate the secret knowledge to your astral body, and then your astral body will fill your psychic power center, in your forehead and temples, with a strange urge to go where the spirit thought magic leads it. Do not resist that strange urge, no matter if it seems meaningless or illogical to you. Respond to it at once, and with the full conviction that it will lead you to the lost article. How Louise lost her husband to a much younger, attractive woman, but drew him back to her. 45-year-old Louise was aware for some time that her dresses were fitting tightly, that previously undetected lines were carving into her face and neck, and that the drugstore cowboys no longer whistled when she struggled past them with the groceries. But she ignored those changes and resigned herself to growing old gracefully. She noticed, too, on the other hand, that George, her husband, was taking her out less and less, and yet he went out more and more, for business reasons, he told her. Then Louise discovered the brutal truth. George was keeping company with a much younger woman, a physically attractive divorcee 19 years younger than she. Louise thought she had stepped off the end of the world. She deplored regular exercise, dieting and all the other ways of reducing her waist and hips. She would probably look older then, too, with her face abnormally thin from loss of underlying fat. Oh, God, what could she do? A friend of hers approached me with her problem, as above, and I suggested to her friend that she try to acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person she wanted romantically. Her friend brought her to see me. Louise was distraught and bordered on hysteria. The life she had built up so contentedly was now tumbling down on her. Never had she suspected that George would ever care if she lost some of her looks. She herself didn't care. He didn't look so glamorous either, with his bald head, double chin and potbelly. But, he was her husband. No one could look young and romantic forever. I managed to pacify her momentarily. But I sternly advised her not to use the right spirit thought magic for capturing and ruling the person she wanted romantically, in order to bring George back to her like a virtual slave. I advised her, instead, to fill him with a yearning to return to her for herself, that is, to bring him back to her because she was the one he loved, and undoubtedly still loved. She should convince him astrally, in other words, that he had just been temporarily infatuated with another woman. Louise listened carefully to my instructions for acquiring the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person she wanted romantically, which I taught her in strict confidence. She acquired that magic in about 12 days. With it, however, despite my pleas to the contrary, she took merciless possession of George and brought him back to her like an enslaved zombie. George, as a result, lost his own personality and turned into putty in her hands. He now made wrong decisions at work because he let Louise dictate his every move. As a consequence, he not only lost his best chance of promotion, but was demoted. That converted him into a big babbling baby. But vindictive Louise would not relent even then. Just so long as she still had him on a leash, she admitted to me, she was satisfied. When last heard of, George was still practically eating out of Louise's hand. He was allowing her to take his wages from him, to spend them as she wished and turn him into a downtrodden stray dog of a man. Louise had used the right spirit thought magic for capturing and ruling the person she wanted romantically, for unworthy purposes, just as the psychic master in the mountains of Assam had warned my ancestors that most people would. How you can attach a drifting mate to you permanently. With the right spirit thought magic, you, too, can enslave a drifting mate and attach him, or her, to you permanently. Just don't be greedy about it, as Louise was. But this power can save your home for you, even without your regaining your lost youth or figure. The right spirit thought magic will seize such an unshakable control over your drifting mate that it will invade his every pore and blind him to anything unattractive about you. At the same time, it will accentuate the attractive features about you, to such a degree that your transformed mate will see only wonders in you. In fact, he will even adore your unattractive traits by perceiving them in an odd romantic manner, and enslave himself still more to them. But, to repeat, you may be powerfully tempted to abuse the right spirit thought magic for capturing and ruling the person you want romantically. If you use it for worthy purposes, on the other hand, you will be as irresistible romantically at 90 as you were at 19. If you cannot control the insatiable impulse to abuse it and depersonalize your drifting mate and convert him, or her, into a helpless puppet at your beck and call, however, the power of spirit thought magic may not be made available to you. Make it a point to use worthily all its powers, right now, or stop learning how to acquire it, at once. 2. The physiological revealing secret of spirit thought magic. From the beginning of time, man has used mystic power to overcome the most formidable obstacles. With the rise of science and the consequent universal contempt for the occult, man grew to believe that spirit thought magic is non-existent and can therefore be of no value to him. In order to accept that conclusion, however, man had to shut his eyes purposely to the fantastic powers periodically demonstrated by individuals who lacked outstanding mental gifts or formal education, when these individuals performed feats in mathematics and medical diagnoses, prophesied the future, displayed unbelievable financial acumen, showed astonishing knowledge of ancient times and languages, found hopelessly lost articles, revealed incredible artistic genius, physical power and character fascination, or performed miracles of surgery and healing. Indeed, such individuals achieved feats, in almost everything, which outclassed those of the best trained or best gifted minds. Carefully conducted tests, too, have failed to expose a tremendous number of them as frauds. Most remarkable is that the overwhelming number of those ungifted individuals did not inherit mystic power. On the contrary, each acquired it nearly always after suffering a significant enough mental or physical trauma. Such a discovery proved undoubtedly that everyone possesses mystic power, but that not everyone has suffered a significant enough mental or physical trauma to trigger it into regular use. The accidental trauma which the ungifted individual suffered, provided the shock which started this latent power in him functioning regularly. Here are some typical case histories of such people. How many everyday people were suddenly gifted with mystic power after suffering unexpected traumas? The list of names of different everyday people who did not stand out from the crowd, but who were suddenly gifted with mystic power shortly after suffering significant enough mental or physical traumas, continues to grow fast. Here is a sample list of well-documented cases. Their names have been omitted or changed. A retarded girl who had suffered head damage when delivered by a cesarean operation, read foreign languages fluently, although nobody knew whether she understood them or not. Following a severe illness, Ted Serioses, his right name, discovered that he possessed the unique power to produce photographs and scenes that were hundreds or thousands of miles away, in places he had never been to, seen or heard about. An individual fell into a profound sleep, a trance-like condition, and awoke changed into an altogether different personality. Shocked by the bereavement of a dear, close one, Wilma acquired thereafter the power of automatic writing and received accurate prophecies regularly from spirits. Her ability as a seer, besides, increased with age. Mrs. Lund found her psychic powers greatly amplified following a spinal injury. Elva had been normal and healthy. She was suddenly taken ill and told that her death was near. The shock left her in total despair for a month. Then, one night, she beheld a vision of herself, or her own astral body, and it talked to her and assured her that she would not die for years. 6 days later, Elva was discharged from the hospital, cured, like a miracle, her doctors said. Since then she has made immortal predictions. She predicted the election of John F. Kennedy, the Watts riots, Churchill's death, the crash of a giant airliner, the publishing and unusual success of a totally unknown author who had written for 30 years without one word being accepted for publication, and much else. Cynthia had been a normal child and was maturing into an attractive woman. Then she was stricken with meningitis. She spent 6 days in a grave crisis, and no hope was held for her recovery. She suddenly prophesied a tragedy awaiting her nurse. That very night Cynthia passed her crisis and started recovering. 5 days later, the nurse died in an accident, as Cynthia had accurately prophesied. Cynthia recovered, but was crippled and had to learn to walk with crutches. But she had acquired, and retained, the power to foretell the future. A hypnotist had been hypnotizing a girl in an effort to rid her of her repeated headaches. One day, during the treatment, she suddenly sank into a trance so deep that her breathing became laborious, and her pulse rate dropped alarmingly. All at once her voice changed into that of a soldier who had perished in battle 100 years before. A priest had been praying one morning, as usual. Suddenly he felt faint and lost consciousness. When he awoke, his hands and feet were pierced and bleeding, and so was a wound in his side several inches deep. These wounds bled with him for the rest of his life. A widowed housewife in her early 40s, and mother of 2 children, broke several ribs in a fall and was confined to her home for several months. Soon after, she was contacted by the spirits of the old masters Liszt, Bach, Chopin, Debussy, Schubert and Beethoven and has composed more than 400 incredible pieces under their dictation. Poltergeist disturbances are always found to be particularly active in the vicinity of a child or young woman who is an epileptic or an hysteric. A young girl who had been mentally deficient since the age of 5 after being hit by a car, plunged from a 3rd-floor window at the age of 26 in a suicide attempt. The head blow she suffered changed her from a retarded idiot with the intelligence of an 8-year-old to a genius with one of the highest IQs. She may be the smartest person alive today, claims a noted physician who tested her. Einstein could have competed with her, and her intelligence is still growing. Christoph Friedrich wrote that during a violent perturbation of mind, owing to a series of incidents which had altogether wounded his moral feelings, and from which he saw no avenues of relief, he suddenly noticed, 10 paces from him, the figure of a deceased person. Although that same figure did not reappear, he perceived since then, very distinctly, the figures of many more deceased persons whom he did not know. The apparition ceased abruptly when he lost a quantity of blood in an emergency. Mystic powers have also come to different people following certain distempers, such as a terrible headache. The list of similar cases grows steadily, now that people are less ashamed to come out and confess them. You will now have revealed and explained to you the different physiological and pathological changes which take place in the body as a result of such mental and physical traumas, and how these may trigger different mystic powers. How trauma to the head may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the head has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. Trauma to the head should be avoided, of course, for even if it is not followed sooner or later by grave complications, it is fraught with serious consequences. One who receives a fracture of the skull which gives rise to no organic signs, or one, who, consequent to a blow to the head, is left unconscious for a long time, is apt to suffer, for months or years, from severe headaches, dizziness, irritability, lack of power of concentration, inability to work, or from impaired memory. Even aside from those neurotic manifestations, the person who receives a serious blow to the head is not the same individual he was before the accident. Convulsions may follow later, too, even when no injury to the brain can be demonstrated. These may manifest themselves from 6 months to 2 years or longer after the accident, particularly if a scar forms in the brain tissue. The younger the individual, the graver the possibilities. Even following some trifling accident which may, or may not, have been succeeded by temporary loss of consciousness, many victims develop a train of symptoms which are generally called traumatic neurosis. These symptoms usually set in after a few days or weeks, or occasionally, sometimes after months. During that time the individual is seemingly well and displays no signs of organic involvement of his nervous system. Such syndromes generally follow industrial accidents, or during war. They may also occur in persons who have merely been shocked in railroad accidents or explosions without receiving any evident injury. Most commonly, though, they follow blows to the head. Some observers insist that all these traumas, which are similar to traumas causing concussion of the brain, lead to minute changes in the nervous system. Hence, they call the resulting condition traumatic encephalitis or encephalopathy. Many such cases do not yield to treatment and persist after all obvious causes have been removed. After considering all these different, even if minute, changes which result in the brain following trauma to it, even from a trifling accident, or even following the emotional trauma of shock without physical contact, as well as the fact that such a highly respected medical authority as Meekins asserts that the person who receives a serious blow to the head is never the same person he was before the accident, it is not difficult to realize that a significant change has taken place in the victim's brain which, even if not demonstrable by diagnosis, nevertheless may trigger his latent mystic power. How trauma to the spinal cord may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the spinal cord has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. As with any other kind of trauma, trauma to the spinal cord should be avoided, of course. The clinical signs of injury to the spine and the spinal cord usually appear suddenly, or at least very rapidly, because most of the damage to it results at the time of the injury. Even dislocation of the spine may cause severe and fatal injury to the spinal cord. Or, the spinal cord may sustain no damage at all. Or, again, the damage to it by a self-reduced dislocation may be severe, even to the extent of cutting the spinal cord. The symptoms of the resulting spinal shock are the same symptoms that apply to any general shock. These are prostration, pallor, cold sweat, erratic pulse, pinched face, sunken eyes, cold limbs, but fairly clear mind, nevertheless. Hemorrhage into the spinal cord may also frequently result from trauma. The great number of capillaries in the central gray matter of the spinal cord, which is composed of nerve cells, predisposes it to hemorrhage. The hemorrhage may follow a direct blow to the spine, even though the hemorrhage is then sometimes delayed, or it may follow abrupt bending or severe straining. The hemorrhage has even occurred to women following difficult labor and rarely, in the newborn during breech extraction. That might account for some people being born with functioning mystic power. If the patient does not succumb after the injury to his spinal cord, all the symptoms gradually recede. But if the residual signs do not disappear within a few months, they are apt to remain permanently. Mystic power may appear in such cases, even if the remaining sign is just a scar. How trauma to the central nervous system may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the central nervous system has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. The trauma may occur through cancerous or other growths, such as scars, in the spinal canal, which press against the spinal cord within it, because there is little room for much displacement of the spinal cord in the spinal canal. The wall of this canal, besides, is composed of bone and fibrous tissue, and therefore cannot stretch or expand. Neither does the protective sheath around the spinal cord stretch. The spinal cord itself, in addition, is held more or less in place in the canal by ligaments on each side of it. An expanding growth within the sheath covering the spinal cord, the central nervous system, therefore, will compress the spinal cord directly because the sheath presses the expanding growth into the cord. As the expansion of the growth continues, the substance of the spinal cord is destroyed. How trauma to the brain may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the brain has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. As a result of the trauma, the injured part of the brain stimulates superreactive and paralytic reactions in the body. These, in turn, trigger spontaneous messages from the body to the brain, or spontaneous commands from the brain to the muscles. This triggering is explained by the release phenomena of Jackson, which means that when the conscious mind, which is a higher nerve center, is removed or destroyed and can no longer restrain or inhibit the thalamus and the other lower nerve centers, these go wild and overstimulate the structures they rule. These structures are your senses of temperature, your senses of cold, heat, sight, hearing, pressure, your muscles, your circulation, your breathing and your metabolism. This spontaneous overstimulation of those different organs and structures of your body may bring your senses into contact with the astral currents and trigger mystic power. How trauma to the body may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the body will fatigue it and thereby leave it less resistant to the invisible influences of the astral world. How emotional traumas may trigger mystic power. Emotional traumas, like the great terror or horror that result during war or in perilous experiences, as well as long-standing psychological maladjustments, may trigger mystic power. The shock of the emotional trauma supersensitized the brain and nervous system of the victim to parallel experiences of other people and brings him a superhuman, astral, rapport with all phases of it. Many early psychics displayed choleric and nervous traits. Some, as children, tended to feel different and misunderstood, to feel insecure, as adults to talk too much and over-apologetically to strangers, but harshly to those close to them, to seem regularly as if playing a role, to recognize themselves in others, to be plagued with stomach trouble, to specialize in odd fields which were of interest primarily to themselves, and thus separated themselves still more from normal society. The vividness and accuracy of their psychic perceptions varied considerably, also, with their changing states of mind. It was usually far clearer and specific when they were deeply emotionally involved in the experience themselves. Croisset, for example, envisioned drowned children easily because of his own narrow escapes from drowning when a child, and he could locate their submerged bodies readily. Another gifted seer clearly and specifically envisioned the locations of the vanished bodies of real and potential suicides because he often contemplated taking his own life. The subconscious mind, to draw up a rule, also directly affects the intensity of the individual's mystic power. Many paragnosts, also, perceived best when the matter was related to their inborn, as well as to their acquired personality traits. If the psychic was artistically inclined, for instance, he perceived best matters pertaining to art. The telepathic vibrations which emanate from persons engaged in parallel experiences seem to be similar in astral wavelength and are thereby readily picked up by the psychic power center of the mystic or psychic who is attuned to such vibrations due to his own past similar experiences. Tremendous emotional traumas may release this same power in the average person and bring him mystic power. The sacred disease, which may trigger mystic power. Epilepsy, fits, was formerly called the sacred disease, because it commonly afflicted prophets, mystics and other holy men. Even Moses was well known for his fits. After coming out of his fits, the prophet usually made the revelations he had heard from the voice during his period of unconsciousness. Since epilepsy is a form of psychic trauma to the brain, there is little doubt that it also temporarily brings about certain changes in the brain which trigger the mystic power of those prophets, mystics and other holy men. This can be readily believed when it is realized that, although epilepsy may be due to heredity, it may also be due to head trauma, although this is not an important cause of it. It may also be due to birth trauma, or to trauma sustained during birth, for many apparently normal children are found with blood in their spinal fluid at birth. Epilepsy may also be caused by disease toxins. Measles, for example, frequently leaves a clinical encephalitis, or a low-grade encephalitis which is not observed clinically, but which may leave residual damage that may later cause epilepsy. Blood circulation instability, which, for instance, is found in the hypersensitive, the emotionally unstable, the high-strung, the stammerer and stutterer and others with easily excitable natures, may repeatedly, during common everyday experiences, deprive the person's tissue of the necessary amount of blood, and therefore of oxygen, it needs. That traumatizes it and causes it to send out abnormally powerful commands to his muscles to contract, and thus bring on his convulsive seizures. Practically all mystics, and mediums, are high-strung, emotionally unstable people, and some of the greatest of them, as a consequence, stammer and stutter severely. Moses is a celebrated case in point. An authority claims that epileptic and other convulsive seizures are set off by a trigger mechanism composed of a bundle of short nerve fibers running between the frontal cortex, the psychic power center, and the thalamus, the center of the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. How the sacred disease may trigger mystic power. There is little doubt, then, that a mystifying connection exists between epilepsy and mystic power. This mystifying connection will now be traced. Epilepsy is medically defined as a disorder characterized by sudden, transient alterations of brain action, usually with symptoms of a muscular, motor, sensitivity, sensory, or psychological, nature, and it is frequently accompanied by alterations in the consciousness. It causes pronounced brainwave alterations in the electroencephalogram. With the development of more precise diagnosis tests and instruments, the inherited type of epilepsy has been found to be the result of abnormally active brain tissue caused by injury, infection, or unknown agents. Metabolic disorders, such as uremia, retention of urine, and therefore too much water in the bloodstream, hypoglycemia, or too little sugar in the blood, and consequently not enough acid in it, hypocalcemia, too little calcium in the blood and, therefore, also, too little acid in it, since calcium is the acid ion, may give rise to convulsive seizures. That is why the true mystic is invariably a vegetarian, for that diet keeps his blood as normally alkaline as possible. Also, it prolongs the length of his mystic power periods because it retards the rate of accumulation of toxins in his body which add acid to his blood during his trance and bring him back to the physical plane. By alkalizing his blood as much as possible within normal limits, indeed, the true mystic becomes so acutely susceptible to astral contact that common everyday phenomena, like light, sound or touch, can precipitate his trances, just as they can precipitate the epileptic seizure. As with certain epileptics, the mystic is also predisposed to astral seizures during sleep. None of these tendencies are revealed under the microscope. That explains why it is difficult to prove mystic powers to the skeptic. Like epilepsy, mystic power is a syndrome rather than a specific disease entity. For that reason, like epilepsy, no specific pathological tissue alterations could be found in the tissues of the mystic if examined under the microscope. In fact, even patients who have suffered for years from epileptic convulsions demonstrate no pathological changes in their brains. Practically any part of the brain, besides, can initiate a convulsive seizure. That is why, practically any part of it can bring mystic power. But each part will bring a different mystic power because each part of the brain, as demonstrated with epilepsy, possesses its own distinct rhythm of vibration, as shown in the electroencephalograph. As a consequence, the epileptic symptoms depend on the function of the brain area involved, as well as on the rapidity of the rhythm and amplitude of the waves of its vibrations. The rhythm and amplitude of the waves, furthermore, are influenced, as with fits, by the amount of oxygen and sugar in the blood. Deep breathing, or overoxygenation of the blood, increases the rhythm and occurrence of the epileptic attacks, because it increases the alkaline state of the body. The sacred disease, then, apparently triggers mystic power in the mystics by bringing about a temporary alkalosis in the brain. The mysterious significance of the Tigroid bodies of mystic power. There is one histological clue, however, which always follows all the possible causes described which may trigger mystic power in the mystic. This clue appears immediately after an unexpected trauma either to the head, to the spinal cord, to the central nervous system, to the brain, to the emotions, and even from the trauma of the sacred disease. This previously unsuspected clue is the destriping of the Tigroid bodies, also known as the nissal substance, of the nerve cell. The Tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are flake-like granules of varying size and of irregular shape. Although their quantity within the different nerve cells varies considerably, their amount in each cell is greatly diminished by fatigue and aftershock. The Tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are ribose-type nucleoproteins, with significant amounts of calcium, iron, and perhaps other minerals. They are also found in brain tissue deprived of adrenaline. In other words, in the alkaline brain. They lend a striped or tigroid appearance to the nerve and undergo disintegration, destriping, in a fatigued or injured nerve cell. When the nerve cell is injured by any kind of trauma, therefore, including psychic trauma, it undergoes fatigue, and its tigroid bodies are destriped and disappear. They reappear when the nerve cell recovers from the fatigue, or after the temporary injury. This is the undisputable physiological clue of mystic powers. The Tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are distriped by them. The process of mystic power in a nutshell. Now, let's compress the whole process of mystic power into a nutshell. Mystic powers are triggered and the Tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are distriped. The distriping occurs when the physical body is fatigued or over-alkalized from any cause. The mystic lamas puncture the foreheads of the initiates just enough to achieve the semblance of epilepsy, and hence, for the initiates to acquire mystic powers. Similar effects, though, can be brought about temporarily and maintained within a normal physiological range by over-oxygenating the blood. The well-concealed psychic masters of old developed it much further with the well-guarded secret of spirit thought magic. My determined ancestors searched for this secret all over the Far East for over 100 years and finally drew it, piece by piece, from the one remaining psychic master in the perilous mountains of Assam, who knew it. I myself spent the next 40 years perfecting and improving it scientifically for each different spirit thought magic. You are now about to learn this well-guarded secret, so that you can use it to make your every dream come true with the least effort imaginable. 3. How to acquire the secret power of spirit thought magic. Powerful thoughts, astral and spirit impressions and natural forces of every conceivable type and variety are constantly bombarding your mind and body, both from within and from without. These range from the molecules of different and altering physiological substances flowing through your blood and your tissue fluids, to the psychic and spirit communications from the far-reaching other world. You just don't see or hear them, no more than you see or hear the fish when you are swimming in the ocean. But these thoughts are forces, like the fish. They are there constantly flashing all around you, just as the fish in the deep ocean are moving all around you. Means of communication. Sometimes these thoughts and forces communicate to you by means of a direct apparition which may, or may not speak to you. At other times they do so through a hunch, a strange feeling, or sense, through your sixth sense, through orlums, automatic writing, through a crystal ball, hypnosis, trances and seances. But you misconstrue those messages or commands as your own thoughts and don't suspect that they are implanted in you without your knowledge or consent. Such communication, also, frequently results from the semi-enslavement of your astral body by that of another person who may not even be aware that he, or she, is dominating you in that manner. Yet, try as you might, you find it nearly impossible to free yourself from that person's influence, regardless of whether that person desires to help you or harm you. Peoples and tribes in all nations of history have believed that there are creatures in the air, call them whatever names they did, which were whispering all around them, trying to persuade them to do one thing or another. Psychiatry has attempted to pooh-pooh the idea, just as it has regularly scoffed at ESP, and blame it on the vagaries of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind, just the same, has not yet been proved to exist independently of the astral body, for the astral body severs itself permanently from the physical body only at death, and that is precisely when the subconscious mind leaves the body. It is impossible to experiment with the living human body, too, unless its astral body is still connected to it. The astral body and subconscious coexist. The astral body and the subconscious mind, for that reason, always exist at the same time in the same person, and the astral body can and does contact the spirit world regularly and bring its communications to the physical body, and therefore, to the subconscious mind. It is, consequently, impossible to declare with proof where the boundaries of the subconscious mind end, and those of the astral body begin. The two boundaries are obviously entwined with each other, and so the astral body and the subconscious mind continuously receive impressions from, and send out messages and commands to, each other. You are, therefore, continuously influencing and being influenced by the spirit world. In addition, when you don't know how to reach it for exactly what you want, you are then influenced by it far more than you suspect. You can then control and use it very little for material gain. With spirit thought magic, however, you gain control over the powerful thoughts, astral and spirit communications, psychometric impressions and invisible natural forces which are constantly bombarding you from within and from without, and reap astounding gains with them, just as the secret few have done. But again, to repeat, limit its use to worthy purposes. Why you see, but don't realize you see, the invisible creatures in the air around you. You see, but don't realize you see, the invisible creatures in the air around you because you don't detect them with your highest visual center, which is located in an area of your conscious and subconscious minds, at the back of your head. You do see them, though, with your second, your primitive, visual center, your external geniculate body, which comprises a portion of the larger, newer part of your thalamus, at the base of your brain. Your primitive visual center is subordinate to your highest visual center, but it flashes to your conscious mind the pictures which you receive from the background and from the surrounding borders wherever you look, as well as the movements in its border areas. Sight from your primitive visual center and from your highest visual center flash into your conscious mind through different nerve channels, and in your conscious mind they interact and form your completed conscious vision. That fact was discovered and a certain connection between the two halves of the brain was cut by Dr. Trevarthen, in order to diminish the magnitude of severe epileptic seizures in epileptics, and he found that the connection between the two brain halves of the primitive visual center remained intact. You perceive the invisible creatures around you in the air, then, with your primitive visual center because that center of yours discerns what your highest visual center does not. For example, when something unexpected moves outside your central field of attention, you discern it first with your primitive visual center before your highest visual center perceives it. The primitive visual center, to go further, is far better developed in lower forms of life than in man, which explains why dogs, cats, birds, horses and other animals are frequently terrified by unseen creatures, like ghosts, when their masters are aware of nothing unusual. Your conscious mind, however, immediately banishes these primitive perceptions from your level of thinking when it grows aware of them, and classifies them as illusions or hallucinations, and ousts them from your field of consciousness. In fact, you are even ashamed of yourself for having experienced them. You have seen those unseen creatures, nonetheless, and now you can train yourself to grow aware of seeing them when you do, and accept them as reality, and use them to your fantastic advantage. You will now be taught the secret of how to accomplish that. The secret key to spirit thought magic. The secret key to spirit thought magic has been jealously guarded by the few from as far back as the Chaldeans and Babylonians, and has been passed on to favorites only through word of mouth. It is not necessary for you to single out which source of unexpected power you are seeking to control and use in order to acquire spirit thought magic, whether it emanates from your subconscious mind, from your psychometric impressions, from your telepathic communications from others, from the invisible natural forces around you, from your astral body or from the spirit world itself. As far as you are concerned, all of these sources are as mysterious and potent to you as communications from spirits, for their achievements are far beyond those which you can attain with your conscious mind and body alone. For all practical purposes, therefore, all these sources of mysterious power can be lumped together and called spirit thoughts. Most of them, directly or indirectly, stem from spirits, anyway. Regardless of which of those invisible forces you are controlling and using to bring magic results in your life, with all of them the Tigroid bodies of your nerve cells will detripe and you will obtain a power comparable to that received from a spirit. That is why it is called spirit thought magic. You will be taught now the 4 well-guarded steps for acquiring the secret power of spirit thought magic. Step 1. Tap lightly, trauma, a specific part of your head, to stimulate the particular area of your brain whose spirit thought magic you desire. Step 2. Induce a high rage in you, to overstimulate yourself purposely. Step 3. Breathe very deeply and quickly to overventilate your lungs. This brings on a more alkaline state to your body and thus destripes the Tigroid bodies of your nerve cells. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound and decode the message or command you receive. These 4 jealously guarded steps will now be described in detail as follows. Step 1. The astral rattle sound. Each spirit thought magic differs from the other. How to acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person you want romantically, for example, is different from how to find lost articles, or for discovering hidden treasure, or for taking possession of others. Each different spirit thought magic, therefore, is not acquired in the same area of your brain, for each one has to impel your conscious and subconscious minds to bring about its specific end. The ancients realized this fact because they regularly applied different spirit thoughts magic, although they understood comparatively little about the functional anatomy of the brain. As a consequence, they developed different astral rattles or sounds, to stimulate different parts of the brain to conform to different spirit thoughts magic. The astral rattle process consists in tapping gently, with the second row of knuckles of one of your fists, the specific part of your head which directly covers the area of your brain which controls the effects of any particular spirit thought on you. It alerts you extra keenly to your desires from that particular spirit thought. For best results, tap your head with the second row of knuckles of your left hand if you are right-handed, or with those of your right hand if you are left-handed. For, it is well known that the side of your brain opposite to your natural handedness is the side that rules your natural handedness the most decisively. That is so because the nerve fibers from your brain cross to the opposite side of your body after they stream forth from their nuclei in your brain and branch out to their destinations. An illustration will be referred to with the description of the astral rattle of each different spirit thought magic to show you exactly where to tap your head for it. You will always be directed, besides, to tap your skull with your fist 4 times. This is because the ancients found out, thousands of years ago, that 4 was the best number of times to tap the head to alert the physical brain to anything. Tapping it less than 4 times somehow left the brain waiting for still more taps, while tapping it more than 4 times left it nonplussed or annoyed. Note phrenomesmerism. The astral rattle was also used early in the 19th century when mesmerism was applied to phrenology, significance of bone bump on skull. Mesmerism and phrenology were then regarded as related sciences because it was found that a somnambule, sleeping person, whose head bumps were touched by the fingers of the operator responded by exhibiting every symptom of the mental trait attributed to the organs of the body controlled by that particular head bump. The scientific basis of the astral rattle. The astral rattle is about the mildest trauma, injury, that can be applied to the skull and stimulate enough of a discharge to the area of the brain beneath it to alert it to the other well-guarded secret steps which serve to draw the right spirit thought to you. That is why the most exclusive psychic masters us it. And here is the scientific explanation as follows. Abnormal discharge of nerve electricity in the brain, first of all, is synchronous. That is, its rate and pulse of vibrations are uniform while normal discharge in the brain is asynchronous. That is, its rate and pulse of vibrations are not uniform. Abnormal brain discharge, also, like an epileptic seizure, is paroxysmal in occurrence, and may take place spontaneously, or following certain kinds of activation such as, strong enough electrical stimulation or significant trauma. Hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, drowsiness, hydration, or repetitive high-intensity illumination applied to the eyes, like bright car lights at night, or bright lights used to bring about hypnosis, in addition, may all activate the brain in different ways and in different areas of it. The place and origin of the abnormal brain discharge may occur anywhere in the brain, too, for it is directly triggered by certain pathological and chemical changes which are created in the environment of the nerve cells of the brain, and perhaps within the nerve cells themselves. These changes often follow direct injury, or may occur from anoxia, lack of enough oxygen in the brain, such as from lack of fresh air, or from infection, which may also cause oxygen deficiency in the brain, or from compression of the brain due to a tumor in or around it. Brain tissue which has been destroyed cannot, obviously, discharge nerve electricity. The discharge has to come from brain tissue which still functions and exhibits some degree of altered metabolism. With stimulation, now, like that of the Tibetans boring a tiny hole through the forehead, seizures can be brought on. Spontaneous seizures, of course, like epilepsy, may be considered an exaggeration of normal brain tissue activity. And during any seizure, changes occur in the body which are consistent with increased demands for energy to support its suddenly increased activity, changes like increased blood flow, increased oxygen consumption, increased amount of sugar in the blood, since more sugar is being rushed then to the muscles, increased adenosine triphosphate, ATP, creatine phosphate, lactic acid, the waste product of muscle, and other body wastes resulting from the increased energy consumption. The brain is then far keener to spirit thought and actual spirit communication, but for mystic power only. But the suggestion of the mystical effects of a seizure can be brought to the brain by tapping lightly any part of the skull, gentle trauma, because a seizure is also a potentiality of normal brain. The suggestion of the mystic effect of a seizure, in fact, is even far more effective when a specific part of the skull is tapped lightly, a specific part of it which covers a particular area of the brain which controls a mental or body function closely akin to that of the exact spirit thought or actual spirit magic you wish. The parts of your head which you will tap lightly with the astral rattle. These are the particular parts of your head which you will be taught to tap lightly with the astral rattle in each lesson, to draw to you the right spirit thought for each different spirit thought magic. Tap your forehead, your frontal lobe. See Figure 1 Section A. That alerts your psychic power center to spirit thought or actual spirit communication because it encourages a decrease of your consciousness. The first phenomenon resulting from electrical stimulation of part of the brain is a loss of consciousness. It is the part of your brain which you will be instructed to tap lightly for such spirit thought magics as to capture and rule the person you want romantically, to learn people's concealed secrets, and many others. Tap above your ear, your temporal lobe. See Figure 1. Section B. That alerts your psychic power center to spirit thought, bizarre mental experiences which psychiatrists call delusions and hallucinations. In these, the objects in your external environment and the sounds from it, change or alter in appearance in your mind. Or you dream or involuntarily recollect some similar past experience. You have feelings of unreality or of familiarity, or of the things around you as being nearer or farther away, or of being larger or smaller than they seemed before. It is the part of your brain which you will be instructed to tap lightly for such spirit thought magics as to acquire superpowers of crime detection, to defend you against psychic attack, or to contact past astral incarnations. Discussed later. Those are the parts of your head which you will tap with the astral rattle, and samples of the specific spirit thought magics to which they will alert your brain. So, study carefully the next 3 of the 4 secret steps. Step 2. Invoke psychic power rage in you. The second well-guarded step for acquiring the secret of spirit thought magic is to invoke psychic power rage in you. And this is why. If you are a desperate parent whose daughter is smoking marijuana, it will make little impression on your psyche to rage within against the fact that someone you hardly know has lost a ring and can't find it. You will have to rage, instead, at the fact that your daughter got out of hand. Or, if you desire a different and much more effective personality, you have to rage at the fact that your whole life has been handicapped, if not ruined, by the deplorable personality you have. In order to acquire each different spirit thought magic, therefore, you have to assume a different psychic power rage with each. You have to assume a synthetic rage that fits the particular spirit thought magic you want to acquire and which, as a result, throws your own psychic power center into a rage that overflows into your astral body. Not only that, but the rage should be so monstrous in intensity that it overstimulates you swiftly. Your physical body will then be eager to accept any help it can get to restore its wasted energy. Step 3. Destripe the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. And with your body turned acid with toxins, the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you alkalize your body by overoxygenating it and thereby ridding it of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound. The final step is to absorb the right spirit thought into you. To avert the catastrophe of absorbing the wrong spirit thoughts and defeating the purpose of their spirit contacts, witches and others drew circles, or configurations like the tetragram or the pentagram, on the ground, around themselves. These were to ward off the unwanted spirits that massed around them following their invocations, and thus allowed their psychic power centers to choose the right spirit company for them. The psychic masters of old, though, found a still more effective way to hold off the wrong spirit thoughts from invading their minds and either misleading them or ruining their efforts. The psychic master simply filled his whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of spirit thought he wanted to attract to help him. If you wish to acquire strong self-possession, for example, you fill your mind and body with a clear mental and physical vision of a person who looks and possesses the character of such a personality all the way through him. If you wish to become a great money maker, you conceive a like vision of a great money maker. Such a mental and physical vision instantly pours from your conscious mind into your psychic power center, and then into your astral body and alters it so that it looks, thinks, and acts like the astral body of such a person. A spirit thought picture closely resembling your changed astral body is immediately attracted into your physical body and converts you into a prototype of it at once. The reason for that is not hard to find. In the astral world, spirits are as thin and transparent as air. Yet, you do feel the air that surrounds you when you move fast or when it blows hard enough against you, just as you may feel a spirit when it materializes solidly enough, even if it is not dense enough for you to see it. When such an invisible manifestation makes you feel chilly or turns your blood cold, you attribute that reaction to your imagination, or to some peculiar sensation within you, or to some object which you presume you brushed against, especially if the environment is dark. Your physical senses, in addition, do not perceive matter on the astral plane readily, unless you have acquired mystic power through a trauma or in some other fashion. Your physical senses, though, do sense the astral and spirit world around you. But your conscious mind does not accept such sensing as astral or spiritual because you have not trained yourself to perceive on those planes. Even if you trained yourself to, furthermore, you would still interpret every such contact you received, in an earthly manner. The countless communications which you receive from spirits all day and night long, to put it simply, are lost in your physical and psychological communications. It is a different matter when you receive the right spirit thought and know how to listen to it. And you have to know how to listen to it because, by far the greatest number of spirit thought communications you receive, will come to you silently, such as, through sensing, through astral telegraphic language, hunches, inclinations, through a feeling of being guided in one direction or another, or toward one spot instead of another. You have to grow keenly aware of these subtle, unexpected, unannounced spirit thought helpings, to interpret them accurately. You do so by listening to the astral synaptic sound within you. The ancient psychic masters, the siddhis, excelled at this art and called it listening to the psychic body. In Laya Yoga the yogi listens to sounds which he can hear from within his body when he stuffs his ears tight. He calls these sounds the nada, and they range from the roar of the ocean to the humming of bees. How to listen to your astral synaptic sound. After filling your mind and body with the clear mental and physical vision of the person who looks and possesses what you wish, you will suddenly feel something near you, like the presence of someone close beside you, or behind you, even when you are alone practicing spirit thought magic in a dark room. This strange presence seeps into your whole body, and you feel as if you are getting the creeps. Next, you feel thoughts and words actually crawling right up your arms and legs, up your trunk and spine, and rising toward your brain. You can't explain how you know that they are thoughts and words. Yet, like the person who gets a hunch, they feel to you like eerie sensations which possess you like thoughts or words coming from someone else, and even though you don't hear them well, you still get their meaning. That is the astral synaptic sound. When you are receiving spirit thoughts, its intensity multiplies to the attention-holding degree. Physiologically, most synaptic sound is due to the leaping across your nerve gaps, synapses, by the nerve electricity of the messages or commands flowing from your body to your brain, or from your brain to your body. Sit or lie still now, and concentrate deeply on this creepy feeling that crawls up your body to your brain. Even though you can't make out this creepy feeling very clearly, you still feel its secret meanings, and your physical body winds itself up, ready to carry out its messages or commands without your even propelling it to, just as a pet dog obeys your commands without understanding the precise dictionary meaning of your words. You will practice the secret of spirit thought magic repeatedly throughout this book and master how to use it for practically every purpose conceivable. You will acquire thoroughly, at last, the scientifically perfected secret which has been guarded so jealously by a few, for thousands of years. 4. How to use spirit thought magic for effective self-possession. Without adequate self-possession of yourself you are absolutely nothing. You are no better than a hypnotic subject then, and practically everybody you meet will automatically hypnotize you without even trying. Even the most insignificant persons will twist you around their fingers, because you are a body without a mind. Your self-possession is your true backbone. No matter how logical or intelligent you might normally be, without self-possession you cannot think, much less act, independently. You don't have to lose all your self-possession to become a non-entity, either you just have to lose enough of it to prevent you from being the person you are normally. Because, the moment the other person senses that you can't overwhelm him, while you yourself sense that he can overwhelm you, you turn as helpless with him as if you had no self-possession whatsoever. Deep-seated frustration seizes you when he subsequently belabors you psychically, and your personality turns to clay in his hands. Both of you immediately accept him as the dominating character, and accept you as the mealy-mouthed pussyfoot who is afraid of his own shadow. You either let him trample all over you then, even if he is gifted with only half your intelligence, or you lose your temper and make a spectacle of yourself and a mortal enemy of him. When you acquire complete self-possession, though, your relationship with that person and with everybody else alters instantly. From a wallflower in life you turn into a leader and conqueror without even trying. Those who kicked you around, turn helpless against you now and go along with you in one thing after another, like heavy logs drifting down a small stream. They don't resent your leading them by the nose either, but accept you as a natural leader. Learn how others changed their lives completely by acquiring self-possession with spirit thoughts, and duplicate their successes with ease. The astounding gains of people acquiring spirit thought magic for self-possession. History abounds with recorded cases of people who have been mercilessly dominated by others, as well as by spirits, and who failed to free themselves from those shackles. Among the better known are Mark Antony, Othello, Brutus, Hamlet and Macbeth. Many a religious mystic was possessed by evil spirits or even by the devil himself, as described by some. In your own everyday life you yourself know of person after person who is domineered by a selfish parent, in-law, friend, acquaintance, boss, business associate, rival in some field, landlord, political or social leader, parasite, lover or loved one. The victim, besides, seems unable to free himself from the domination, no matter how well he, or she, understands it. And so, he continues being no longer himself, but only the person whom his dominator converts him into. There are people, though, who have freed themselves from such domination easily and regained their self-possession in full. Their whole lives altered immediately. Thereafter, they walked and talked and lived differently. They plunged into ventures which they feared before and succeeded in them beyond belief. They voiced independent opinions which they had not dared to breathe before and seized the leadership over others everywhere they went. From the forgotten wallflowers of life they were suddenly transformed into the most admired individuals. Those who had ignored them, now pursued them eagerly. Opportunities which were shut to them, opened wide. Romantic prospects who hardly noticed them, fairly cast themselves at their feet. Overnight they leaped from the bottom of the heap, to the top. All because they had freed themselves from the domination of the spirit thoughts of others, including those of spirits, and regained their self-possession. Physiological evidence that the victim of loss of self-control is wholly possessed. Not only some people, but practically everybody is usually wholly or partly possessed by a foreign spirit thought or actual spirit. And, such possession can truly change you. Mediums, for example, who are controlled by the spirit of a dead person, frequently impersonate that person, assume his voice and gestures, his physical peculiarities and manners, and even exhibit the symptoms of any disease which that person may have suffered from, even though the medium himself might be an entirely different type of individual and who has never suffered from any disease that person had. Even epilepsy may well constitute a temporary but complete invasion of the mind and body of the victim by an outside spirit thought, or even by an actual spirit, which has ousted his own astral body from his physical body. The fit itself seems to constitute an allergic reaction of his brain and nervous system to the irritations they suffer from the total invasion of his body by that outside entity. The epileptic, in brief, may be said to be allergic to any uninvited astral intrusion into his body, and is therefore supersensitive to it. That's why so many mystics in history were well-known epileptics. The very onset of the fit indicates some strange kind of oncoming total possession of the victim's mind and body against his will. This strange feeling is known medically as the epileptic aura. It precedes the attack and consists of a breathless anxiety, a chilly fluttering in the individual's innards, and a frightening sensation of a sudden gripping of his muscles, as if an invisible monster was surrounding him and seeping into his every tissue, until it ousts his astral body from him and overcomes him. This horrifying feeling of a forced astral invasion into his body, storms the sufferer with a plethora of enigmatic sensations which include abnormal, spontaneous feelings of burning, pricking, numbing and crawling over his skin, sudden flashes of changed temperatures over his body, like those of the menopause, sinking feelings in the pit of his stomach, abrupt pains here and there, and, occasionally, peculiar tastes or smells of something which no one else experiences and which, consequently, are termed hallucinations. All these are evidently the subject's physiological reaction to the astral piercing of his tissues by the unwanted astral or spirit substance from without. Specks may appear before his eyes, too, perhaps as they suddenly glimpse into the astral world, and his muscles suddenly twitch, undoubtedly trying to cast out the unwanted foreign substances from his tissues. The epileptic may be seized with obsessive thoughts and words, as the foreign astral substance drills into him, and as he vainly tries to prevent it from doing so. As this invisible but relentless infiltration overcomes his body like a poison saturating the body cells of the unfortunate who swallowed it, the victim reels with a sensation of nausea when his visceral organs try to vomit out the blood-curdling subduer. Finally, the epileptic victim may, or may not fall in a convulsive seizure. Even if he doesn't, his central nervous system discharges abnormal blasts of nerve electricity in his last, frantic attempts to eject the overmastering infiltrator. These abnormal blasts are discharged usually within his very brain, especially where there is already pathological signs of some injury, such as nerve scar tissue from an old head trauma. These explosive blasts spread across the normal pathways of his nervous system and activate large masses of his nerves. He is collapsing now, and is besieged with peculiar sensations, and breaks into desperate movements, instinctively trying to shake off the seizure. His thoughts are frenzied, and he combats the invisible enemy without help from those around him. At this time he sees and hears either from the astral world itself, or absorbed scenes, like those of the future or of distant places, which are poured before his vision by the invader entity, and which those present call hallucinations because they themselves don't perceive them. Losing the futile struggle, the afflicted turns partly or wholly unconscious. His astral body has been completely ousted from him, and the invader entity occupies his whole physical body. Psychological evidence that you, too, are practically always wholly or partly possessed. Everybody, however, is not wholly possessed by foreign spirit thoughts or actual spirits. Most of the time, for instance, you may be only slightly possessed by one, although, at times, even if momentarily, you are possessed far more by it than at other times, such as, when you are trembling with anxiety over an impending event, or are savagely angry or death-defyingly courageous. Again, as stated frequently before, no way has been found to mark where the boundaries of the subconscious mind end, and those of the astral world begin. When your physical body is invaded by a foreign entity, nonetheless, you no longer feel, behave or react like your true self. Try as you might, you seem unable to cast off its influence. A vicious foreign entity, for example, may invade you when you least suspect it to, and incite you to commit a devilish crime when you are only slightly aroused over something. "I don't know why I did it," is the frequent, but sincere explanation of shocking crimes by persons who have never hurt a fly before. Yet, a totally unexpected, but irresistible impulse, seized them. Psychologists may wonder whether a compulsion seized them, but it could very well have been an overmastering possession of them by a vengeance-seeking foreign entity. Such a spirit thought or actual spirit may leap into you at a crucial moment in your life and subdue your normal resistance to a proposition which you thoroughly oppose, and leave you thereafter tragically regretting your altogether unexplainable, last-minute change of mind and reckless conduct. Or that foreign entity may, all at once, fill you with terror or stage fright just before you take a decisive examination, give an important lecture, or confront a situation for which you were perfectly prepared beforehand, and doom you to ignominious failure. Or it may lead you to adopt a bad and dangerous habit. Belief in evil spirits, which are called cacodemons by the ancients, and Bisaic, goblin, by the Cambodians, goes back to time immemorial, and it has solidified itself in many religions. Confession is good for the soul actually means that the confessing person casts out of his body the evil spirit which has possessed him and governed him without mercy. You cannot be your true self, or your most successful self, unless you can free yourself from being wholly or partly possessed most of the time by some unwanted invader spirit thought or actual spirit. So, study well how to free yourself from such invisible slavery. The 4 secret steps to draw to you secret thought magic to regain your self-possession. The best way to drive out the invader entity from your body tissues is to incite your squeezed-out astral body to return completely into you. The well-guarded psychic master tool for achieving that is the right spirit thought magic for self-possession. That tool will bring back to you your true personality, free you from the astral or spirit-induced compulsive misbehavior that ruins your opportunities, and keep you in control of your own self. Here are the 4 secret steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, figure 1 section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Now, rage at the fact that you are enslaved by an unwanted foreign entity, which is taking advantage of you and ruining your life by an unwanted foreign entity, which compels you to lose your temper at critical moments by an unwanted foreign entity, which fills you with terror or stage fright whenever you confront an important situation, even when you are thoroughly prepared for it by an unwanted foreign entity, which weakens your resistance, to your eternal regret, to whatever you sensibly oppose by an unwanted foreign entity, which forces you to act romantically, socially, or in business just the opposite to how you know you should act, and wrecks your every opportunity by an unwanted foreign entity, which prevents you from casting off a bad and dangerous habit. With steadily growing fear, realize that the viciously concealed invader entity in you will persistently uproot your best planned behavior while other people, with half your natural self-control, will restrain themselves in critical situations and sweep people off their feet everywhere, will successfully meet one challenge after another in life, and will control their bad and dangerous habits with half the effort you exert. With the passing years, you, as a result, will only wither away in ignominy and friendlessness and be tortured by ill health and a miserable, abandoned old age. Fill yourself now with an explosive hatred of such a devastating foreign entity, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you fast. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in a second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. Now, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of yourself as you want to be and remain. How to draw your astral body back into you completely. You are ready now to draw your ousted astral body back into you and regain your self-possession. The mantic frenzy is the secret semi-trance technique which the psychic masters inherited from the Chaldeans, and which they have altered but slightly. Avoid falling into deep trances when absorbing your astral body back into you, for you might absorb another unwanted foreign entity instead and be no better off than before. Avoid falling into cataleptic states for the same reason, because in that state the great trance mediums of history and of the present day received the extraordinary revelations which can be used for mystic purposes only. That's why the mantic frenzy is the ideal state into which to fall to draw your ousted astral body back into you completely and thereby cast out the invader entity and regain your self-possession. The mantic frenzy is a combined pseudo-semi-trance catalepsy state. It is also what is known as the borderline case, which is defined as, when one is awake and not yet awake, he is in a borderland of consciousness especially favorable to hallucinations of the senses. In this state of mind and body you are best able to draw your ousted astral body back into you because you are still enough of yourself, you are still conscious enough. At the same time, you are not enough of yourself because you are also in a sort of semi-trance. The invader foreign entity, for that reason, does not implant itself into your body tissues when you are in the mantic frenzy because it cannot make up its astral mind about your true identity, since you are then neither fully conscious nor in a trance. But since you are still you, your astral body knows your true identity, and so it easily seeps back into your body completely. That's why the state of the mantic trance is so effective for drawing your ousted astral body back into you completely. How to fall into the mantic trance? In order to fall into the mantic trance and draw your ousted astral body back into you completely, lie flat on your back or sit easily in a comfortable chair, with your head resting on the back of it. Now, relax altogether from head to foot. First, relax your fists. Then, if you are seated instead of lying down, let your knees fall away from each other until your legs rest comfortably apart. Next, relax your arms, your legs, your back, neck and your face. Breathe slowly and easily, to let your pulse and your respiration slow down, like an animal beginning hibernation. Visualize yourself as losing all sense of pain, starting from your skin, deep into your muscles. No specific area in the brain is a center for the perception of pain. Finally, visualize your muscles as being totally unable to respond to any stimulus, so that all their reflexes are lost. You are now in the mantic trance, a state like that of complete anesthesia. When you are in this state the invader foreign entity loses more of its clutch on you, for now you are neither thinking nor acting but are in a pseudo-trance catalepsy state. Your ousted astral body will start wedging itself back into you. The invader foreign entity will resist being thrown out of you. But, you are no longer much influenced by it because you are not enough of yourself anymore. But since you are still enough of yourself because you are still conscious enough, your ousted astral body is drawn into your physical body all the stronger. No matter how alarmingly your physical body is shaken by the astral struggle which now takes place within you, keep your muscles thoroughly relaxed and your breathing slow and calm, so that the invader foreign entity cannot regain its slipping hold on you. Remain, in other words, completely in the mantic trance. Your ousted astral body will continue regaining its hold on your body tissues, while the invader foreign entity will lose its own on them faster and faster until, all at once, it is driven out of you altogether. You will instantly awake with a sense of having thrown off a critical illness and saved your life. You will have regained your self-possession, like the epileptic who has come out of the fit. Below are true cases of people who have freed themselves from such domination with the right spirit-thought magic for self-possession and altered their whole lives immediately. Their true names and identities have been changed. How a poverty-stricken housewife snatched her husband and 2 children out of the slums. Tessie was a worn-out young housewife at 24, with 3 infant children. She and husband Ernie were high school dropouts and had married in their teens, despite their parents' efforts to stop them, and she had become pregnant right away. Tessie deeply regretted their haste ever since because she had never suspected how hard life could be without an adequate income. Ernie labored in a neighborhood supermarket and aspired to rise someday to being produce man. But the current produce man was only 37, so Ernie prayed that some other store in the chain would provide him with such an opening before too many years passed. He and Tessie had an apartment in a fast-growing slum, and the district public school was plagued with gangs and delinquents. The neighborhood swarmed with winos, burglars, rapists, dope addicts, jackrollers, assailants and murderers. Tessie lived in constant terror for herself and her children. For protection, even Ernie illegally carried a long switchblade knife concealed in his pocket and eternally feared being arrested for it. Tessie was worried sick about the whole situation. But they could not afford a better place in a better neighborhood, although their microscopic quarters, like the rest of the building, swarmed with rats and vermin that defied extermination. The plumbing was antiquated and unworkable most of the time and brought them no end of inconvenience and frustration. Had they only not had children so soon, Tessie reflected with remorse, she could have cashiered in Ernie's supermarket and doubled their income. As it was, she was even expecting another baby. Tessie could not even afford new maternity dresses, but had to wear the old ones she had. I met her one day in the public park playground, where she had taken the children. She grumbled incessantly about her pregnancy and complained that she couldn't even dress right for it, but had to continue donning the same old mother dresses she had, which she had always hated anyway. "Why don't you make some pretty ones for yourself, then?" I said. She stared at me strangely, but did not reply. The next time I came upon her in the park, she was garbed in a stunning, but economical, maternity dress she had made for herself. "Why," I exclaimed, "most women would be thrilled to wear such a maternity dress." Tessie confessed at once, with a shy grin, that several pregnant women had stopped her on the sidewalks already and asked her where she had procured it, and had offered to pay her to sew similar dresses for them. I urged Tessie to accept the offers. Indeed, I added, she might even start a business of her own making such dresses for lots of women and grow rich. She snorted and replied that she lacked the will to do anything at all, and then sat down and confessed to me the story of her mistake-making life. "It's like there's two of me," she concluded philosophically. "Something inside me tells me to do one thing. But then, another thing inside me tells me to do just the opposite, and I do that instead. And it always turns out to be the wrong thing. Then I am sorry I was such a fool not to do the first thing. I just can't seem to get free of that strange second person inside me." In strict confidence I taught Tessie the right spirit-thought magic for self-possession, for her case closely paralleled those of so many who were partly possessed by an unwanted foreign entity. Not being a science-blinded intellectual sophisticate, Tessie ate up my words and put the 4 well-guarded secret steps into practice. They worked on her like magic. Not only did she start making maternity dresses for other women, but the demand for her services increased markedly as she improved her designs. It wasn't too long before Tessie and her family were able to move out of their deplorable surroundings into decent quarters in an acceptable neighborhood if they wanted to. But they moved out west instead, where Tessie planned to resume the same business and buy her home with Ernie and live with her family where she had always longed to live. Lesson Summary. See how you can use the right spirit-thought magic for self-possession to drive out any unwanted invader spirit thought or actual spirit which is wholly or partly possessing you at any time and robbing you of your true self and handicapping you with a different one that is ruining your life. With the right spirit-thought magic you can easily oust the foreign entity from your body tissues and draw your own ousted astral body completely back into you and become the real you again. You can do all that effortlessly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the unwanted foreign spirit thought or actual spirit within you that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for self-possession and fill yourself with the vision of yourself as you want to be and remain. Step 5. Draw your ousted astral body back into you completely with the mantic trance. You have now regained your self-possession with the right spirit thought magic and are ready to be your best true self again in anything you undertake. 5. How to apply spirit thought to capture and rule the person you want romantically. If you cannot capture and rule the person you want romantically, your life will be lonely, melancholy, and unsatisfactory. It will be empty because nobody will care what achievements you attain. Even if you are married or engaged, you are no better off if your mate does not admire you, because her, or his, interest in you will be solely materialistic. You will grow suspicious, as a result, and hate and fear her, or him, and long for revenge, for you will feel that you are being unfairly used. But when you capture and rule the person you want romantically, you glow with the satisfaction of being deeply wanted and appreciated. Without even trying to, you wax romantic and ensure your control over her, or him. Your mind fills with romantic ideas which you never conceived of before. With secret thought magic, besides, you flash mysterious, bewitching, stunningly intensified rays, scientifically verified, at that person from secret parts of your body and becomes irresistible to him. That's why you are warned not to take advantage of this dangerous spirit thought power, for it can easily put the innocent at your mercy. Master it to perfect your own life, and not to drag victims down the ladder. Master it to flood the person you long for with a compulsive ecstasy for your company. With this secret spirit thought power you develop secret physiological powers barely mentioned in medical texts. You can thereby subject the person you want romantically to forces and influences which she, or he, has never been exposed to before, and he will have no defenses against them. Even if your appearance is ordinary, you will capture and rule her, or him, with ease, for the other-world power of spirit thought multiplies the effects of these secret physiological powers up to 1,000 times and leave you without a rival. So, master this astounding secret thought power, but always use it only for good and gain the utmost benefits from it. The astounding gains of people acquiring secret thought magic to capture and rule the persons they wanted romantically. It is no secret that, from time immemorial, long before speech and other sophisticated physiological faculties were acquired, people used the right spirit thought magic to capture or rule the persons they wanted romantically. Medicine men, witches, voodoo men and the like, received staggering gifts from the romantically starved to throw a spell for them to infatuate a desired person. Many, like Cleopatra, burned incense and performed occult rituals to invoke the right spirits for the same purpose. Like Cleopatra, others even adorned themselves gaudily with cosmetics or resplendent garments to add to the spell. They prepared special quarters, not only to add to their allure, but also to draw the right spirit thoughts or actual spirits to them easier for such help. And, their achievements were stupendous. Time and again, women with practically no romantic appeal, had the most sought-after men kissing their footsteps. Women spies used such a power to alter the course of wars. Ordinary men used it to enslave powerful queens. Average actors and actresses used it to enchant audiences all over the world. Prisoners used it to secure pardons from all-powerful monarchs of the opposite sex. Inconspicuous office girls used it to capture heads of big industries for husbands. Penniless men with inconsequential futures used it to capture beautiful heiresses as wives. Women in the public eye whose careers depended upon their always looking young and glamorous, particularly at 60 and above, used it to be seen as still young and glamorous in their elderly years. Indeed, the astounding gains of people from this right spirit thought magic would fill thick volumes. Your invisible, Girth-ray rays your body throws off and reflects a certain amount of light. Since it reflects its own heat, it throws off heat rays, and these create light. And since your body also receives light from outside of it, it absorbs a certain quantity of that light, but reflects the rest. These combined lights are discerned around your body and form a part of your physical aura. Your astral aura unites with your physical aura and alters it, to form what is generally perceived as your astral aura. Now, let's go further. Experiments have established the existence of electromagnetic fields surrounding and interpenetrating all living organisms. Experimenting scientists concluded that these fields determine the shape and nature of the organism. But there exists still another emanation from the body, and it has not been accounted for by science. It is the Girth-rays. Stedman's Medical Dictionary defines the Girth or Girth rays as being shortwave ultraviolet rays, mitogenic, given out by growing plants and said to emanate from yeast, onions, and even from the human fingers. Mitogenic denotes the Girth rays given forth during cell reproduction, or during the changes in the nucleus occurring during cell division. Girth rays, then, emanate from your fingers. Your fingers, therefore, are the external outlets of emanations of your cell reproduction or cell division. And since cell reproduction is closely linked with sex, the Girth-ray emanations from your fingers are closely linked with sex. That's why the touch and caress and embracer and even the pleasant roughing up of the loved one with the hands and fingers lead to possible conquest. You don't even have to touch the loved one, besides, to influence him with your Girth-ray emanations. Just envision clearly your Girth-rays flashing out of your fingers and darting into her, or him. Intensify that vision at once with a psychic power blast from your psychic power center, in your forehead, and drive the vision down into your body, and out of it through your hands. Your astral body will instantly direct your Girth-rays into your loved one, even if he, or she, happens to be thousands of miles away at the time. Replacing your astral body with the right spirit thought when you fear the one you love, though, you can do little romantic conquering with your Girth-rays, for then they diminish to a marked degree. The cause of such fear is practically always your astral body. And this is why. Your astral body is born at the same time as your physical body, hence, it has the same genes and the same astrological sign as your physical body. So, if your genes and your astrological sign lack the qualities of natural romantic ease, your astral body will lack it too. For you to learn and acquire romantic skill, will not be enough because your astral body will still lack natural romantic ease. Your conscious mind and your astral body will then regularly oppose each other in every romantic move you make and leave you worse off than before. You would have to alter your astral body, too, before you could acquire invincible romantic ability. That's why the secret users of the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the persons they want romantically prefer to replace their astral body altogether, when romancing, with the right spirit for that. The right spirit will then provide you at once with the Girth-ray intensity which you need for such a purpose. So, learn the 4 well-guarded secret steps to draw to you the right spirit, and thus acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person you want romantically. It is said that Lucifer made the following agreement with Louis Gaufridi: Lucifer, bind myself to give you, Louis Gaufridi, the faculty and power of bewitching by blowing with the mouth, all and any of the women and girls you may desire. In proof of which I sign myself Lucifer. For that information, as well as his evil use of it, Louis was burned as a sorcerer at Aix many years ago. It is doubtful if Gaufridi made any such pact with the devil. More likely, he learned the well-guarded secret of spirit-hot magic from someone from the East and used it evilly, for he seduced and ruined many women with it. But he paid for his indiscretions with his life. You will now be taught the 4 steps of this most jealously guarded secret, but you are warned to use it for worthy purposes only. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, figure 1 section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alert for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now, rage at the fact that the whole romantic side of your life has been ruined because you could never capture or rule the woman, or man, you wanted. That lack not only prevented you from living a normal youth and adult life but, if you did marry, it also made a failure, or near failure, of it. Repeatedly, when you tried to take the initiative and induce the person you wanted to fall insanely in love with you, you ended up being ignored instead, being laughed at, or being received with hostility. And so, you turned discouraged or were shunted aside. Now, you watch helplessly as this maddening lack in you denies you all the pleasures of full living which should be rightfully yours. While others, who are not only half-hearted about it, but are even frivolous, reap successes in that direction which mystify you. So, fill yourself with an explosive hatred of your lack of natural romantic ability, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral, which includes the spiritual, world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in a second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound now, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically. You might not know such a person, or he might have lived and died elsewhere without your paths ever crossing. With the billions of people who have lived and died on this earth, it is impossible not to form a vision of someone who has lived before or who might even be still living. So, your vivid mental and physical vision of such a person, when created now, will draw his spirit to you. Why you can absorb swiftly the right spirit with explosive power. The explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier absorbs in your body tissues the right spirit for capturing and ruling the person you want romantically. It does so by solving the long-line transmission problem which exists between that right spirit and your body tissues. In order to be absorbed by you, the right spirit has to extend its little feelers across that long line of transmission without delay. Induce it to do so by accelerating the flow of the astral nerve electricity of its little feelers. This is how you accelerate that flow at the level of your individual cells. There are 4 requirements for the flow of a message through your nerves. These are speed, certainty, specificity and sense. Telephone engineers solved their problems of long-line transmission in much the same manner as the nerve fiber did to overcome those 4 requirements. They amplified the message. The vertebrates did likewise for themselves with the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. All along the full length of a nerve a series of constrictions occur at regular intervals in its medullary substance. These are the nodes of Ranvier. The medullary substance of the nerve is a high insulator which covers the different segments of the nerve lying between its different nodes of Ranvier. The medullary substance therefore confines the flow of nerve electricity in the nerve to, and concentrates it at, the nodes of Ranvier. At the nodes, however, a portion of the nerve electricity in the nerve is siphoned off into collateral nerves because the nodes of Ranvier possess no insulating substance to confine the flow of the nerve electricity passing through them, into the main nerve alone. But since you want no less nerve electricity to continue flowing and carrying the message onward after it passes through the nodes of Ranvier, you can make up for the nerve electricity which the message loses in them by increasing the intensity of the nerve electricity in the nodes of Ranvier. How to absorb the right spirit with explosive power? You accomplish that with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the nodes of Ranvier. With it you rush the nerve electricity faster out of these nodes. By doing that you automatically draw more nerve electricity from the nerve segments into those nodes than occurs normally. In that way, you make up in the nodes for the portion of nerve electricity which is siphoned off from them into their collateral nerves. Invertebrates reproduced that feat during evolution by fusing the small fibers of their nerves until they grew nerves of tremendous size which thereby drew far more nerve electricity through them to carry the message onwards. But the mammal, like the frog and man, reproduced that feat much better by evolving the nodes of Ranvier. Hence, with a nerve fiber of only 15 microns in diameter, the mammal can transmit nerve electricity as fast as a giant squid with a nerve fiber of 500 microns in diameter, or 33 times faster. And it does so simply by amplifying the message going through the nerve fiber, by accelerating the speed of the nerve electricity passing through its nodes of Ranvier. That is how to solve the long line of transmission problem which exists between that right spirit and your body tissues and enables you to absorb that right spirit swiftly, with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. Learn how to effect that absorption by amplifying the astral current at the nodes of Ranvier. How to amplify the astral nerve current at the nodes of Ranvier. To amplify the astral nerve current as it flows through the nodes of Ranvier of your different nerves, fill yourself with an explosive eagerness to fire your body through the air like a rocket. Since, to accomplish that, your body would require a superhuman amount of nerve electricity, its tissues now draw, through the collaterals branching out at the tens of thousands of nodes of Ranvier in you, a superhuman amount of nerve electricity. A tremendous amount of additional nerve electricity is consequently siphoned off into your body tissues at the nodes of Ranvier. As a result, the total quantity of astral nerve electricity flowing through your nerves, carrying the astral message, multiplies fast and implants the little feelers of the right spirit everywhere in your body. And so, they fill your body tissues and cells rapidly. Before the right spirit can snatch itself back out of you, then, its little feelers will be embedded so firmly into your body tissues, from head to foot, that they will be fused in you. Practice and master this simple, easy, but incomparable secret technique and absorb swiftly the right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically, with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. The mystery of the Girth-ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. Now that you have absorbed the right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically, you have to know how to capture and rule him, or her, with it. This much sought-after technique has been guarded very closely by those who mastered it. It is based on the mystery of the Girth-ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. Rubbing the upper lip with the tip of a nylon substance frequently, produces an afterglow sensation that may persist as long as several minutes after the rubbing is stopped. Not only that, but the time this afterglow lasts is lengthened by strong suggestion, or shortened by vibrating the skin just after it is rubbed. The afterglow, too, may be followed by a period of acute awareness of the area, a feeling which is distinctly different from the rubbing in the afterglow sensations. This acute awareness obviously results because the rubbing, plus the strong suggestion, expand the normal Girth-ray projection from your upper lip into a bursting Girth-ray volley. In fact, the afterglows which a warm stimulator produces on the back of the user often well up into a painful sting of discharging Girth-ray volleys. Gently rubbing the inner part of the nose with a pencil tip often results, for the same reason, in a tickling sensation that may last many seconds or minutes. It stops sooner only when the area is rubbed with the fingers and the sensation inciting the Girth-ray volleying is erased. Similarly, scraping the finger with the tip of a nylon thread almost hard enough to feel it, frequently produces an afterglow, which starts after the sensation has passed away, and which lasts from 2 seconds, up to 2 minutes or more, longer than the sensation of touch. Other researchers have reported a simultaneous afterglow consequent to rubbing other areas of the face, such as the lower lip. Their subjects claimed that the feeling of the afterglow subsided slowly, although some of them could later re-stimulate the area by intense concentration. Indeed, as far back as 1945 Reichenbach announced that he had discovered a new force which he called odyle, OD, or odylic force. He found that it could be seen in the form of flames by sensitives. He found, too, that it radiated from the fingertips of all human beings, as well as from animals and from inanimate things. How to overwhelm instantly with the Girth-ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. The researchers could find no scientific explanation for the afterglow. They believed, however, that the afterglows are not due simply to suggestion or active imagination because, rubbing or otherwise stimulating other areas than the lips, like the eyelid and the hand, produced relatively few afterglows. If the afterglow was caused solely by suggestion or by active imagination, it would make little difference what area of the body was rubbed or otherwise stimulated to bring it about. Neither are the long afterglows, the scientists add, caused by the mechanical deformation of the part of the body rubbed, nor from the blood congestion that occurs in it afterwards. Little doubt remains, then, that these afterglows are intensifications of Girth-ray volleys from the physical body itself, for they exude most forcibly and intensely from the lips and hands. Psychic masters have insisted for a long time that they themselves produced such afterglows through spirit projection. The right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically, which you have absorbed in you, in other words, can and does intensify the Girth-ray volleys of your physical body which are discharged through your lips and hands. When you beam those volleys on the person you want to capture and rule romantically, it makes you irresistible. To do so, you just have to look at her, or him, and envision those intensified Girth-ray volleys whipping out of your hands and lips, while you pretend to button up your coat or adjust your dress, and as pouring into, and overwhelming her, or him. The right spirit will respond by doing that for you instantly with the Girth-ray volleys. Below are true cases of people who have captured or ruled the persons they wanted romantically with the right spirit thought magic and entered, at once, the world of bliss which they had daydreamed about in despair before. Their names and identities have been changed. How a 28-year-old waitress, mother of 3, married a handsome executive earning $40,000 a year. Mary Lou was a 28-year-old waitress in a modest restaurant. Most of its customers were people of average means, but occasionally important people dined in it because the fare was good, the environment was quiet and peaceful. Mary Lou, though, was getting sick and tired of the prospects of waiting on tables all her life. She didn't mind working, but the single life wasn't her dish. It was too lonesome. She was getting no younger, besides. In fact, when standing next to an 18-year-old, she already showed the telltale physical signs of no longer being in competition for a desirable man. But Mary Lou banished such depressing thoughts from her mind. She had eloped while still underage. She and her boy husband had had 3 children during their 4 years of marriage and had struggled in poverty and fought like cats and dogs. Then they had divorced and the children were living with Mary Lou's parents. Since then she had waited on tables. There was a particular gentleman who patronized that restaurant occasionally, who absolutely fascinated Mary Lou. He was 42-year-old John Clifford, a tall, handsome, vigorous business executive earning $40,000 a year. John was divorced, too, and the women in the restaurant followed him with eager eyes. Mary Lou was resigned to the fact that she had no chance with him, and yet, he made her head swim. Although he was charming and a fine tipper, however, he treated all the girls there alike. He was friendly to all, in other words, but he was obviously seriously interested in none. But then, how could he feel otherwise toward common waitresses? Mary Lou's heart beat so wildly every time she saw him, nonetheless, she determined to make a play for him. She happened to be well acquainted with an uneducated woman who knew me, and this woman showed her a crude version of how to draw to her the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person she wanted romantically. Mary Lou practiced it with determination. The very next time John Clifford patronized that restaurant, Mary Lou poured the right spirit at him through her eyes and envisioned it overwhelming him. John Clifford was just then greeting another waitress in his usual jovial mood, when he stopped as if in mid-air, with his eyes on Mary Lou. He recovered promptly and resumed his all-round pleasantry, but soon he was staring at Mary Lou again. His attitude towards her altered completely after that. He grew serious with her instead, as if uncertain of himself. Before leaving the place, he sent her a note asking her for a date. Mary Lou projected the right spirit to him again and again on their frequent dates that followed. Within the amazingly brief period of 4 months, she eloped with him, is living in a fancy high-rise apartment, has an extensive fashionable wardrobe, employs a maid, and John is sending her for a 2-month Caribbean cruise to rest up again, as he does every year. How an anxious husband controlled his flirt-crazy wife without a word or a move. Al was a hard-working, conscientious husband of 45, but the flirting inclinations of his 31-year-old wife, Tina, constantly upset him. She was an outright, embarrassing flirt, and she also threw glances at other men that set them in hot pursuit of her. Al was matured enough to accept the fact that, in present-day emancipated society, and with women dressing with haunting glamour, he could hardly expect an attractive and still somewhat young wife not to enjoy public admiration, particularly from the opposite sex. He was broad-minded enough, too, to assume that she might go no farther than that with her come-hither attitude. Al knew better than to come right out with his suspicions to her. Tina would deny them all, and the discussion would turn into a quarrel. Tina would not restrain herself thereafter either, but just be more subtle about it for a while. Al told me his difficulties and, in strict confidence, I taught him how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic to capture and rule the person he wanted romantically. In his case, to rule. Since he had little confidence in the occult, it was weeks before his belief in it altered enough to enable him to absorb the right spirit in him. Thereafter, whenever he went out with Tina, he spoke to her and beamed his intensified Girth-ray volleys on her by flashing those from his lips to her as soon as she threw a come-hither glance at another man. At the same time, he pretended to button his coat, and flashed those from his fingertips at her. He felt the volleys rip out of him just as he had envisioned them, as the right spirit responded to his vision and materialized it into a reality. Tina, Al was soon aware, suddenly seemed to be ignoring or discouraging man after man who paid her personal attention. Al, meanwhile, pretended to be absolutely unaware of it all. Thereafter, in this manner he controlled Tina's embarrassing eye flirting without a word or move and was relieved of his tormenting anxiety with her. Whenever she went out by herself, he also projected those Girth-ray volleys to her through his lips and fingertips, and the right spirit directed them to her and into her, wherever she was, and made her behave herself. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit-thought magic to capture and rule the person you want romantically, even if that person may seem outside your reach. See how you can use it to control a roving or flirting mate without a word or move. See how you can use it to stay in the swim of life career-wise, even after your youth has gone. You can attain any of those goals easily and quickly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the unromantic personality within you that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for capturing and ruling the person you want romantically and fill yourself with the vision of yourself as you want to be romantically. But, flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Draw the spirit of such a vision into you with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of rendezvous. Step 6. Overwhelm the person you want romantically, instantly, with the Girth-ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. You are now prepared to capture and rule the person you want romantically. 6. How to use spirit-thought magic for a learning memory and fortune-making ideas. Without a learning memory, not a rote, photographic memory, which has only limited value, you miss taking full advantage of one profitable opportunity after another and remain a nonentity or a mere robot. Without it you fail to line up past experiences or glimpses of knowledge and you need to and fail to come up with brand new solutions to problems, which could make you an outstanding leader or a wealthy person. Without it you lack the mental storehouse, with which to contrast daily problems and situations with parallel ones of the past and reap the big rewards of what you learned long ago. Instead, you learn everything again, the hard way. It so happens, though, that the little lessons you learn daily with your playmates, even while playing a game as simple as tag, are equally effective with adults, in the business world. But you recall ordinarily only what seems important to you right now, and forget the rest. But the rest can be far more important to you than what you recall. The same is true of the knowledge you acquired from instructors, from books, or from actual experience. A basis for fortune-making ideas. It is equally so with fortune-making ideas. You won't get fortune-making ideas by reading books on economics or by memorizing parts of textbooks. You get fortune-making ideas by seizing upon some past recollection in your life, through which you detect the opportunity to extract a fortune from a present situation. You might recollect some urgent need which you had years back, or which someone you knew had. You could not fulfill it then, and so you forgot it. But now, years later, it has tremendous possibilities as a fortune-making idea for a mass media. That is how you get fortune-making ideas, as so many have done with this secret power. Master it and join the ever-growing parade of wealthy people. The astounding gains of people from acquiring a learning memory from the beginning of recorded history, man has attributed his most unusual feats of recalling, as well as the fount of his most productive ideas, to voices in the air, inspiration, subconscious mind and other vague sources. Small businessmen suddenly start new types of businesses which mushroom into fortunes in double-quick time. Desperate inventors suddenly grasp the key to unlock their puzzles. Groggy scientists suddenly see the answer to another of the world's riddles. Lawyers, doctors and executives suddenly remember something they had totally forgotten in the midst of a crisis, and which saves their client, the patient or the enterprise. All admit that somehow, unexpectedly, out of the blue, the very information they needed at the time, information which they had not even absorbed fully when they had originally received it, sprang into their minds as completely as if they had just studied it, or had just discovered it following an exhaustive search. And that information did for them the wonder which others call genius, or shrewd, or perfect judgment, or the product of long experience, or the like. Many such individuals claim to have required a stimulant first, like smoking, imbibing coffee or liquor, taking dope or even enjoying sex, before their minds could function so miraculously. Others, though, tried those identical means to fill themselves with originality or inventiveness, and failed miserably time and again. Actually, none of the fortunate individuals explained satisfactorily how they got hold of their unusual ideas. Psychology has filled shelves of libraries explaining that miracle of the mind, in terms of the subconscious mind. Indeed, it stretched that theory to extremes when the unusual ideas came from realms which the subconscious mind had never visited. There must be some other explanation for those mental miracles, then, some other source of those most unusual brain processes. But science has failed to find it, and apparently it can never find it while it limits its province to physical matter. The psychic masters, however, found a far more understandable source for it, and they proved it by putting it into application, as you will learn in this spirit thought magic, as well as how to apply it yourself for limitless material gains. How you can thoroughly control the mysterious seat of learning memory in your brain there is little doubt, as the psychic masters have stated in their rather limited vocabulary, that much of what is called subconscious remembering or spontaneous solving of problems, is indeed spirit or astral performed, because your subconscious mind knows nothing about the future before it occurs, nor recollects the past in which you have never lived. But it so happens that you are forced frequently to wring solutions out of problems or dilemmas which you have never experienced before, and which require considerable insight into the future, as well as considerable knowledge which you have not acquired much of. After exhausting yourself and failing to solve the problem, you put it aside. Then, later it solves itself in your mind, either during a dream or while you are awake. The mystic source, but even that dream, whether it was real or fancied, was not a product of your subconscious mind because your subconscious mind had never solved that problem or dilemma before. Neither did it know the future which you had never lived in, nor the knowledge which you had never absorbed much of. Where, then, is the amazing source of such mysterious cerebration or brain power? It is obviously the mind of another which inhabits you at the time. And such a mind can only be a spirit thought or an actual spirit. Consequently, in such a dream, whether it is real or fancied, you momentarily become the person of that outside spirit thought or actual spirit. You become a spirit person, in other words, and achieve with your mind something that your own mind alone does not achieve. How you can control the wide-ranging seat of fortune-making ideas in your brain? There are more than 10 billion nerve units, neurons, in your brain. What part of them, you may ask now, is used in your programs for thought? According to physiologists, it might amount only to a trivially small portion of the total. For, in the waking hours of your whole lifetime, your mind can process, consciously, no more than 50 billion bits of information. If all these bits were stored in your memory, they would include less than 1/20,000th of its total capacity. A computer can match those bits of your whole lifetime in a few hours. And yet, you can originate and invent what the computer cannot. How is this possible? That is because there is something added within you. That something else is another person's, or spirit's, mind, one that can snatch information, and put it together in new and unusual ways, from sources which the million times faster, and million times more knowledge-filled computer, has no access to. It can increase the concentration, or whatever gives you more mentality, in your brain beyond human credibility. Similarly, it has been noted, protein concentrations and specific activity in the brain increase in response to visual stimulation. But, the scientists state, the mechanism by which such processes are regulated is unknown. It is not unknown, though, to the psychic master. Physically, your organs and their nerves to your brain, to put it more succinctly, limit the kind of messages or impressions which your brain can receive and register from them within itself, and from which it can draw when you seek fortune-making ideas. But there are no limits to the kind of messages or impressions which your brain can receive and register within itself from the right spirit thought or right spirit once you absorb it. There are, for that reason, no end of fortune-making ideas which the right spirit thought or actual spirit can pour into you when you listen to its astral synaptic sound. So, master the secret of how to acquire its well-guarded magic, now. The peril of failing to develop a learning memory or fortune-making ideas. There are legions of malignant spirit thoughts and actual spirits always around you, perpetually awaiting the opportunity to play pranks on you, or waiting to mislead and misinform you and cause you to suffer severe losses which might even drive you to suicide. Many actual spirits are waiting to avenge themselves on humans or other spirits who ruined the lives of the people to whom they belonged. So, be very careful to draw to you the right spirit thought or actual spirit when you seek one for memory learning or for fortune-making ideas. The night before a crucial academic examination, Wallace Budge was being driven frantic in his attempts to cram enough information in his last-minute study. He gave up in despair and flung himself into his bed exhausted and fell asleep quickly and dreamed. During that all-important examination next day, to Budge's astonishment, the very same questions, word for word, were asked of him again, that were asked of him in the dream. Swiftly he wrote down the exact answers given him in the dream. He romped through the competition in the examination as a result, and went on to become one of the all-time greats in his field. With luck on his side, Wallace Budge had drawn to him the truly right spirit thought or actual spirit for memory learning, for his own material gain. You cannot always depend on that kind of luck, though, for you could just as well draw to you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit instead and fail the examination or whatever else you seek to achieve with a learning memory or fortune-making ideas. That's what happens to many people who depend solely upon luck, intuition and so forth to attain their ends, and who also fail miserably with it time and again. Because they seek material gain chiefly, but are ignorant of the secret of spirit-hot magic, they fail to draw the right spirit thought or actual spirit into them to help them. Learn well, then, the 4 secret steps to draw to you the right spirit thought for a learning memory, or for fortune-making ideas. The 4 secret steps for a learning memory, or for fortune-making ideas. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently in back of the center of your head, Figure 1 Section D, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that you don't remember easily enough the information you need, such as, from study or observation, nor get fortune-making ideas. These lacks have held you back unbelievably and have allowed others with half your talents or determination to attain successes or accumulate undreamed of wealth. Although you have tried desperately to emulate them, your memory, somehow, does not retain easily the formulas, the rules and other encyclopedic information which is outrageously demanded of you during so many important tests. You have tried hard, too, to come up with fortune-making ideas and gain wealth, but your ideas were the kind which could be imitated easily, or which were too complicated or too costly to be pushed profitably, or which did not fill a vital enough need, or which would not bring enough repeat business. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But now you don't want to draw into you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit, to make you remember the wrong things, or fill you with impractical fortune-making ideas that bring you large losses, or even land you in jail. To prevent that from happening, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses a fabulous learning memory, or the ability to turn anything into gold. Be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy character, in order not to draw to you the spirit thought or actual spirit of a crook or a cheat. How to receive the help you need after death. The spirit lives on with the same personality and talents and wishes of the physical body in which it dwelled on earth. If the deceased was a brilliant scientist or financial wizard, for example, his spirit remains one. If he died with a wealth of ideas, in addition, his spirit deeply regrets his having passed away before he could put those ideas into practice. You can milk these gold-making ideas out of it, all modernized for you, and hit the skies with profits. Living persons, too, with minds full of ideas, can't contain them within their minds all the time. When they fall asleep, or whenever their astral bodies extrude partly out of them, as they regularly do, their best ideas rush out of them into the astral world, and can be picked up and used through spirit thought magic. However, you have to know how to receive these gold-making ideas from such minds when they come to you, or you will not recognize them or gain anything from them. The well-guarded secret for receiving these gold-making ideas is to read them by the astral light. How to read by the astral light and instantly procure any memory information you wish. Certain tribes in the Amazon use specific narcotic plants which produce intoxication for 24 hours. During that period of time these people are subject to extraordinary visions and can instantly acquire information on any subject they want to. They do so by reading by the astral light. With the astral light they read the astral messages brought to them by any number of different spirit thoughts or actual spirits, messages which provide them with any answer to any question, or supply them with any information they need. The natives themselves do not possess that light in their bodies, but under the influence of the specific narcotics, their astral bodies are partly extruded from them and allow the right spirit thoughts or actual spirits to pour into their physical bodies and bring them the astral light. With the astral light they can see into anything they wish, no matter how far away, or how well concealed it may be. Like the psychic master, on the other hand, you, too, can read by the astral light without resorting to narcotics. Just do this after filling your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses a fabulous learning memory, or the ability to turn anything into gold. Shut your eyes and ask it the question you want it to answer for you. At once, before the sight of your closed eyes, there will be a flash of something you have seen before, like that of an open book, an open drawer, an open container, or of anything whose contents you are trying to recollect but can't. Relax completely from head to foot now, and let this flash of something grow clearer and clearer before your closed eyes. It won't grow any clearer at first, so practice it a bit. Before long, it grows clearer and clearer, as if your visual field has lost its blur. Suddenly, the very page and paragraph of the book you have read containing the answer you seek, magnifies before your closed eyes sight. Or, the open drawer or container, or the sight of anything else you have seen in the past, even of a whole room, or of some place you have been to and have forgotten, magnifies before your closed eyes, and you see it again exactly as you saw it before, or even clearer than that, and you observe details about it now which escaped you previously. For, you are not staring at it any longer merely with your recollecting subconscious mind, but with the all-seeing astral light of another person's spirit thought or actual spirit. Experts at reading with the astral light can even peer into closed books which they have never seen, thousands of miles away, and discern the very page and paragraph and lines revealing the exact answers they are looking for, and can read them off as if reading from the open book held right before their faces. Practice reading by the astral light and master this unmatchable secret power as perfectly as possible. How to receive fortune-making ideas through the astral synaptic sound. You are seeking a fortune-making idea. Ask the right spirit thought or actual spirit which you have drawn to you, for a fortune-making idea in a specific business. Then, still sit or lie quietly and listen to your whole body. You will soon feel something near you, like the presence of someone close behind you in the dark. It means that the right spirit thought or actual spirit which you have already drawn to you, has withdrawn slightly away from you, to communicate more easily with the astral world and make itself more up-to-date, or to look for more exact information for you. That's why the question you ask of it should be specific, or the right spirit thought or actual spirit will be confused by it and either do nothing for you, or supply you with misinformation and unintentionally mislead you. Before asking it for a fortune-making idea, then, choose accurate words for your question. Avoid ambiguities which could possibly lead to more than one interpretation. In less than a second, or at most in a minute, the right spirit thought or actual spirit will bring you the fortune-making idea you wish. You therefore feel its strange presence creeping back into your body. You experience, at the same time, the peculiar sensation that certain thoughts, or words, or both, are crawling up your arms and legs and trunk and spine, to your brain. You can't even explain or describe why you know they are thoughts and words. But, similar to when you have a hunch, they feel like something unusual coming to life within you, and you sense them organizing themselves in your brain into pressing words and thoughts that compel you to listen to them and understand them, as if they were being delivered to you by an extraordinary teacher, superior, or highly prized advisor. And then, out of the black void of the astral world, the fortune-making idea springs into your conscious mind, like an inspiration, all ready for you to seize, just as the successful inventors and financial wizards get theirs. Sometimes the idea comes to you like a guiding hand. For instance, like the hand that obviously guided an exhausted scientist after 10 years of futile search for a way to make a certain wonder hormone synthetically and fill an astronomical need for it. The hand guided him to set a dish containing a common food substance upon a windowsill. There the dish collected a common mold. Curious, the scientist combined the mold with a certain sex hormone. Overnight, the mold performed an astounding molecular alteration and changed the sex hormone into the easily and cheaply processed wonder hormone which the scientist had wasted 10 years trying to produce synthetically. That discovery launched a multi-million-dollar product. Or the idea might come to you during a dream, just as the idea for writing the immortal and wealth-bringing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde came to Robert Louis Stevenson. With the right spirit thought or actual spirit for fortune-making ideas, you can make a fortune easily. Below are true cases of people who have done remarkably well for themselves with the right spirit thought magic for a learning memory, and for fortune-making ideas. Their names and identities have been changed. How Ernie suddenly saw with the astral light and passed difficult examinations. Miraculously, Ernie had completed medical school, but was having a difficult time getting by the state board examinations. Possessing an analytical mind, he was outstanding at diagnosis, for then he could refer to the textbooks and check up, or investigate, every question in his mind. During his term in the clinic, his unofficial diagnoses, since an intern is not permitted to diagnose officially, compared favorably with those of experienced physicians on the staff. Some medical men admit that no more than 15% of all diagnoses are accurate, because the human body, unlike a mechanical machine, cannot be taken apart and analyzed when it fails to function normally. The human body has to be diagnosed mainly from without, usually with the aid of laboratory tests, X-ray pictures, and the like. Respectable diagnoses, for that reason, require penetrating thinking and piercing investigation. To achieve that ideal is rare without the exhaustive aid of thorough sources of information. The best lawyer seldom depends upon winning his cases with sheer memory of the law. He owns a library of law books and previously decided cases for use in his profession. In the medical state board examinations, however, like practically all other examinations in any school, occupation, or profession, the use of sources of information is barred. Even though the examinee is asked a profusion of questions which he would simply look up in his books in his office as he might in practice, he is expected to have them at his fingertips. To Ernie that was asinine. The examiners expected the human mind to function like a computer. Ernie revealed his dilemma to me. In strict confidence I taught him how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for a learning memory. Due to his extensive scientific training, Ernie experienced no success with the occult for 3 whole months. Unusually strange feelings and contacts, which he could not explain plausibly with science, however, beleaguered him by then and weakened his doubts. 3 weeks later he acquired the right spirit-thought magic and read by the astral light. Bursting with enthusiasm, he prepared for the next board examination with the right spirit-thought magic. During the test he repeatedly read question after question and shut his eyes. An instant later, or sometimes a little longer, the exact page, paragraph and lines in the textbook or study manual, even in those he had lacked the time to review, flashed before his eyes with the right answer. Ernie read these flashes with the astral light and jotted them down, word for word, on the test pages. For the first time, he passed the board exams with flying colors. Since then Ernie has passed 2 more boards in different states and is absolutely convinced that there is more spirit magic in learning the sciences academically than physical science has ever dreamed of in its philosophy. How Cliff rescued his failing mail-order business. Ruinous bad luck had plagued Cliff all his life, and at 41 he was considered a failure by all. He had tried one career after another, and had gotten nowhere. Nevertheless, he had striven like mad to succeed. The income from the safe civil service job which his wife Mary had, alone kept him off public aid, on which he had been twice during his 20s, while still single. Cliff had attended dental school, but had flunked out in his sophomore year. He had penned millions of words over a period of 20 years, including 6 novels, scores of short stories, several plays, numberless essays, poetry, fillers and everything else imaginable. But not one word of his had been published. He had tried acting, but had failed to get in. He had busboyed, boxed in the ring, modeled, labored, silk-screened indeed, he had lost track of the numerous temporary occupations he had worked at. Now he was trying a home mail order business. If that failed, he contemplated taking his own life, for he refused to sponge the balance of his days off his wife Mary. No longer could he face her family and friends. Due to his penniless state, he and Mary had postponed having children for so long, besides, that her gynecologist harbored doubts that she could still have any. Under all that endless tension and discouragement, Cliff had lost, but regained, his health repeatedly. But this time he made up his mind that it was do, or die. He and Mary, over the years, had denied themselves just about every conceivable luxury and had managed to save a few dollars. With them they procured a hand-powered mimeograph machine and bulks of mimeo paper and printed, by hand, 2 of Cliff's condensed books. Cliff, meanwhile, studied scores of books from the library about how to write mail order ads, and wrote several of his own and inserted them in many magazines. They lost money month after month. Mary's confidence in Cliff did not lessen, however, because he received enthusiastic testimonials from many a buyer, so she borrowed money from her credit union and maintained their business expenses. Every month, though, these amounted to over $400, ads included, while the business hardly grossed $300. Their big obstacle was the poor pulling power of their ads. Day after day Cliff desperately tried to create a selling advertisement. He begged his advertising agency, and even some of the magazines in which he advertised, for help, but none of their suggestions increased his sales perceptibly. At the end of 8 months, he and Mary had lost about $1,400 in their futile endeavors, while Cliff himself had created and revised so many ads that, altogether, the paper they were written on and revised, stacked up to several inches high. Worse still, his new ads were pulling less than his first ones. Cliff knew me well, and in strict confidence I persuaded him to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for fortune-making ideas. Believing wholeheartedly in the occult, as he did, he acquired the right spirit-thought magic for fortune-making ideas very soon and asked it to find him a paying ad for his specific business. His display ads, for one thing, were small, being no more than a half-inch to 1 inch in depth. After subtracting the headline and the address from the total wordage in the copy, room was left for only a limited number of words. In his classified ads, in fact, room was left for no more than 7 or 8 actual selling words. Every word in his copy, therefore, had to pull like mad. Yet, he could not afford to run bigger advertisements. Nor could he offer his product at less than $2 or $3 and make a profit, for his costs were high. With the right spirit-thought magic to guide him, Cliff felt a sudden excitement seize hold of him when he glanced through his pile of created advertising copies and glimpsed at a particular one that he had prepared months ago. It had only drawn laughter and ridicule from all he had shown it to, including his advertising agency. So, he put it aside again. But, no excitement equal to that seized hold of him when he perused the rest of the pile. The excitement from that particular ad copy, indeed, mounted in him until it was volcanic when he reread it. He agreed with Mary that they could afford to make only one more attempt to launch their seemingly hopeless little business, for they could not continue increasing their debt and the increasing monthly interest on it. Their labor of producing their work by hand, also, was ruining their eyes and using up all their leisure time. With trepidation Cliff took the gamble and changed the next insertions of all his failing ads in favor of the one which the right spirit-thought magic had apparently picked out for him. When that new ad appeared, his business skyrocketed to the incredible gross of $2,500 that very month. Cliff and Mary could hardly believe that there was so much money lying around loose, but there it was, in cash, money orders and some checks. Not only that, but the customers were clamoring for more. Quite a number of them even begged Cliff to offer classes and teach them his how-to knowledge in person, and showed willingness to reward him well. Cliff's home mail order business was launched at last as a big success. How, with a simple cartoon, Jerry started small and built up a company worth millions. Jerry was an unprepossessing young man. After high school he attended art school. I met him while modeling for one of the classes he attended, and he told me about his ambitions. He aspired to be a comic cartoonist, but the syndicates were not interested in his creations. I taught him the secret power of spirit-thought magic for fortune-making ideas. The only hunch he got at first was for cartooning a little insignificant animal. He tried again and again, but when he still only got hunches for that stupid little animal idea, he laughed at spirit-thought magic. When I suggested that he follow that hunch, he replied that he would be kicked out wherever he offered such a cartoon. But he gave in eventually and created it. Then he persuaded the neighborhood movie manager to let him show it on the screen between features, from slides. The audience, to their amazement, roared with laughter and relished it far more than the features. Jerry was launched. Soon after, he was in Hollywood producing his animated cartoon for the screen. It was an international sensation. Jerry formed a company and it grew quickly to assets valued at millions. How Archie, a penniless failure at 40, was a millionaire by 50. Archie's family moved from the United States to Panama during the building of the Panama Canal, and his father was employed on it as a foreman. He settled in Panama City afterwards and worked for a Spanish-English newspaper. But he envisioned no future down there for his big family of 7 sons and daughters, so he moved to California during the Depression. He fared no better there. Archie, his eldest son, drifted from one small-paying job to another. By turns, he was a milkman, a filling station employee, a busboy, a Hollywood extra in mob scenes, a grape picker and the like. Archie married and had 1 child, but his wife divorced him 3 years later and went back home with the baby because she was tired of living poor. By the time he was 40, Archie had gained considerable weight, had lost his hair, and was fiercely bitter. He cursed the system, blamed the capitalists for his plight, hated California, hated the world. His primary cause of dissatisfaction, I discovered, was his financial status, for he was honest and generous otherwise. So I decided to instruct him to use the secret power for fortune-making ideas. He scoffed at that silly, nutty, occult stuff, but he tried it anyway. The only hunch he got, though, he snarled, was the repeated vision of machines tearing trees down and digging up the ground. "Much chance of my making money doing that," he said with a hiss. When I asked him what kinds of trees they were, he snorted and replied, "Tropical trees." Just imagine such an asinine vision. Suddenly he remembered that, while in Panama, his family had lived on a dense acreage just outside the city limits, and that his father had chopped down some of the wild vegetation and planted fruit trees in its place. His father, it struck Archie now, could have done a better job with machines, and with much more land. But his father had had no funds to spare. The old landed families owned extensive tracts down there, but these were practically untouched. Many of these families were losing their wealth, too, to the rising business class. They could save themselves, however, if they bought machinery, on time, and farmed their land and exported the produce. He himself enjoyed tropical fruit. Americans and others would enjoy it, too. Archie told me all that. Personally, I preferred to let the land remain unexploited, but I realized that its exploitation was inevitable. I suggested to Archie that he become a representative down there of big American farming and construction companies, particularly since he was an American with fluency in the Spanish language. To my surprise, Archie took my suggestion seriously. He drove to Chicago and other leading Midwest and Eastern cities and interested such companies in him. Then he went all the way down to Argentina, calling on one big landholder after another. In a few years he had sold so much farm and construction equipment in Latin America, and had invested it so wisely in real estate in different countries there, that he was a millionaire. Lesson summary: see how you can use the spirit thought magic for a learning memory, and for fortune-making ideas to advance your career, as well as to start making you wealthy fast. See how it can spare you from being held back for years, just because you can't get by the barriers placed before you by peculiarly prepared examinations. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently in back of the center of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the inadequate memory and at the non-productive fortune-making ideas brain that you have, that it overstimulates you fast. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for a learning memory, and for fortune-making ideas, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Receive from the drawn-in spirit thought or actual spirit, and read by the astral sight, the much-needed information it brings you. Step 6. Receive from the drawn-in spirit thought or actual spirit, the fortune-making ideas you wish, through the astral synaptic sound. You are now prepared to get information from some of the best concealed or forgotten sources, or to break out with fortune-making ideas and leap ahead on the road to riches. 7. How spirit thought power can be used to find lost articles. Nothing can be more exasperating than your being unable to find an important lost article. The article might be a document that could bring you an inheritance. It might contain evidence that could relieve you or a loved one from an unfair accusation or punishment. It might list a formula or describe a plan for an invention that could bring you a fortune. Unless you find that lost article, your whole life or that of another could be materially altered, and for the worse. To find it in the usual course of time might prove to be too late. The lost article, in fact, might consist of a medicine which you or someone you love or are befriending, needs desperately at the time. It might even consist of a body of long accumulated data or notes which cannot be replaced, and yet, without them, you cannot pass an important examination or proceed with a business or plan and enjoy the quick success you expected. You might require considerable time, perhaps extending up to many years, to reaccumulate them as thoroughly again. The lost article, for that reason, might be non-insurable, for its value was not easily transferable, like that of jewelry or a deed. In fact, the lost article might contain only a mention of something which you need badly for something or other, but which is practically impossible to find out from anybody you know or could contact easily, if at all. The secret power to find such a lost article when you want it, is something for which you would pay any price when you need it. It must be admitted, though, that you might never possess that power completely. But you don't have to. Just master it enough, and it will lead you in the right direction to the lost article. If you master it, of course, you will possess a desperately desired power, because you will lose important documents, hard-earned money and other irreplaceable properties during the course of your life, which will seriously handicap you and subject you to fatal losses of friends, time and profits. The astounding gains of people from acquiring the power to find lost articles. Master this amazing power sufficiently as set out in this lesson, and repeatedly save yourself from maddening frustration, financial loss and other drastic experiences due to being unable to find something that has become lost. The amazing uses of spirit thought magic to find lost articles have confounded those who witnessed the seeming miracles achieved in finding them. With such a power, people who had not the least idea of where the article was, or who had no inkling of how it had disappeared, or who had not even seen or known of the article beforehand, were able to find it in the most unexpected places. They even found lost articles in hiding places which others had explored fully but which, due to an unsuspected extra site of concealment, remained undiscovered. With this incredible power, such people recovered for themselves or others, treasured heirlooms, important documents, valuable jewels, large sums of money, purses bulging with badly needed cash, irreplaceable address books, rare stamp collections, desperately needed keys, prized watches. One of them, in fact, even pointed out the exact location of a drowned body after it had been thoroughly searched for. Sometimes the owner himself had lost the article. On other occasions, it had been misplaced or concealed by a child, a pet animal or bird. At other times it had been stolen and hidden by the thief for retrieval later. At still other times, the owner himself had simply put it somewhere and forgotten it, or had inadvertently covered it with something which he had no reason to move for some time, although he needed the hidden article right away. You can use this spirit thought magic most advantageously in your business and everyday life to protect yourself against the consequences of lost articles. How a great portion of what is readily visible remains invisible to you at different times. You don't see all there is to see around you. Due to its conical shape, your eye, each eye, admits only a conical sector of the sphere of light that surrounds you at any time anywhere. All you see when you stand in a room, for example, is the part of it whose reflected light forms a cone with the pupils of your eyes. The rest of the room, which is outside the boundary of that cone, and which therefore cannot find its way inside the pupil of your eye to register its image upon your retina, is not focused on your field of vision. For that reason, you don't see it. And yet, it is there all the time, as you can prove to yourself by just moving your eyes or turning your head. Even the part of the room behind you which you cannot see without turning your body as well, is still there, as you can easily check by turning your whole body around and looking. And that isn't all. You behold more of something of your environment as you move toward it, even though the same amount of it was there before you started moving toward it. When you are present in a room, for instance, and walk up to, and through a door in it, the edge of the door frame expands, in your eyes, as you near it, and lets in a bigger cone of light into your eyes from the room beyond it. Not only that, but the light rays which entered your eyes from the cone of light of the first room, now move outside your field of vision, with the result that the scene of the first room is whisked out of your sight and replaced by a series of changing scenes. And yet, the scene of the first room still exists. But it is in back of you now. Its reflected light is no longer focused on your retina because its rays are outside the fields of vision of the new light cones that form within the pupils of your eyes as you continue moving forwards. That same phenomenon occurs whenever you approach any aperture in the room, whether it be a hole in the wall where something is concealed, or a window, or a space between obstacles, or a hole in the floor. When you move forward to anything, in other words, one vista leads to another in a set of continuous connected sequences, and you perceive one place ahead of another, and the bold place disappears from view. But the bold place is still there, although you no longer see it. Something could then occur in the bold place, and you would not see it because your new visual cone no longer admits light from it. If your visual cone, of course, were extensive enough to admit the whole sphere of light surrounding you, you would see everything around your body in that room, front and back, and down and up, all the time you're in it. Then you would see whatever occurred in the bold place after you passed through it, without turning your head or body. How your secret astral eye can see everything that your physical eye misses. It is theoretically possible to construct a room which would be invisible. Why? Because, for a structure to be visible, it has to reflect rays of light from different places in it, so that these different reflections will form individual beams of light which are separated from each other by membranes of ether. It also has to reflect beams of light from differently angled surfaces on it, so that the beams of light will crisscross each other as they dart out into the atmosphere. Those two qualities make a room visible. If they were missing, the room would blank out and be invisible. The inside of an optical integrating sphere is an example of an invisible room. So is the temporary occurrence of a whiteout in the Arctic of a level snow place, particularly when the overcast sky and the terrain happen to reach the same intensity of light and cause the horizon to vanish. In such instances the observer perceives neither the layout of the structure, nor its different surfaces. He just sees nothing, even though he may detect a fog, film, or the sky. An unmaterialized spirit is also invisible because its surfaces reflect no different intensities of light, nor any differently angled beams of light which crisscross each other as they dart out into the atmosphere. When all edges and curvatures vanish, to state it more crisply, the world vanishes from sight. If something you wanted were concealed somewhere in that room, however, you could find it easily if you could turn that room and everything else in it invisible in your eye, except the concealed article. But how can you bring that about? You can, with the secret astral eye. Its secret will be revealed to you as follows. How your secret astral eye can see what you want, and no matter how well concealed your retina is the photographic plate inside your eyeball, and it registers everything you see outside or inside your eyeball. On your retina, however, there is also a spot without nerves, called the blind spot because it cannot see. On a screen at a distance of 3 feet from your eye, this blind area in your eye covers an irregular circle of 2 inches in diameter. That amounts to a considerable amount of blind space. Nonetheless, you do see out of the blind spot because, if your sight is normal, you miss nothing that is put before you when you look at it. But, you ask puzzled, how can you see through a blind spot in your eye? Physiologists have found that anything seen by the region of the retina immediately surrounding the blind spot, is also seen by the blind spot. The blind spot, according to them, is then filled in by the brain. That's why the color of an object seen, the newsprint red, the continuity of fur, the striping of the wallpaper, the lines of a checkerboard and so forth, are all seen by the retina as if it had no blind spot. Such an important authority as Gibson, though, does not agree with the psychologists. The blind spot in the retina, he declares, does not have to be filled in by the brain in order to see, nor does the subconscious mind have to complete the expected gap in the image by tending to close up the blank area of the blind spot. Gibson suggests, rather, that the picture which the retina itself sees of anything, most likely obtrudes itself on the sight as a whole and causes illusions in the eye of seeing the whole thing as if the eye had no blind spot. After you stare at a curved edge, he cites as an example, a straight edge will appear to you to be slightly curved in the opposite direction of the curved edge. The same illusion even applies to the different colors of surfaces, plainly indicating that there is an adaptation or habituation of the sense of sight. Whatever the cause, it demonstrates that the eye can see what it wants to see, even when it does not actually see it, so long as it is convinced that it should see it. On the other hand, how can the eye be convinced that it wants to see something when it does not even know it exists, such as when it can't see the part of something which is concealed from it by its blind spot? The eye can see it, because it actually does see through its blind spot. It does so with the astral eye. Otherwise, your brain would require clairvoyant power, something rejected by material science, in order to see the area of anything which is not seen by the blind spot of your eye, even if your brain saw that area by illusion. But since the eye actually sees that concealed area of anything it looks at, it is obvious that it sees it with some other eye. That other eye is unquestionably the astral eye. Note it is true that the eye continually moves from side to side swiftly. In that way, it would seem, the seeing part see for the blind spot by normally glancing upon whatever area is not seen by the blind spot. But that would cause a slight blurring in the area of the blind spot or in the image of the picture being looked at. But since no such slight blurring occurs, the astral eye seems to be the only explanation for blind spot vision which can meet any challenge. The right spirit thought magic, however, is even more effective for seeing than the spontaneously used astral eye because it can be controlled to perform miracles of seeing for you. With the right spirit thought magic you can reverse the normal photographic process of your retina at will and convert, or block out, its seeing area into a big, blind spot and see out of its actual, tiny blind spot alone. You then temporarily blot out from your sight all the rest of your environment, and see in your astral, tiny blind spot only the lost article you are searching for. The astral light rays in your astral blind spot will then be attracted psychometrically to those of the lost article. That will be your first major step on the road to locating the lost article. How the natural gift of psychometry helps to find lost articles. Not only are all mediums said to be gifted with a greater or lesser degree of the psychometric faculty, but Professor William Denton, a noted authority, has declared that he found it in 1 man out of 10, and in 4 women out of 10. Actually, everybody possesses the psychometric faculty in some degree, just as everybody can think, and feel, and learn to some degree, but he may fail to use his psychometric faculty, either because he is skeptical of the occult, or because he does not recognize the signs which that faculty bring him. Dr. Buchanan's earliest experiments with his own students, however, demonstrated that some of them could distinguish the different metals simply by holding them in their hands. Indeed, when he put medical substances in their hands, his students gave vent to the same symptoms as if they had swallowed the metals. Some of his students, the doctor discovered still later, could actually diagnose a patient merely by holding his hand. Dr. Buchanan told of many persons he knew who could press a letter against their foreheads and, from that, describe the character and surroundings of the writer, the circumstances under which he wrote the missive, and other acute details. Fossilized bones and teeth have revealed to psychometrists the extinct animals they represented, as well as the prehistoric scenes with those very animals living in them. There is little doubt that the natural gift of psychometry adds to the astral light and helps to find the lost article. The ability to find lost articles is so miraculous and so useful in your everyday life that it pays you to master its 4 well-guarded secret steps. The 4 secret steps to find lost articles. The air around you abounds with malignant spirit thoughts and actual spirits which torture you and other unsuspecting human beings by spitefully misleading you, and them, too, from recovering precious or irreplaceable possessions which you have misplaced or lost. Such foreign entities usually emanate from living members of your opposite sex who were jilted heartlessly in romance, or from those of your own sex who suffer bitterly from romantic deprivation, or from those of either sex who are being mercilessly victimized in some manner by others, either legally or illegally. All are torn with hatred against society, the system, the establishment, against business, against the opposite sex and against practically everything else, and long, astrally as well as physically, to sting anyone they can. The person who is searching for an urgently wanted lost article is a perfect potential victim for such a foreign entity. Protect yourself against such an evil invader and find your lost article, by following these 4 well-guarded secret steps to draw to you the right spirit thought to find lost articles. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently in back of the center of your head, see Figure 1 Section D, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power rage now. Rage at the fact that you are usually unable to find important possessions you lose, without undergoing a prostrating ordeal, if you ever find them at all. Due to that lack, you have misplaced things of the utmost value or importance to you, either for immediate or later use, and have lived through a horrible time, or even gone to infuriating expense, to replace them. Frequently, besides, it was outright irreplaceable and curtailed the benefits or advantages of your life considerably, such as by separating you from valuable contacts through losing an old address book, by depriving you of cherished old photographs of family or friends, some of whom might already have passed away, or have been lost track of, or by leaving you without important old documents which are difficult, if not impossible, to reproduce. And yet, the article may be concealed not far from where you are right now. Or it may be hidden where it should be easy to find again, if you only suspected where that place is. Its loss has thrown you into fits of temper so furious that you may have all but smashed up some of your furniture, attacked or accused unfairly some family member or friend of misappropriating it, or gone berserk in some other way. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of such a lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation accomplished, your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But now, you don't want to draw into you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit which will make you so nervous and impatient when you don't find the lost article soon enough that you are ready to explode. To prevent that from happening, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses incomparable ability to find lost articles. Be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy character, in order not to draw to you the spirit thought or actual spirit of a thief or mischief maker. How to trace the lost article through the astral air. Once you absorb into you the right spirit thought to find lost articles, with the 4 steps, you are ready to discover the lost article. Retrace mentally, or even physically, now, every possible step you might have made around the time you might have lost the article. Doing this puts the right spirit thought magic faster on the right track. So, when you visualize the lost article now and crave to find it, the right spirit thought within you instantly blinds the seeing part of your retina, but allows its tiny, natural blind spot to see astrally an image of the lost article. That is blind spot sight. The image it sees is attuned to the rays which the lost article itself throws off into space from wherever it is hidden, and blends with them so completely that you can momentarily see nothing else with your physical eye. You are then like the absent-minded person who sees only what he is thinking about or visualizing as he walks down the sidewalk, but is physically blind to his immediate environment, even though he may be subconsciously aware of obstacles in his path. Now, although the lost article is either concealed or is lying where you don't suspect, it had to get there first. And its motion while getting there, even if you or someone else carried or placed it there, like all motion, always leaves a trace, a visual trace of its physical movement in getting there. Its motion to get there creates an interrupting structure of light, so to speak, which carries information for you because that interrupting light flashes out into space. It flashes into your physical eye, too, but the latter has not been trained to perceive it. Persons blind from birth, for example, whose sight was restored later upon removing the cataracts from their eyes, did not see things directly in front of their eyes, nor spots within their eyes, until they were told about them. Their minds were not accustomed to being aware of sight directly before their eyes. So, when they now saw things directly before their eyes, they still didn't see them. The lost article, then, has left a trace of an interrupting structure of light all the way from where it was before, to where it is now hidden, a trace which your physical eye sees, but does not see. Your astral eye doesn't see it either, because your astral body is trained like your physical body. But, blind spot sight, which you acquire from the right spirit thought magic for finding lost articles, can see such traces. Your blind spot sight sees the trace of the interrupting structure of light of the lost article all the way along its route to where it is concealed for, although the article itself is no longer moving through the air, the interrupting structure of light it made during its air movement, still remains for some time, even though it turns increasingly faint. The phenomenon is identical to that of the experiment of Michaud. Michaud placed a red square behind a screen. When he moved the red square, a black rectangle seemed to elongate immediately behind it, giving the impression that the red square itself was making it. Those who watched the experiment, in fact, got the impression that the red square was writing, drawing, or painting. Yet the red square was only being moved behind the screen, that's all. But it was creating an interrupting structure of light. The right spirit thought, consequently, with the blind spot sight it brings you, sees through the blind spot in your retina, some remaining trace of the interrupting structure of light which the lost article left in the air as it moved, or was moved, to its place of concealment. Once it detects this trace, your blind spot sight, with astral speed, detects the rest of the movements all along the route to where the lost article is concealed. Practice developing blind spot sight by hiding articles around your place and trying to detect, later, some remaining traces of the interrupting structures of light which they left in the air, and follow them towards the lost articles. How spirit thought power reveals the spot to look for lost articles with blind spot sight. The right spirit thought magic to find lost articles has led you all the way along the route to where the article you are looking for is. But you won't see it because you cannot see on the astral plane. The right spirit thought magic surmounts that obstacle by materializing, for you, a vision of that lost article, usually right above where it is hidden. To effect this, it creates an astral structure of that lost article, not a smooth structure, but one consisting of different small, angled surfaces. See Figure 4. These, naturally, reflect different beams of light which crisscross each other as they bounce back into space. These small, angled surfaces, as a result, show different whitenesses on the astral structure of the lost article, and these whitenesses reflect, back into space, different beams of light with different intensities. Different colors, as a result, are stamped on the small, angled surfaces of the astral structure and cause it to appear to the conscious eye like a differential shadowing, instead of remaining undetected by it like an imperceptible fog. Hence, you perceive, even if not with absolute clarity, but at least you will sense, the reproduction, or materialization, of the vision of the lost article directly over where it is hidden. Below are true case histories of people who astonished others by finding seemingly hopelessly lost articles, with the right spirit thought magic. Their names and identities have been changed. How Elsa found her lost legal documents. Elsa looked for her important legal documents where she vividly remembered putting them away for safekeeping 6 months ago. They were not there. Terror gripped Elsa. Their lawyer could not find his copy, so he had asked them for theirs. He needed it by the end of the week to answer a new charge on an old case against their business. With it in his hands to guide him, he expected no trouble. Without it, however, he might not be able to prepare himself fully to meet unexpected surprises in the case promptly and effectively. Elsa searched for the legal documents feverishly everywhere in the house. But she found them nowhere. She felt as if a bar of cold steel had been plunged through her body. What could she do? A disciple of mine taught her the secret of how to acquire spirit thought magic to find lost articles. Elsa experienced no success in acquiring it at first, and was close to madness on the night before the deadline date for presenting the legal documents to her lawyer. Through repetition she then suddenly absorbed the right spirit thought magic to find lost articles. Early next morning she could hardly touch breakfast. She had an appointment to take the legal documents to her lawyer before 10 o'clock. How could she tell Ted the truth? It seemed easier to take her own life. By 9 o'clock Elsa felt as if on the verge of collapse, for, all at once, she could hardly see a thing in the room she was in, except those lost legal documents dancing mistily before her eyes. Then she felt as if being dragged to her feet by invisible arms, and hauled to another room. Next, she was seized with an irresistible urge to go down to the basement. But, down there she felt like a fool, for she had searched through those premises repeatedly before. Elsa started for the stairs again. But again she could hardly see a thing in the enclosure, except the lost legal documents, dancing mistily in front of her eyes. Before she even realized it, she was standing by a trunk she had not used for a long time, for it contained only old things. An uncontrollable impulse to open it overcame her, but she tore herself away from it and started for the lawyer's office, prepared to go down on her knees and confess her incompetence. But her legs turned limp. Before her eyes again, she seemed to perceive the lost legal documents. She gave way to her uncontrollable impulse and struggled with the trunk until she opened it. Right in the midst of it, wrapped carefully in plastic, were the legal documents. Instantly, Elsa recalled putting them away there herself about 5 months ago, for safekeeping. Lesson summary: see how effectively you can use the right spirit thought magic to find lost articles. See how it can save your face or reputation with partners or friends. See how it can bring back to you any of a countless number of valuable lost possessions, and keep you from getting hysterical. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently in back of the center of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the fact that you are so helplessly unable to find things you lost without a tremendous amount of despairing effort, if you ever find them at all, that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound to find lost articles, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Now, trace the lost article through the astral air. Step 6. Locate the lost article as the right spirit thought magic materializes a vision of it, right above where it is located. You are now adequately prepared to find lost articles with surprising speed. 8. How to use spirit thought to discover hidden treasure. You might never discover a hoard of treasure in your life. And yet, you might step up close to many treasures and not suspect it. You might wander through a certain area just once in your life and pass near a buried treasure there. Could you only discover it, how your whole life would change. You could become another Count of Monte Cristo, secretly or openly helping those you want to, and preventing those who loathe you from dragging you down in life, humiliating you and ruining you. You wouldn't have to spend a whole lifetime getting rich first. You could procure the ideal little island you dream of, for your private, natural Shangri-La. You could afford the lavish wardrobe you crave to don, the eye-popping jewels you long to wear, the wealth-multiplying stocks you are dying to buy when the market is low, the expensive operation you need. There is hardly a thing you could not do if you discovered a staggering load of hidden treasure. But how can you discover it? You cannot depend upon an electronic finder, for it covers too little territory at a time. You can't inspect closely every inch of ground everywhere you go, as you have to with it. You would search forever. But you don't have to, with spirit thought magic. It teaches you the secret way, the way to tell where the hoard is hidden. You can use the electronic finder to pin it down afterwards. Spirit thought magic achieves this for you because it reveals the secret astral means for looking for buried treasure, not in the ground, which is impossible when the area is a dense wood or jungle, as it most probably will be, but in the sky. This jealously guarded occult secret has never been revealed. At the end of this lesson there is a long, thoroughly documented, true case history of an American who used it in a tiny, neighboring Central American country, and discovered, by himself, a treasure of buried gold bars valued at $15 million. Practically everywhere you travel contains buried treasure, some greater than that, some less than that. Over the centuries, more people have buried more than you suspect, to conceal it from thieves, murderers, stragglers, relatives, or even to keep it out of banks in eras when banks were widely distrusted. It is an interesting hobby to seek out treasure whenever you vacation or travel. And you might surprise yourself, your family and your associates by striking it rich with lightning speed. The astounding gains of people acquiring spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure. The thrilling uses of the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure has been the most carefully guarded of all, for obvious reasons. But even the Darien Indians, in Panama, used the seeds of Datura sanguines to produce in children prophetic delirium, during which they revealed the whereabouts of hidden treasures. Miners, for centuries, used the divining, forked, rod, or branches of trees, to discover metal lodes. The gifted person held the forked twig by its horns, one in each hand, and strolled with it over the ground to wherever he thought the mineral lodes were. Sometimes the forked branch bent so sharply there that it broke in his hand. Some of the greatest mines were located in that manner, and mines, of course, are hidden treasures. Buried treasures were found that way, too. In some cases the divining rod itself was dispensed with, and the peculiar sensation consequently felt in the arms, hands, and body of the gifted person were enough to indicate the presence of water in the ground, dowsing. The electrical or magnetic explanation for such phenomena was exploded as far back as 1654. Modern scientists attribute the phenomena to a faculty or ability in the dowser similar to that possessed by the medium. Without admitting it point-blank, then, they confess that it is based on the use of spirit thought magic. It is not surprising, for that reason, that it is written in the Conte de Gabalis, published in the 18th century, that the earth is filled almost to the center with gnomes, or people of small stature, who are the guardians of subterranean treasure, minerals and precious stones. The gnomes are said to be ingenious, friendly towards men and easy to command, and provide the children of the sages with all the money they require, and they ask for no other reward for their services than the glory of performing them. Other spirits which are reported to find hidden treasures are the flagi, a species of familiar spirits. With their assistance, hidden treasures are said to be found, closed letters are read, and everything seen, even if concealed from sight. With their help, buried things have been found, and stolen goods have been recovered. But they reveal their secrets only in dreams. A miner, with the help of the Maoris, confessed to growing rich directly through spirit communication. This spirit thought magic, to repeat, has been the most carefully guarded of all. So, study it carefully and see how effectively a pupil applied it, and found a hidden treasure worth $15 million. The 4 secret steps to discover hidden treasure. The world's atmosphere is full of spirit thoughts and actual spirits which yearn to find human victims to execute their vengeance for them against those who have despoiled them of their wealth, savings or possessions, or who have exploited them mercilessly. They itch to use you to defraud or victimize and thereby punish their wrongdoers. They also envy those who seek to gain treasure easily and try to make sure they never do. Be certain, therefore, to absorb only the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure. Here are the 4 simple steps for doing so. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, gently tap in back of the center of your head, see Figure 1 Section C, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power rage. Now, work up an emotional rage at the fact that you work so steadily for everything you get, and usually under tension and uncertainty. If you could only inherit an enormous sum of money, or make an astronomical killing in the stock market with a small amount of capital. By Jove, would you retire and live it up? How you travel around the world in big style, staying at different retirement paradises, wallowing in the luxuries you relish, passing out money to those you feel pleased with, like a veritable Count of Monte Cristo. Instead, you have to apportion your funds most frugally so as to meet all expenses and still retain a modest surplus for investment to prepare for your old age. You are tired and disgusted straining to save enough to pay your taxes, your medical expenses, including your family's, if you have one, your vacation trips, your new car, the rising cost of living and all the other endless necessities of life. Even should your income be sizable enough, you still have to watch it because so much of it goes to meet taxes and other social demands. Could you only gain possession of some fantastic wealth and revel in the life you want to, without all those drawbacks? Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of your inability to attract such exorbitant opulence to you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With emotional overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound, but you don't want to draw into you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit which will use you to execute its vengeance against those who victimized it. To prevent that from happening, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses unbelievable talents to find hidden treasure. Be sure not to draw to you the spirit thought or actual spirit of a heartless greedy person. With a psychic sight, however, like that of Peter Herkos and others with this extraordinary faculty, the person's psychic power center photographs what his physical eye fails to see. He can, for instance, be asked a question about a subterranean vault 5,000 miles away which he knows nothing about, and his psychic power center will instantly photograph it and reveal its contents to him in exact detail. Indeed, even a camera can photograph that projected psychic power picture of his, as it hovers right before his face, in the air. How you can physically see the islands of buried treasure in the air 20 years ago. Psychophysiology tried to explain how the various relay stations, nuclei, along the pathways of the nerves to your brain, manage to preserve the sharpness of the messages which those nerves transmit either from the outside or from the inside of your body, to your brain. The constant overlaps of those nerves at their relay stations were thought to cause blurring of the messages which those nerves were delivering to your brain. Some process was believed to take place along those nerves to restore the sharpness to the blurred messages before these reached your brain. Otherwise, by the time the messages reached your brain they would be rendered more or less unintelligible. Experiments, however, have shown that there is a good correlation between your mind and body physiology to prevent the messages of your nerves from blurring. Experiments have also shown that vibrations at certain frequencies are probably transmitted to your brain without even being felt by your nerves. What vibrations, you wonder, could these be? Astral vibrations are certainly among them. Indeed, they might comprise all of them. Still, it was not known what precise changes the messages being transmitted to your brain underwent at the different relay stations. As Jung pointed out, clear visibility in the visual system lessens progressively at each visual relay station as it rushes from your eye to your brain. Your visibility typically drops from 40% clear sight in your optic nerve, to 20% clear sight in your primitive visual center, your second visual relay station, to 5% clear sight in your conscious mind, your last visual relay station. If you could see in your conscious mind just as clearly as you see in your optic nerve, then, you would see 8 times clearer and farther than you do. In fact, if you could see as well in your conscious mind as you see with your retina, the place where clarity of sight is 100%, you would see 20 times clearer and farther than you do. If you could ordinarily see in your conscious mind something 5 miles away, then you would now see it 100 miles away. On that same principle, if you cannot see an island in the air in your conscious mind, you may see it easily when the vision in your conscious mind is increased by 20 times. Spirit thought sight can increase the vision of your conscious mind by much more than that. With it you will see the island of the buried treasure in the air, even if the treasure is buried many miles away from you. The island in the air may appear in your conscious mind like a vague something different in the atmosphere in the general direction of the hidden treasure. But that will be enough to incite you to search for it in that area rather than in another. Why you need a psychic sight to see the islands of buried treasure in the air now that you have absorbed the right spirit thought to discover hidden treasure, it has to lead you to the treasure if you proceed correctly. It does so by endowing you with a psychic sight because the right spirit thought alone cannot direct your rays of sight through the air to the hidden treasure, particularly since the treasure may happen to be quite a distance away. You can see the hidden treasure only with a psychic sight because the atmosphere, for one thing, is not a homogeneous structure, but contains overlapping islands of slightly abnormal composition. Each of these overlapping islands consists of a cloud of any substance which is diffusing after being thrown into the atmosphere as the result of some chemical event. In still air, such an island is a diffused hemispherical field. But it is elongated by a breeze, or streamed out by a wind. It is dissipated by rain, but is re-established if the original chemical event that created it persists and throws off more of it into the atmosphere. This diffusion field is a source of stimulation to animals. The smell of a delightful cake left in the air by a delivery boy may not be strong enough to be detected by the time you reach the place where some of it still lingers in the air in a hemispherical field. And yet, enough of it may remain in the air to stimulate your sense of smell slightly, or at least to stimulate your astral sense of smell. With the right spirit thought absorbed in you, however, you can detect this smell strongly enough to be led back to the bakery where the cake was made, even if it be miles away. Certain insects and animals possess a sense of smell of that type, although perhaps nowhere as keen as the right spirit thoughts. The magic of spirit thought sight. This diffused island in the air need not merely be one of odor either. It may be one of a different temperature than that of the surroundings, such as when the heat rises in the Arctic air from the top of an igloo. It may be from radio waves between 2 points, or be the natural radiation from any metal or other substance, like precious stones, buried in the ground. That is so because everything emits its own wavelengths, although these become mixed up with the wavelengths of other matter in their vicinity. Spirit thought sight can differentiate the specific wavelengths of any form of matter from those of another. You need spirit thought sight to lead you to the treasure also because your physical eye alone, even if it could perceive minute and far-away wavelengths, adapts itself too soon to its environment and thereafter no longer sees clearly the barely perceptible in it. Your physical eye, for example, regularly adapts itself to the rate of change of brightness in your everyday environment. After you stare at a light which gradually grows dimmer, a steady light will then appear to you to grow dimmer, too, and vice versa. A field, also, which contains shading, gives longer after effects from light than a field without shading. In the well-known process of light adaptation, the eye adjusts its sensitivity to the prevailing brightness of the light. Yet, when you change the light effects, the eye adapts itself not to the changing brightness, but to the rate of changes of the brightness. How to acquire spirit thought sight now that you have filled your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind or person whom, to you, looks and possesses unbelievable talents to discover hidden treasure. Stare at something in your room and try to detect the island in the air which emanates from it and hovers above it. All objects throw off islands in the air. Try not to let your imagination create such an island for you, and then pretend to detect it. Try, rather, to multiply the clarity of your vision. To do so, see not with your own eyes, but with those of the person you have absorbed into you. Stare at the air above the object, in other words, not as if you are you, but as if you are the person who possesses the necessary psychic sight to perceive the island in the air above it. You won't have to strain to see any clearer, but just to stare at the air above the object with the eyes of the person who can see what you can't. You have to be thoroughly convinced that you are that other person before you can achieve that. Practice this make-believe until you feel this transformation take place in you so completely that your eyes start seeing what they never saw before. This is the most necessary change you have to make in you for spirit thought magic, anyway. You have to forget yourself so utterly that you become the other person who can perform the magic in life which your normal self can't. Actors and salesmen do something similar every working day. They wouldn't make a penny if they didn't. You can do it, too, because actors and salesmen are no different than most people. They just force themselves to change their own persons at will to fit special occasions. If you don't master doing that at once, you will master it after a few tries, perhaps even after a few days' tries. But anybody can master it, for children are notoriously good actors, and you yourself were a child once. But, like all children, you have to stop acting when you go to school and face reality, and so you become yourself alone. Regain this lost natural talent with little practice, and you will instantly start seeing the islands of different objects in the air. You will be startled by them at first, but you will get used to seeing them any time you fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom you believe possesses unbelievable abilities to find hidden treasure. The need for astral flash conductivity. Once you approach close enough to the island of hidden treasure in the air to perceive it more clearly with your psychic sight, you have to become more accurate and locate the hidden treasure itself, because the breeze, the wind, the rain, the different gases in the vicinity, the varying wavelengths from many man-made devices, the fogs, the evaporation from the ground, or even the automobile exhausts and other similar causes, may have moved or altered the island of hidden treasure in the air, so that it is now far enough from, or even in a different direction than, where it was originally. The hidden treasure itself, nonetheless, has not moved, and its emanations are still producing more islands in the air. That might, for that reason, confuse you by presenting to your psychic sight as many as a dozen different islands in the air. All you know then is that the hidden treasure is somewhere near in that narrowed-down area. But it would require considerable expense to explore for it widely, especially if it is buried in a jungle. Treasure hunters have resorted to certain spirits, like the giants and dwarfs, which are related to the Sylvesters and gnomes, to guide them to the exact spot of the hoard. Those entities are said to have no spirit souls, and may be compared to monkeys more than to human beings. But the psychic masters rely exclusively on the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure, and so they use astral flash conductivity to find its exact site. How to locate the exact site of the hidden treasure with astral flash conductivity. To know when your spirit thought sight has located the exact site of the hidden treasure, you have to use astral flash conductivity. With it you acquire the characteristics of a dowser. Like the dowser, you do not locate the exact site of the hidden treasure through electric or magnetic means, but through astral means. To do so, walk across the nearby, but still general terrain, as normally relaxed as possible. Nullify your senses to every feeling whatsoever and sensitize yourself only to the least sensation of being drawn into the depths of the earth against your will. Assuming that you are neither a medium nor a dowser, you will not experience this feeling strongly enough to be aware of it easily. With wish thinking, besides, you are likely to think or imagine that you experience it even before you actually do. So, control your wish thinking or imaginary fantasies, so that you really know when you experience this sensation. You are then creating astral flash conductivity. With astral flash conductivity you convert yourself into a sort of superconductor of electricity, just as the physicists do with different metals. A superconducting magnet, for instance, when cooled below the critical temperature, loses all resistance to the flow of electricity through it. It acts then, therefore, as a perfect conductor of electricity, since it no longer resists any of the electricity fed into it. When, consequently, even a small voltage is applied to its coil thereafter, it carries more current than it carried before, even though the magnet is still composed of the same material. To increase your astral superconductivity, exhale deeply 5 times, in order to breathe out much of your body heat and feel cooler. Drift around slowly, meanwhile, so that you don't work up more heat in you. Envision yourself so clearly as turning into an iceberg that you feel chilly all over. Indeed, the icy chill starts from the soles of your feet and crawls up through your different tissues, into every cell in your body. Your body is now prepared to receive the drawn into the earth signal from the right spirit thought or actual spirit when either of these locates the exact site of the hidden treasure. So, wander on here and there, with your whole body still turned into an iceberg, and be alert to the least perceptible change in you. Blank out all thinking from your mind, to prevent yourself from imagining that you are being pulled into the earth, when you aren't. No matter how long you meander through the general area of the lode, remain an iceberg with a blank mind. If you don't locate it that day, try again next day. But don't force yourself to feel that you are being drawn into the earth if you don't feel that you are, because the right spirit thought or actual spirit won't pull you towards it until you do reach, or are very close to reaching, the exact site of the hidden treasure. Then suddenly, out of the blue, you experience a strange sensation. It commences deeply within your body which, all at once, feels like moving in all directions. Your feet seem more weighty, and slow down your walking pace, or even bring it to a halt. Your shoulders droop, your back slumps, and you are gripped with an overwhelming lethargy. Unless you are a gifted dowser, you might feel no more drawn into the earth than that. But it will be enough to signal to you that you have located the exact site of the hidden treasure, with astral flash conductivity. But, don't leap yet into the air and shout with joy. Reassure yourself first, that you have received a genuine signal by pausing right where you are and deep freezing yourself still more by exhaling deeply another 5 times, until you are standing as if frozen stiff. Blank your mind so completely, too, and close your eyes to help it, or gaze at an insignificant spot in the distance, that you turn into a brainless piece of superconducting, human metal. If you did receive a genuine signal, the earth will pull you down to it still more forcibly and turn you so icy that you shake with a slight tremor. Advance a short step now and determine whether the downward drag on your body is as compelling as it was where you were before. If it is more so, you have moved still closer to the hidden treasure. If it is less so, you have moved farther away from it. Do likewise in different directions until you find out where the downward pull on you is most tenacious. That will be the exact site of the hidden treasure. Verify it with an electronic counter if you wish. Using such a device, though, might attract attention and rivalry, and sometimes, dangerous rivalry. Below is a true case of a man who discovered a phenomenal cache of hidden treasure with spirit thought magic. His name and that of the place have been changed to protect the innocent. How Lee discovered a treasure of heavy gold bars. Lee was an American adventurer who was convinced that the old Spaniards had buried many mammoth treasures in the Central American republics during all the years that they emptied the great gold mines of South America with the labor of the conquered Indians. History recorded only that the old conquistadores had buried some of the vast loot to conceal it from pirates, and had then lost exact knowledge of the location of the hiding places. Lee learned from the secret legends of descendants of those victimized Indians that, small bands of Spaniards had rifled the king's ill-gained cargo themselves by packing heavy gold bars on mulebacks after dark as his caravan crossed one of those narrow Spanish colonies and had vanished with them into its interior, and traveled for days and nights through thick jungle before pausing and burying it. The plunderers had planned, apparently, to capture a vessel of some size later by disguising as English pirates, and fleeing with the wealth to some other European country. One such band had piled up an enormous cache of riches in a secret hiding place in the impenetrable jungles of a distant province of that little Spanish colony, about 150 miles away from the Camino Real, the Royal Road. The band had sailed to that faraway province repeatedly on rafts deeply weighted down with heavy gold bars and manned by enslaved Indians at the oars. But the king's men finally ambushed the band and slaughtered every member of it in a nearby crocodile-filled river, to which they had fled. Lee bubbled with excitement. The trouble was that, none of the Indians had the vaguest notion of where the Spanish band had buried the treasure in that distant province. The bandits had taken every precaution to evade pursuit when they sailed to it, even leaving 2 or 3 armed men behind them to abort such a possibility. Lee met my father in the early 30s, in the interior of that former colony which, at the turn of the century, had gained its independence. My father had been investigating spirit-thought magic there with the native Indians. The two became friends, and Lee invited my father to prospect with him for buried treasure. My father, however, was more interested in unearthing the mysteries of the occult for more humanitarian purposes. He responded to Lee's fervent pleas, nevertheless, enough to teach him how to acquire the right spirit thought to discover hidden treasure. So rabidly eager was Lee to acquire that power that he did so in the amazingly brief period of 3 days. The jungle was thick to comb through, however, and Lee still suffered from a recent attack of malaria, which he had contracted in that country's swamps. So, he postponed serious search for the treasure. But his faith in finding it through the help of spirits did not lessen, for he knew of a miner in New Zealand who had been told by the Tohunga to go to a certain stream and trace it up for 6.5 miles. And then, by following its course in the midst of the forest, he would come upon a pile of gold. The miner, Marsden, followed the Tohunga's directions to the letter and came upon a mass of surface gold lying on the stones in the bed of the brook, deep inside the forest. When I myself resided temporarily in the interior of that little country in the late 30s, re-investigating my father's researches, I met Lee. He was prepared now for the big try. My father had succumbed, meanwhile, from a mysterious tropical ailment, and Lee invited me to be his prospector partner. I refused for the same reason my father did. But I was keenly interested in learning how successful Lee would find the right spirit-thought magic for discovering hidden treasure. Lee departed the next day to where he suspected the Spanish bandits had landed in that province with the loot. He strained to detect the islands of buried treasure in the air with the right spirit-thought magic, but failed for 2 whole weeks. But, all of a sudden, he experienced the strange feeling that there was something out there in the sky, something unaccountably different from the rest of it. It still looked like the same old sky to him, but in the southwest portion he sensed a peculiarity which he could not pinpoint. Something within him, like a hunch, reassured him that he was nearing the hidden treasure. Lee kept staring at that part of the sky, his heart beating savagely. In the meantime, the little feelers of the foreign entity, which he had felt crawl into him, seemed to coil up in his body cells like legions of microscopic watch springs. Then they lashed out in his body cells with such fury that they shook Lee like an explosion bottled up within him. Right then he felt as if something had been blasted out of him towards that part of the sky. Lee found himself heading quickly in that direction, as if being dragged to it against his will. So difficult was the way through the thick jungle that Lee had advanced but a few miles by sundown. He rested that night, covering himself tightly against the endless multitudes of voracious insects. He resumed the trek in the morning and soon came unexpectedly upon a stream. Once again he experienced the strange feeling that there was something unaccountably different in the sky, but this time it was about 2 stone throws away from him, near the stream. It occurred to Lee that, surely the Spaniards must have had the gold-weighted rafts towed up the river when they reached that province. No longer doubting that he was near his goal, Lee applied astral flash conductivity to learn the exact site of concealment of the hidden treasure. He exhaled deeply 5 times to lose body heat, as I had taught him, and blanked out his mind. Then he shuffled along the bank of the river, toward where he sensed the astral island in the air. He did not feel as if he were being drawn into the earth when he reached the region of the astral island in the air. So, he wandered about the area. Progress was discouragingly slow because the jungle, although thinner in the immediate vicinity than elsewhere around, was still impenetrable enough. Lee also had to watch closely for poisonous reptiles in the underbrush. He was back in town a few days later and revealed his experience to me. I urged him to make another attempt. He gathered supplies and a pick and a shovel, but loitered in town for a week to dispel suspicion. Then he returned to the spot. For another week he combed practically every square inch of the possible treasure area, but still had no sudden feeling of being pulled down into the earth. He was ready to give up searching there when, one day, his feet seemed heavier, and all but glued him to the ground. His shoulders drooped, and his back slumped. He felt as if he was falling into a lethargy. Instead of leaping into the air and shouting with joy, though, Lee halted and exhaled deeply another 5 times until his body felt perceptibly cooler. He also blanked out his mind, and closed his eyes to help it, and tried to convert himself, as much as possible, into a brainless piece of superconducting, human metal. To locate the exact site, Lee edged this way and that until the lethargy that had overtaken him felt most noticeable. With his heart beating like mad, he marked that spot by ripping the bushes around it. Lee dug feverishly until dark, and all next day. 6 feet down he was stopped by a board flooring. Bursting into a cold sweat, he hauled up the boards. Big gold bars were assembled neatly beneath them. With violently trembling arms, Lee hauled out some of them and estimated the full value of the cash at about 15 million American dollars. He collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, he reburied the bars he had extracted, concealed the spot carefully and hastened back through the jungle to town. He rushed into my hut and bubbled out about his staggering find. He was deeply afraid, though, he confessed to me, that he might have been watched, and even followed, from afar. I advised him to hurry to the governor of the province and record his claim. On the following day, the governor and an escort of police raced back with Lee to the spot. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure, discreetly, of course, and change your whole future. See how you can live, at last, the fantastic life of luxury and ease which you have dreamed about so long, but could not make come true. See how you can finally retire and live it up, travel around the world, stay in different retirement paradises, wallow in anything you enjoy, and pass out money to those you want to help, like Count of Monte Cristo. You can achieve these stupendous gains with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently in back of the center of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the fact that no windfalls ever drop in your lap that you have to strain for everything you attain, until it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by overoxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for discovering hidden treasure, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. See the islands of buried treasure in the air with psychic sight. Step 6. Locate the exact site of the hidden treasure with astral flash conductivity. You are now adequately prepared to discover hidden treasure and change your whole life into the fantastic one you wish. 9. How spirit thought magic can be used to learn people's inner secrets. Nothing can protect you better from other people's selfish designs and put you quickest where you can profit most easily from them, than the power to learn their concealed secrets about you. The Secret Service of every government, big or small, spends unbelievable sums and employs many spies to try to learn the concealed secrets of their enemy spies. Nations have been born, or tumbled with that power. The same occurs in business, social relationships, friendships, love, family life, law, and in everything else under the sun which relates you with people. Every step you take in life can succeed or fail, depending upon how well you learn the concealed secrets of your friends, enemies, loved ones, partners, children, neighbors and acquaintances. You can be suckered so tragically by anyone who plans your ruin without your realizing it that you could lose your life savings at the drop of a hat, miss the grandest opportunity of your life, irreparably lose a prized friendship, have your loved one stolen away from you, your child's character destroyed, or your confidence in yourself shaken so badly that you never regain it fully. All because you didn't learn the inner secrets of such individuals as a clever swindler, a faithless friend or employee, a disloyal mate, a deluded child, a tricky salesman, an inexpert professional man, a sweet-talking politician, or of scores of that ilk. They all scheme to ruin you clearly in their minds, but since you don't learn their concealed secrets, you fall easy prey to them. Once you learn their secrets, however, you can rout them before they make a move against you. By learning the secrets of your true friends, in addition, you don't misjudge them and convert them into enemies. The spirit-thought power to learn people's inner secrets is the great effort saver for dealing effectively with people, for it leaves you always prepared to profit the most from everybody instantly. Obtain this power and you will work miracles in your everyday contacts with people. How some persons profited from learning others' secrets. The numerous uses to which certain persons have used spirit-thought magic and actual spirits to learn the inner secrets of others, be it for romance, business, social advancement, for uncovering treachery or other plots against them, or to rob company secrets and turn them into unbelievable wealth, stagger the imagination. Not only that, but a surprising number of such people did not even realize that they had used spirit-thought magic, and, in many cases, malignant spirits. California Indians, indeed, gave children certain intoxicants in order to gain, from the visions these brought them, information about their enemies. Such people could have gained equally in the right way with the right spirit-thought magic, had they known how to acquire it. For, with a power like it, wives multiplied the amount of spending money they extracted from their penny-pinching husbands. Husbands trapped faithless wives. People read the treacherous minds of most trusted friends. Lawyers prepared for their clients the best answers to the opposition's questions beforehand. Doctors uncovered the true causes of their patients' afflictions, which the patients themselves had concealed from them for one reason or another. Swindlers and con men, of course, used it for evil self-purposes. Card players, like bridge players, used it to place their opponent's cards with uncanny skill. The experts call it the feel of the table. Spies used it to unearth well-guarded national secrets. Generals used it to find out the tactics of enemy armies and prepare to smash them. Envious workers used it to disseminate vicious, but circumstantially true, tales against fellow workers and ruin their chances of promotion. Prisoners, both of civilian and of war, used it to escape the best-watched jails. Honest employees used it to advance themselves with remarkable speed. Parents used it to halt their children in time from performing unwise acts that might have ruined the rest of their lives. There is hardly a use, indeed, to which the right spirit-thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets has not been put. The 4 steps to learn people's concealed secrets. The atmosphere around you is always crowded with malignant spirit thoughts and actual spirits who are frantically trying to help, or to encourage unsuspecting humans with hard hearts to carry out evil designs such as, to swindle, deceive, victimize, delude, ruin or take advantage of others for unworthy purposes. Their vengeance-seeking minds crave to see innocents, like yourself, suffer as they themselves did at the hands of the unprincipled. And they are incredibly successful in those nefarious designs. Your best protection against them is to read the concealed thoughts of those they impel against you, before they can take advantage of you. You can do so easily by following these 4 simple steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, see Figure 1 Section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that although you are so conscientious and well-meaning and try to do your best for others, so many people, nonetheless, do you dirt. They hold you back in your career, in romance, socially, with your family, in fact, in practically everything in life. You are always the gallant who is too noble to do the nasty thing. As a result, you usually get the worst of every deal. Had you only known the concealed motives of such people beforehand, how different a life you would have lived. Even when you tried to help those close to you, had you but known beforehand what malicious advice others had given them which would ruin them before they were experienced or shrewd enough to know better. You hate yourself for that lack in you which has repeatedly left you, or someone you love or side with, at the mercy of some vicious, heartless individual who looked out only for himself, for his personal gain, for his own temporary pleasure, or for something always his own, and who saw you or the person closely attached to you, as a victim ripe for sacrificing. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of that lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in a second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But now you don't want a psychic but malignant, foreign entity, to convert yourself into a swindler, vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the ability to learn the concealed secrets of others. And be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy character. How to feel and become enough like the other person. To anticipate his thoughts and possible actions. Now that you have drawn the right spirit thought to learn people's secrets into you, you have to draw enough of the other person's astral body into you with it, in order to feel and become enough like him to anticipate his thoughts, and thereby learn his concealed secrets. Girth-ray, a famous mystic, had this ability for mystic power. When he treated anyone, he said, he felt as if that person's astral body entered into him. As a consequence, he added, he then observed everything like that person, and even felt and willed like him. He called that state telepathic rapport, or unification. Here are the 4 steps of the secret for you to draw enough of another person's astral body into you with the right spirit thought in order to feel and become enough like him to anticipate his thoughts and possible actions. Relax now and let the right spirit thought which you have drawn to you, extrude its little feelers out of you and visualize it seeping into the other person's physical body, right into his body cells. Clench your fists tight and visualize these little feelers closing over a portion of the other person's astral body in his body cells. Finally, relax your fists and visualize the little feelers relaxing and freeing the grasped portion of the other person's astral body in your own astral body. That portion of his astral body is still connected to him by his silver cord, but, since it lies free within you now, it can communicate instantly to you everything he thinks or feels. Why you can become enough like the other person to anticipate his thoughts and possible actions. Your brainstem, or the part of your brain which lies just above the top end of your spinal column, is the message center from your brain. Nerves from your spinal column also convey to it messages of pressure, pain, temperature, as well as messages from the remote parts of your body, from some 4 million sense detectors embedded in your skin. Your brainstem, as a result, is flooded with messages simultaneously from all parts of your body. Indeed, it is estimated that in every second of your waking life, your sense organs send out at least 100 million messages, electrical signals, to your brain. So, when the grasped portion of the other person's astral body is freed within you now, its still remaining direct connection to his own brainstem enables you to siphon off enough of the messages in him that reach his brainstem, into your own brainstem without his even suspecting it, since his conscious mind receives but 1 in a million of them. You are, therefore, accurately supplied with exactly the same messages which his body and brain receive in him all day long. To state it more graphically, you are then practically living within him, looking out at the world through his eyes, smelling through his nose, feeling with his fingers, suffering from his sensitivities. You feel and become enough like him, as a consequence, to anticipate his very thoughts. In other words, you have put yourself in his place. And so, you know precisely how he feels, or how he is influenced, by every message he receives from outside or inside his body. Hence, you can anticipate with remarkable accuracy exactly how he will respond to them. When you can siphon off his concealed secrets astrally, you will be able to become enough like him, indeed, to feel enough like him to anticipate his thoughts as if you were him. This is the secret you will be taught next. How secrets can be siphoned out of the other person's mind into yours. A nerve pathway which conveys commands from the brain to the muscles is composed of several different nerve segments. These lie end-to-end along the whole length of the nerve pathway. The ends of these different nerve segments consist of nerve extensions which reach out into the gaps which separate these different nerve segments. Through these nerve extensions, the command from the brain, which is being conveyed by the nerve pathway, is thrown off into the liquid space of the nerve gap into which these nerve extensions reach. The fluid in the nerve gap then transmits the command across the nerve gap into the next nerve segment along the nerve pathway, where it continues being conveyed to its destination in the muscles. That means that you can siphon a secret out of the other person's mind into yours astrally. You do so simply by slowing down the speed of the command which is conveying his concealed secret across the nerve gap that carries it, and then siphoning his secret off of the command before it flows on. For example, when the other person sees something frightening, a frightening picture of it registers first in his visual center. Then it rushes to his emotion center, his hypothalamus. From there the fright is registered in his conscious mind, where it is sent to be more sensibly appraised before he responds to it. His conscious or subconscious minds, or both, then deliver commands to his different muscles, directing them to protect him against the danger being threatened by the cause of the fright, such as, to his hand muscles to close his fists and strike out in self-defense, or to his finger muscles to sign a vindictive order, or to his vocal muscles to shout for help, or in defiance, or to his stomach muscles to dilate and halt his digestion, in order to provide more blood in his arteries to supply his protecting skeletal muscles, or to his shoulder muscles to shrug and feign unconcern of the peril. You can siphon any command out of the other person into you astrally. Siphon it out after his mind dispatches it towards his muscles. Just intensify the nerve electricity which transmits the command, and that nerve electricity reaches the nerve extensions of the second segment of his nerve gap. You will know beforehand, then, how that person is affected, say, by the fright, see figure 6, bottom, that's how you will easily anticipate his coming reaction to the fright. Reread this revelation slowly, and learn, next, how to put it into effect. How to siphon the concealed secret unsuspectedly out of the other person's mind into yours astrally. Visualize yourself straining your utmost to push open an immovable door, and envision the other person's astral body straining beside you, trying to help you. Tense your muscles hard, if need be, to add to the reality of the vision. But, make both the other person's astral body and yourself fail miserably in your combined attempts to push open that door. A sense of discouragement will be instantly implanted in the other person's astral body, as a result, either telepathically from you, or from himself. That increases, at his nerve gaps, their natural resistances to the speed of the discouragement command which is rushing to his muscles, because a sense of discouragement augments the acidity of the fluids in his nerve gaps. That now weakens or arrests the action of the nerve electricity which is crossing his nerve gaps, just as acid arrests the action of a battery. His onrushing commands slow down enough then for your astral body to siphon his secret unsuspectedly out of him into your psychic power center before the commands reach his muscles. As a result, the grasped portion of his astral body which lies free in your body cells and which is still connected to him by his silver cord, will receive his thoughts or concealed secrets from him, and implant them into you before they reach his muscles. That puts you always a step ahead of him, and you beat him to the punch repeatedly during your personal contacts, even over the telephone, and put him at your mercy. Even when you are far away from him in distance, you will still know his concealed secrets. That's how to siphon the concealed secrets unsuspectedly out of the other person's mind into yours astrally. How to decode astrally the meaning of the other person's concealed secret. Once you siphon the other person's concealed secret out of him, you have to decode it properly, or you risk being misled by it. You might siphon his secret out of him either in visual or word form. More likely, it will be in the form of hunches, or feelings, of what he is thinking about, or planning to do. Unless you are a naturally gifted medium, only occasionally will you siphon his concealed secret out of him in a specific visual or word form which clearly and plainly reveals it. In any kind of spirit thought magic, in fact, you will usually absorb the spirit thought, even from actual spirits, in the form of hunches, feelings, inclinations to do something, for no apparent reason, or in sudden inexplicable compulsions to perform acts which you never conceived of before, and so forth. On the other hand, that's all you really need to decode the spirit thought communications you receive. And, indeed, it is even better to receive them that way because the visual or word form may be subject to numerous interpretations and lead you to conflicting conclusions. While a hunch, a feeling, an inclination to do, or not to do, something, if not opposed by you, will lead you straight to doing what the right spirit thought magic wants you to do, with little time wasted trying to figure it out. That is so because each nerve fiber, at any instant of time, is either full on or full off. It is either actively transmitting a message or command with its nerve electricity, or its nerve electricity is turned off altogether and the nerve fiber is transmitting nothing. So far as physiologists have been able to determine, no intermediate, partly on, state exists in your nerve fibers. The other person's brain centers, then, send you complete messages or commands, even if they are for indecision. You therefore receive these as completely as he himself thinks them out. You never receive them only in part. The hunch or inclination you receive from him, then, is fully his, not part his, and partly no communication. So, seize that hunch or inclination the instant it flashes into your conscious mind, and don't start analyzing it. Just accept it as you receive it. Don't try to convert it into words and figure it out, either. Just accept it as given. Should you experience, for example, a compelling feeling that the other favors you, accept that. Don't start appraising his features and expressions and actions and speech and other such qualities and comparing them with your hunch about him, for he might be a clever actor who can alter these external factors to suit his ends. Just accept the spirit thought hunch you received from him as the final decoding of the concealed secret about you he harbors, and prepare to meet it. If the hunches you receive are overwhelmingly irresistible, faint images of them might even flash before your eyes. As a famous medium once said, however, the pictures I get are always correct. But sometimes I make mistakes in trying to interpret them. That's why it is usually best to take the hunch and let the pictures go. Warning: when to draw no part of the other person's astral body into you, there are times when you should draw no portion of another person's astral body into you, times when you should not use the spirit thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets. Don't use it when the other person is not well, for it might add to his miseries by draining him of needed energy. When he is a child of very tender age, or is seriously ill or infirm, or is a doddering old man. Indeed, never draw into you the astral body of anybody who is enfeebled. It might deprive him of needed energy at the time, or confuse him if he is a child. When he is wide awake, if, at that moment, he needs his presence of mind. Otherwise, you will leave him unable to think straight and protect himself from some peril. Below are true case histories of people who have saved themselves and others from disaster with the right spirit thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets. Their true names and identities have been changed. How suspicious Len contacted his wife's mind while she cheated on him, and surprised her Len had to absent himself from town frequently on business. He trusted Edna, his wife, implicitly, but she was too querulous about his exact whereabouts every time he came back home. To calm his suspicions, he drove back homeward several times much earlier than he was expected to and watched the house after dark, a block away. But he saw nothing to arouse suspicion and felt like a guilty fool. Len discontinued that unpalatable practice, but his suspicions remained. He told me his problem, and in strict confidence I suggested that he acquire the right spirit-thought magic to learn people's secrets, in order to learn his wife's activities whenever he left town. Len practiced my instructions without Edna's knowledge, and in a few weeks he absorbed the right spirit-thought magic. The next 4 times he was out of town he received no hunch, feeling, or inclination that Edna was misbehaving. Barely after leaving town the 5th time, though, he was seized with an inclination to return home as soon as possible. He made an effort to ignore it, blaming it on his old suspicions. But the inclination remained. In disgust with himself, Len started back home. About midnight he parked a block away from his home and stepped out of his car. A faint light was burning in his kitchen, and through the dark Len described the silhouette of 2 figures on the back porch. A few minutes later, a man left the house quickly. Len himself then sneaked to the rear of his home, rapped lightly on the door and whispered Edna's name. She hurried to it, whispering back in evident alarm, "What's the matter, Larry? Haven't you gone yet?" She drew the door open, in her nightgown. At sight of Len she turned white as a sheet. Threatened with divorce unless she told him the truth, Edna broke down and confessed all. How Clem read the treacherous mind of his most trusted friend. Clem was 68 years old, and was married to Lorna, his much younger wife of 33. They were married 5 years now, and although Clem no longer functioned as a virile husband and no longer looked like a youth, he was still madly enamored with Lorna and provided her with all the luxuries he could afford. He was not mighty rich, but he had saved and invested steadily over the years, and his estate had accumulated to about $350,000 in value. Being mostly in solid stocks and real estate, it was still growing steadily in value. Clem was satisfied that Lorna would have no economic worries should he suddenly pass away. 38-year-old Alf was Clem's most trusted friend, and Clem let him escort Lorna to the races and other places she enjoyed, but which he himself did not care for much. Alf was most kind and considerate to Clem, especially of late, after Clem had tripped on the stairs of his home and nearly suffered a concussion. Clem had refused to be taken to the hospital and was recuperating satisfactorily. He was faintly suspicious that Lorna might have had something to do with it, so, when he resumed his daily walks and met me again, he begged me to teach him how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets. I taught it to him in strict confidence, and in 12 days he acquired it. But when he tried to siphon Lorna's concealed secrets out of her, he received no unusual hunch, feeling, or inclination. He tried to again and again, especially at night, but enjoyed no more success. Next, Clem tried to siphon his janitors, and then his neighbors' concealed secrets. But he still received no response. Before giving up, he reluctantly tried to siphon Alf's. It seemed to Clem as if he did receive an answer, but it was vague. Puzzled, he made a second attempt. On his third attempt, on the following day, something gripped him and seemed to drag him back to those stairs. As he descended them once more, a sudden impulse, or some mysterious power, brought him to a halt. His very feet felt as if glued to the steps. He looked down at them curiously, and there, fastened across that very step, was a cord. Frozen with terror, Clem returned to his room. Later, though, he blinked out when no one else was in the house, broke the string and went on down quietly. Downstairs he made a thumping noise, dropped to the floor, let out a shriek and lay still. Alf dashed in. But instead of rushing to Clem, he raced up the stairs, slipped the ends of the string off its attachments and pocketed it. Clem was standing at the bottom of the stairway, looking up at him. Spirit-thought magic had opened a deep secret for Clem. How Henry suspected his 15-year-old daughter's explanations for the frequent parties she attended. Henry was a hard-working, conscientious father of 44 with a daughter of 15 and a son of 13. His daughter, Tina, was an honor student and very popular, especially with the boys. Henry and his wife were proud of her, but Henry wished that she would limit her excessive popularity with the boys until later. "Oh, don't be old-fashioned," his wife, Grace, reassured him. "Girls, nowadays, start dating at 13. And you can't stop them. This is a different age." Henry still felt that Tina was too young to date, frequently up to twice a week, and even to stay overnight, occasionally, in a girlfriend's home after a party there. When Henry protested, nevertheless, both Grace and Tina tore into him and pecked him to shreds. The more Henry thought about it, however, the more he convinced himself that he was right. Even though Grace insisted that the parties Tina attended were proper, and that the homes she slept in overnight occasionally, were respectable, Henry still felt that his daughter was not doing the wise thing. So, he told me his problem. In strict confidence I suggested to him that he convince himself once and for all about Tina's social activities with the right spirit thought magic to learn people's secrets. Since he urgently sought such help, Henry acquired the right spirit thought in 9 days. The next time Tina attended a party, Henry reached her with the right spirit thought magic. But he received no alarming answers from her. The answers were not different when she attended a second party. When the hour neared for her to leave to a third party, though, Henry was suddenly seized with a strange hunch that an unsuspected tragedy was about to take place. When he questioned Tina at length about that coming party, she flew into a rage, and Grace helped her silence him. But Henry could not suppress the hunch, for it pushed deeper and deeper into his mind. In bed that night he could hardly sleep, so persistently did it hound him. He phoned the home where the party was held, at midnight. The parents replied that the get-together had ended an hour and a half ago because school examinations were coming up soon. But Tina had not come home yet. Henry started to call the police, but Grace wouldn't let him. An hour later Tina banged on the door and rushed in, with her clothes ripped and torn. Her boyfriend had made her drunk, she babbled hysterically, and tried to attack her. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to learn the inner secrets of other people, whether it be for romance, business, social advancement, or for uncovering treachery or other plots against you which may even threaten your life or ruin that of those you hold dear. See how much safer it makes your everyday living and safeguards your best plans. And you can achieve all these goals easily and rather quickly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage, fiercely at the fact that, although you are so conscientious and well-meaning and constantly try your best to help others, so many people regularly try to, or do you dirt. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for learning people's concealed secrets, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Now, draw enough of the other person's astral body into you with the right spirit thought, in order to feel and become enough like him to anticipate his thoughts. Step 6. Next, siphon his inner secret unsuspectedly out of his mind into yours astrally. Step 7. Decode astrally the meaning of his concealed secret without analyzing it. You are now prepared to learn people's secrets and to be able to act in your own interests. 10. The power of spirit thought to defend you against psychic attack. Unless you can defend yourself regularly against psychic attack, you will be constantly victimized by people who envy you and wish you harm. Such people, sad to say, number up to legions in your life. You don't suspect how many there are, because they don't have to be outright enemies or jealous rivals of yours. Many of them happen to be your best friends and associates who fear that you are climbing too quickly in life and will soon forget them. Without meaning to, they desperately try to retain your friendship and subject you, albeit subconsciously, to devastating psychic attacks to retard your swift rise. Even those who like you immensely, fear that your new position will alter your relationship with them, for they will no longer be able to kid you as they did. If you amuse them by being a griping bachelor or old maid, for instance, they might resent your unexpectedly capturing a much-admired mate and turning into a busy, married person, without much social time left for them. Your loving children, too, for understandably selfish reasons, might wish you to remain a lonesome, bereaved or divorced parent. Or your adoring mate might want you to retain, or make still worse, a harmless cosmetic defect like baldness, if you are a man, or a big waist, if you are a woman, so as to feel more secure about you. Last but not least, those who envy or despise you, will subject you regularly to psychic attack, both consciously and subconsciously. With spirit thought magic you can easily defend yourself against such sneaky psychic attacks. With it you become immune to their devastating powers as set out in this lesson. Such immunity, besides, causes the psychic attack to ricochet off you astrally, back into the guilty person and deplete his energy and compel him to accept the inevitable about you and to stop trying to attack you effectively through powerful psychic means. Your greatest talents bloom forth freed from psychic attack. As a result you are automatically and widely accepted thereafter for the new person you have grown into socially, or in your career. You are liked by all again, even if somewhat differently now. So, master this secret power and save yourself from mysterious and unknown forces undermining you secretly. The astounding gains of people acquiring spirit thought power to defend them against psychic attack. The urgent uses of the right spirit thought magic by people, all through the ages, for defense against psychic attack, would fill libraries. People not only used it to protect themselves against the psychic attacks of their enemies, but of their envious rivals in love, business, careers, social success, affluence or health, or from those who were simply sadistic. Lovers used it to protect themselves against rivals who wanted their prizes for themselves, and who, for that reason, tried to turn the lover's mind against his prize. Women with happy homes used it to protect themselves against jealous friends or neighbors who tried to destroy them by filling their minds with baseless suspicions against their husbands. Rising subordinates used it to keep themselves from losing their confidence in themselves and ruin their careers, due to the vicious thoughts of green-eyed fellow employees. Inventive minds used it to banish the confusion into which jealous, non-inventive minds tried to throw them and crush their creative talents. Artists used it to prevent materially minded people they knew, especially among their own families and friends, from driving original ideas out of their heads. Less attractive individuals used it to neutralize the eroding forces of the more attractive who begrudged them when they improved their own attractiveness and developed into close rivals of theirs. Jealous lovers used it evilly to drive into a frenzy the ones they failed to win, or whom they lost to others. Suburbanites used it to defend themselves against the bitter psychic acrimony of their competing against the Joneses' neighbors. Frightened wives used it to hold off the fierce disapproval of in-laws. There is hardly a situation in life, in fact, in which you won't meet people, either important or unimportant, who will, even if unsuspectedly, scourge you with psychic attacks. The terrifying power of evil spirit thoughts all around you day after day, you and everybody else around you are being subjected to some kind of psychic attack. Some of the attacks are more obvious and terrifying, while others are so subtle that their effects cannot easily be differentiated in you from a psychological aberration or quirk. An obvious and terrifying one occurred recently when two sisters died mysteriously in the same manner, 5 years apart. Each had been well and happy, and then suddenly look horror-stricken, let out a piercing 10-second scream and stopped breathing. One of them had awakened early in the morning when it happened to her, and the other had just emerged from a swimming pool. An example of a more subtle psychic attack is when you suddenly get stage fright when about to take part in an activity which you have engaged in repeatedly and easily before. This commonly affects athletes, actors, public speakers, salesmen and others. The athlete may even be a champion in the gymnasium, but freezes during competition and goes down to ignominious defeat. No matter how incessantly the coach reassures him that he is championship material, or even how expertly the psychiatrist prepared him for the meet, he still remains unstable and fails again and again during competition. Apparently, the malignant spirit thought or actual spirit is nailed into him either by himself by allowing it so seep into his body cells, or the astral body of some rival has implanted itself into him, even if the rival does not suspect it. Similar thraldom can affect your daily speech and incline you to stutter and stammer on occasion, to acquire claustrophobia in an instant, or to be plagued with a sudden unexplainable revulsion against something you relished before. Psychiatric treatment has not always freed such victims from such mysterious thraldom either, proving rather conclusively that the cause was something beyond the reach of human reasoning. Such an affliction pounces on you as if from nowhere and invades your whole body. It sets your heart beating tumultuously, your stomach fluttering, and your bowels moving or feeling like moving. Your sight turns blurry and you feel as if ready to faint. Yet, the moment you fail miserably in the situation for which the debilitating psychic attack was fired into you, that psychic seizure may disappear as if by magic, leaving no trace in you. That is the terrifying power of evil spirit thoughts all around you, spirit thought from people or actual spirits which are ready to devastate you with psychic attacks. More extreme instances of psychic attacks are those in which Chinese and Hindus have killed themselves to exact revenge on their enemies by leaving their spirits clinging to their foes like giant, blood-filled ticks, until they drove them to suicide. That's why the Chinese have a dread of the wandering spirits of persons who have come to untimely ends. The Chinese fear with good reason, that such persons finish themselves off because they were thoroughly dissatisfied, in one way or another, with their earthly lives. So that, when their spirits subsequently return to their former earthly surroundings after the suicide, these discern their old environment as if they were still in it. And, to their despair, they witness their last wishes disregarded, their savings being squandered, strangers possessing their old estates, their families cursing them for not leaving them better provided for, their children turning corrupt, their lands gone, their wives, or husbands, either being tortured with worry or stricken with mortal disease. The half-crazed spirit, in such instances, cannot help but fling itself into the picture and try to exact revenge on those who made a mimicry of it. The half-crazed spirit runs amok, like a mad dog, psychically attacking anybody it can. It might even turn into a wicked poltergeist and break loose with mysterious rappings and knockings, or it might invade the minds of the unsuspecting, like you, and devastate you instead of one of its own despised earthly relatives. This is especially true, though not always necessarily so, should you happen to have profited, even in the remotest manner, from the ruin or destruction of any of its relatives or close friends. How the psychic attack unsuspectedly seizes control of you to be effective. The psychic attack, either from an evil spirit thought or actual spirit, has to catch you when you are not prepared to resist it, whether you are awake or asleep. It catches you easiest when you are tired or fatigued or discouraged and your body is being affected by internal toxic forces. As a rule, it sneaks into you unsuspectedly. But, immediately afterwards, you experience either a nightmare or a feeling, if awake, of a psychic seizure. If you happen to be asleep, you may groan or let out alarming sounds. In fact, you might even have a nightmare and cry out in vain and show all the signs of intense anxiety such as sweating, a fixed facial expression, dilated pupils, difficult breathing. The essential symptoms which you distinctly experience are oppression of your breathing, paralysis, and anxiety, usually occurring in that order. The anxiety is believed by many to be the most intense ever suffered by man. The dream in your nightmares, too, lacks a clear structure. But it is commonly a dream of oppressive situations, as if you are locked up in a tomb, or having rocks piled on your chest, or falling from a high place, or drowning, or facing a horrible death through physical attack. Upon awakening you recall nothing you dreamed but, for no apparent reason, you display an intense anxiety which you did not display before. That indicates that the malignant spirit thought or actual spirit carrying the psychic attack, has crept into your body cells and, like a foreign protein in your body, has caused an allergic reaction in you, both astral and physiological. The psychological wreckage resulting in you from the psychic attack. It is not easy to resist the psychic seizure of the psychic attack. It pounces upon you and overwhelms your mind and body, regardless of whether you are physically strong and healthy. Even if you suffer from no bodily ailments, you now look ill or pale, or severely drawn in the face. You also seem quite different from your ordinary self. And, of course, you are. The psychic attack, besides, whether it stems from another person or from an evil spirit, storms into you against your will. The kui, as the Chinese call it, may even drive your astral body out of you. If it invades you during your sleep, when you wake up you will find yourself changed from a cool and confident person into a trembling psycho. Or you could be gripped with an uncontrollable impulse to throw violently anything you lay hands on. Or you may feel a compulsion to do the very thing you don't want to do, whatever that may be. As a result, you may waver with physical weakness, trembling, dizziness and profuse perspiration. You may even be passive now and refuse to do what is expected of you, or you may be active, instead, and do the very opposite of what is expected of you. If the psychic attack on you is merciless, your suddenly acquired negativism may include your own natural body functions. And so, for example, you now refuse to empty your bladder or move your bowels when you should, and thereby you punish yourself without rhyme or reason. You may drift about, also, with feelings of utter unreality, as if you are not really where you are, doing what you are, thinking what you are, or saying what you are. You might even be obsessed with a stubborn indecisiveness, like that of the individual who is never sure that he has turned off the stove and who is forced to return to it repeatedly to make certain. Indeed, you could be thrown on the borderland of delirium, with your consciousness cloudy, bewildered and disoriented. That is the psychological wreckage that may result in you from the psychic attack. The physiological wreckage resulting in you from the psychic attack not only transforms your psychological reactions, but even your very body tissues. Since it injures your tissues with the trauma of the invasion of an evil spirit thought or actual spirit, proteins at once invade your tissues and bind them more firmly to the structures within your body cells than to the outside surfaces of your body cells. The larger macromolecules in you are, consequently, absorbed by your body cells more readily than the smaller ones because they are drawn into them now by stronger membrane movements, a process called endocytosis. And, macromolecules are known to exert biological effects in the body cells in which they lodge. One such macromolecule protein, for instance, enters the nerve cells of the sympathetics, the fighting nerves, and causes them to multiply from as much as 4 to 6 times in number. Another one promotes the growth of tissues other than nerve. Many other ill-defined macromolecules are present in your bloodstream, although their functions are still largely unexplored by scientists. Their invasion of your body cells, at any rate, results in throwing toxins into your bloodstream, for the toxic molecule is the same in all protein. And the toxins, in turn, may act directly on all your body cells, probably changing their physical and chemical nature and producing in them a state of fatigue. Toxins in your blood also increase the excitability of your nerves, leaving them more susceptible to harmful influences. And the nerves most affected are your sympathetics, or your fighting nerves. Your adrenal and thyroid glands, for that reason, are stimulated by them to oversecrete their hormones. Your metabolic activity, therefore, is increased too, and you suffer loss of weight, depressed digestion, faster pulse beat, night sweats, rise in body temperature, changes in your blood, and increased metabolic activity which breaks down your tissues faster, and weakens you and hurries on old age, and an injury to your body cells which hinders assimilation within your body of foods and other substances into your body cells. When the psychic attack persists for a while in you, besides, your body becomes acid, and that increases and prolongs the toxic symptoms in it. The psychic attack, because of that, transforms you like a witch transforms a human victim into a despised animal, and controls the rate of growth of your different tissues all the time you are enslaved by it. The 4 steps to defend you against psychic attack. As already stated, the atmosphere around you, wherever you are, abounds with malignant spirit thoughts or actual spirits which are constantly attempting to invade and ruin you with psychic attack. These may range from prank players to those who long to alter your character in order to work off some pent-up fury of their own against certain people. Protect yourself against ugly influences by drawing to you the right spirit thought to defend yourself against psychic attack as follows. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the part of your head just above your ears, see Figure 1 Section B, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now, rage at the fact that you are surrounded by so many secret enemies, or are plagued by so many people who are against you for one reason or another, despite the fact that you mind only your own business, live honestly and do no conscious harm to anyone. Emotionally rage at the fact that so many people begrudge you every time you advance in life, and upset you so badly that you cannot do your best at anything. Rage at the fact that, although you try your best to be nice to everybody, so many individuals analyze you suspiciously or with contempt for doing so, that they paralyze your true personality. Rage at the fact that, even though you pursue but one woman, or man, seriously, others either poison that person's mind against you, or make you so uneasy that you can get nowhere with her, or him. Rage at the fact that, although you try to think clearly during emergencies and meet them sensibly, so many people want you to get the works that you grow panicky in such situations and fall into disaster. Rage at the fact that, even though you do your best for your subordinates, so many of them believe the contrary and wish you a calamitous fate that you are turning into a nervous wreck in your superior position. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this tragic plight of yours, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But you don't want a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit to spring into your body cells and subject you to the psychological trauma and physiological devastation and resulting enslavement of a psychic attack. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the stolidity to absolutely ignore all psychic attack from anyone for anything whatever, and who can thereby cast off any such attack against you the very moment it seizes you when you are awake, or the very moment you realize that you were subjected to one while asleep. You will regain your normal self at once. Again, your heart beats normally, your breathing is normal, the pupils of your eyes are dilated normally, and your digestion, and the rest of you regain their normalcy and you lose the oppressive weight that bore down on your heart. You have freed yourself from the vicious psychic attack. Below are true cases of people who have completely fought off and annihilated vicious spirit thoughts or actual spirits with the right spirit thought magic for defending themselves against psychic attack. Their names and identities have been changed. How Loomis, who dreaded losing his position, got a raise instead. 37-year-old Loomis was a factory superintendent. For the last 2 months, though, he had drifted about his work befogged, as if in a trance-like state, he told me. He constantly feared making mistakes, and so he made more of them than ever. His plight left him anxious about his position. Of late he even doubted the reality of his own person and practically had to pinch himself to make sure he was at work, and that he was actually Loomis and nobody else. He also complained of poor memory, insisted that he could not think and that he felt as if falling victim to sleeping sickness. My personal belief, without passing for a psychiatrist, was that he might be the victim of a psychic attack. So I suggested to him, in strict confidence, to try to acquire the right spirit thought magic to defend himself against one. It took Loomis a whole month to acquire the right spirit thought magic because the enslaving spirit thought or actual spirit had him absolutely under its control. But then, almost like a miracle, the diabolic condition vanished entirely. Loomis was his old self once more and was soon promised a raise by his superior. How a copywriter overcame the psychic attacks of his rivals in the agency and produced his best copy. Paul had been doing well with his ideas in the advertising agency where he worked as a copywriter. Of late, though, he had done poorly, and his boss showed evident disillusion in him. Paul learned from a reliable source that his rivals there were spreading the rotten impression that he was mentally unstable and impractical. Paul's confidence in himself, as a result, vanished quickly, and whenever he tried to create and produce new copy, he froze with discouragement and could not visualize clearly or concoct anything truly original. Consciousness of his recent failures looked bigger every day in his mind, too, as if somebody was perpetually hammering it into his head, to finish his career. And so, his heart beat fast with dread of failure, and a heavy oppression pressed upon his chest and stifled his breathing. When he attempted to free himself of it and create regardless of it, his lungs turned ice cold and his hands trembled. Cold perspiration even burst out over his forehead, and occasionally he felt faint and dizzy. Since Paul was convinced that he was being subjected to psychic attack by his rivals, in strict confidence I taught him how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic to defend him against psychic attack. He acquired it in 9 days. Instantly he was his old, optimistic self again. At work next day he sailed into his new assignment with bubbling enthusiasm. The difficulties he encountered only whetted his appetite for more. Paul made more progress that day than he had made for weeks. His superior was intrigued and called his new copy his best to date. How Jim won back Lana after losing her from an indirect psychic attack. Jim and Lana were engaged to be married in 3 months. Jim worshipped the ground she walked on. Not only was Lana beautiful in a bewitching manner, but she was a delightful conversationalist, an entrancing listener, and gushed with sympathy for him. But, all of a sudden, she changed abruptly towards him and handed him back his engagement ring. Jim was stunned. All Lana said to him frigidly was that she had decided not to marry until she found the ideal which she now realized she wanted. Jim implored with her, but to no avail. His every attempt to win her back was met with a firm no. Jim confided his desperation to me. He agreed that he had rivals for Lana's hand, but as far as he knew, she kept company only with him. It struck me that Lana might be enslaved by the psychic attack of a rival of Jim's who was striving to alienate her from him. But Lana, I believed, still loved Jim very much so. In strict confidence I taught Jim how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic to defend himself against psychic attack. Jim acquired it in 4 brief days, and flashed the skill into Lana. A week later he made a desperate last call on her. To his amazement, she seemed unable to resist him again. They were married a month later. On their honeymoon Lana confessed to him that, during the whole week before he returned to her, she suddenly felt freed from some mysterious enslavement within her which had made him, for some unexplainable reason, seem contemptible in her eyes. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit-thought magic to defend yourself against the psychic attacks of your enemies, or of your rivals in love, business, career, social success, or from those who are simply sadistic. See how much more peaceful it can make your whole life and keep you from becoming panic-stricken whenever you face any kind of competition. And you can attain those goals easily and quickly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the part of your head just above your ears 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert the right part of your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that you have so many secret enemies, or that you are envied by so many people for one reason or another, even though you have done them no harm and only mind your own business. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by overoxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound to defend you against psychic attack and flood the vicin you receive with a worthy purpose. You are now perfectly prepared to defend yourself against psychic attack and to prevent others from scourging you with it. 11. How to use spirit-thought magic to take psychic possession of others. To take psychic possession of others is a remarkable power. It is another power which has to be particularly used for worthy purposes only, because it puts others abnormally under your domination and control. If you use it for unworthy purposes, you will create an evil monster in the other person which will destroy you in turn. If used for worthy purposes, on the other hand, with it you can completely alter the faltering character of another person and make him a most effective individual instead. You can cast an enslaving habit off him instantly. You can fill a vacillating person you love, instantly, with the fortitude to resist an unworthy suitor or a designing, conned man. You can push your friend or child through a difficult examination and gain for him the position or the opportunity he covets. You can fill him with Herculean power to save his own life during an emergency. You can use it to subdue the mind of another who is assaulting you physically. There are endless worthy ways to use spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others. Never use it to compel unwilling prospects to do business with you, solely to make you rich. Such victims will abhor you, once they recover from your secret power. You would have to take psychic possession of them year in and year out to keep them subjugated to you, and that would be an exhausting effort. Apply this power on people for comparatively short periods only, because it affects them like magic and enables you, with lightning speed, to achieve your goals with them. But keep your goals worthy within the limits of fair competition, at least, or you may convert your victim afterwards into a lasting enemy. The best gain from an individual person is attained when you leave him, or her, so thoroughly satisfied with you that the person becomes a steady customer, or falls in love with you, or is grateful to you for freeing him of an enslaving habit, and so forth. When used for worthy purposes, spirit thought magic to take possession of others converts you into a human being without a peer. So, go ahead and become an expert in it as set forth in this lesson. The astounding gains of people taking psychic possession of others. The right spirit thought magic to take possession of others was abused by witches and others to possess innocent people unsuspectedly and compel them to do willingly what those people would not have done otherwise. Other individuals, though, used it for worthy purposes such as, to advance themselves nobly in life, especially when those who barred their rise proved to be indomitable. Such individuals used it to seize hold of the basic character of the person barring their rise, and altered it into that of a person who would favor their rise. Others used it to seize hold of the basic character of the person who rebuffed them romantically, and alter it into that of a person who would desire them romantically. Still others used it to save their own lives by implanting, in the person who imperiled it, the basic character of a person who would not imperil it. Others used it to alter the resistance of people they met daily and briefly in business, by changing their obstinate attitudes into attitudes of compliance, long enough, at least, to gain the advantage over them, or to execute their plan or mutual agreement. With the right spirit thought magic to take possession of others, the user secures an inescapable hold over another person by divesting him of his basic character and thereby leaving him unable to free himself from the hold. With this right spirit thought magic, in other words, you can implant into another person the very character you wish he had and leave him so strongly possessed by it that he behaves as if he were that very person. This spirit thought magic, then, is obviously one that can convert you into a veritable power unto yourself. The difference between obsession and possession. Let there be no mistake in your mind about the meaning of the word possession in the occult. It is not the same as obsession. Obsession, in the occult, means to be attacked repeatedly by a malignant spirit thought or spirit from without. Its medium of control is mainly through mental telepathy from the attacker to the attacked, something akin to the piercing of a wax image of a person by his enemy, with pins, accompanied by dastardly oaths against him, as in black magic. When the victim is, at length, half crazed by it, the resulting condition is called obsession. Possession is the opposite of that, in the sense that it indicates the total domination of a person by an evil spirit from within him. Both obsession and possession, nonetheless, describe a takeover of the basic character, and the absolute control of the body and mind of the singled-out individual by a foreign and discarnate entity. It was believed, in the Middle Ages, that all madness was caused by possession of the evil one. In the rites of black magic, in all ages and places, too, the performer may deliberately seek to be possessed by the devil and his demons in order to receive from him or them infallible knowledge and the consequent power brought him over others and, therefore, over his destinies. But here you will be taught how to use possession for worthy purposes. The 4 secret steps to take psychic possession of others. The atmosphere around you abounds with malignant spirit thoughts or actual spirits who are constantly trying to invade you and use you as a stepping stone to take possession of their enemies and revenge themselves on them. They want you to absorb them and project them, or the vengeful personalities they harbor, into the person they despise, so that they can retaliate at last on those who wronged their lives selves while they were on earth. The trouble is that not only do you gain nothing from that, but the evil act remains in your subconscious mind after you commit it and initiates a long train of psychological aberrations, unexplainable nightmares of guilt feelings, and maddening inner conflicts in you that may lead to a low degree of retrograde amnesia and transform you into a repulsive type of Jekyll-Hyde person. Others, too, are jealous of you and are dying to hold you back in life, or they want you girl or your wife for themselves, or they oppose you socially or in business. You may overcome them by changing their basic characters into the characters you wish they were, with the 4 secret steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, see Figure 1 Section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. The right part of your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that you lack the ability to make people behave towards you as you want them to. Rage at the fact that they can bar your rise in life without your being able to alter their characters and to thereby compel them to advance you as you wish them to. Rage at the fact that you can't make the person you want to want you as madly as you want her or him. Rage at the fact that you can't break down the resistance of people you meet daily and briefly in business, long enough at least to gain significant advantages over them, or to execute your plans or agreements with them consistently. Rage at the fact that you can't divest others of their basic characters and enslave them in the hold you would like to get on them, for worthy purposes, of course. Instead, you are defenseless against being held down mercilessly in your career. You can't win or keep the mate you want most. You fail to reach the pinnacles in life you aspire to. Or you can't bring others completely under your domination, for worthy purposes, of course. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred for this desperate lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But you don't want a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit to enslave you to its nefarious ends, and even sacrifice you in the process. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the ability to compel people to behave towards you as you want them to. And be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy purpose. Note now that you have drawn to you the right spirit thought to take possession of others, you have to know how to ignite and implant your spiritized astral body into the other person in order to take psychic possession of him. The secret of the spine-brain psychic impulse. Before you can possess the other person, you have, first of all, to ignite your spiritized astral body into implantation action. You do so by creating and reaching it with protoplasmic radioactivity, because the astral realm is the realm of superatomic activity, like that of the gamma ray. You achieve that end with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump as follows. As Madame Curie demonstrated when she discovered the activity of thorium, the activity of all radioactive substances depends simply upon the amount of the active substance present, and it has nothing to do with the nature of the chemical compound in which it is found. Radioactivity, furthermore, like the astral body, has been found to be independent of all physical conditions, as well as of all chemical conditions. Neither the lowest temperature nor the highest temperature appear to affect radioactivity in the least. Radioactivity, consequently, is as unalterable a property of the atoms of radioactive substances as is weight itself. But, how is radioactivity produced in the atom, in the first place? It is produced by the nuclear electronic jump. And what is that? When an electron is knocked out of the farthest outer electron orbit, Figure 7, Section A, radiation, generally of an optical frequency, is produced when a new electron jumps into the vacant spot. When an electron is knocked out of an inner electron orbit of the atom, however, the subsequent jumping of an electron from the next outer electron orbit, or from a still farther out electron orbit, into the vacant spot, produces radiation. But, when an electron, beta ray, is ejected by the radioactive process from the nucleus itself, Figure 7 Section C, the subsequent electronic jump, or readjustment, within the nucleus, produces the gamma ray. And that is the nuclear electronic jump. The gamma rays are radioactive rays because they are roughly 100 times more penetrating than even the beta rays, and because they are not deflected by magnetic or electrical fields, like the other rays. Gamma rays are regular rays in the ether, like X-rays, only shorter, and they are spontaneously emitted by radioactive substances. Potassium, now, is the only radioactive substance in your body, and no other substance takes its place. And, a radioactive substance is transported to your tissues only by your nerves, undoubtedly because your nerve fiber is exceptionally rich in potassium. Potassium is the source of the nerve electricity which transmits messages or commands through a nerve. When a nerve is stimulated or deprived of oxygen, potassium diffuses from it fast into the surrounding tissue fluids, but it returns to the nerve when the nerve is rested or reoxygenated. Now, before the nerve fiber can acquire its maximum potassium concentration, it has to be full of energy, but it should be using up the least amount of it. The nerve fiber is found in that state when the body is calm and breathing slowly and deeply. That is the perfect parasympathetic nervous system state. Potassium can therefore be concentrated in your tissues by your nerves, and specifically by your parasympathetic nerves, your loving nerves with the psychic master secret, which may be scientifically called the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump. How to affect the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump? Your parasympathetic nervous system has 3 centers in your body. One of them lies at the base of your spine in your sacrum bone. Another lies toward the back of your brain, the nuclei of your bilateral vagus nerves. The third lies in your hypothalamus, your organs, control center at the base of your brain, which, in turn, is under the control of your psychic power center. There are the spine-brain psychic centers of your parasympathetics. See Figure 8, through the combined effects of these 3 centers upon your whole body, you can concentrate the potassium in it and make your body markedly radioactive for astral purposes. So, lie down in bed and relax fully. Banish all tension from your mind and body, so that your sympathetics, your fighting nerves, lose much of their influence on you, and your parasympathetics, your loving nerves, gain control over you. Take 3 or 4 deep breaths, but no more, to quiet down your heart still more. Feel now like the happiest person on earth. Feel that every part of your body enjoys perfect health, even if it doesn't, that all your economic difficulties are solved, even if they aren't. Underscore that your romantic and family life is ideal, even if it isn't, that you have attained every goal you seek in life, even if you haven't, that you are flooded with popularity and admiration everywhere, even if you aren't. Lift your spirits, in other words, into the heavenly ecstasy of the mystic, into the ecstasy one experiences when he communicates with the Absolute and feels he is being wafted through space in heavenly bliss. That is how the psychic master stimulates his parasympathetics, his loving nerves, to the maximum and attains a potassium concentration of spiritized proportions. Next, you are to effect the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump to ignite your spiritized astral body into implantation action. To do so, blast the little feelers of the right spirit thought magic out of your body cells into your spiritized astral body, like a machine gun firing a barrage at a clump of nearby small trees. Feel the barrage blast so powerfully within you that it shakes you from head to foot. It will batter the atoms of your astral body into astral pulps, and their nuclei will eject an astral electron each, producing gamma, radioactive, rays. Your astral body is now not only spiritized, but also ignited into implantation action. Practice and master this stupendous psychic master secret, for it is the first great step for your actual taking psychic possession of others with the spirit thought magic. How to draw the other person's basic individuality into you. Your next step is to draw the other person's basic individuality into you and transmute it with your ignited, spiritized astral body before you implant it into him to possess him in precisely the manner you wish. No matter how you want to possess the other person, let's call him Andy, you have to change his whole being in the process. In fact, you have to change Andy's physical size, his health, strength, mental processes, agility, imagination, muscle coordination, body weight, indeed, everything about him, so that he takes on all the physical and mental qualities of his possessed self. He must even walk like it, think like it, speak like it, argue and gesture like it. Otherwise, he is only influenced, not possessed, by you. Andy will resist your drawing his basic individuality out of him, just as instinctively as the infant girl will resist molestation until made a delinquent of. For that reason, you will not draw his basic individuality out of him in an instant. But you will do so quickly enough. Just continue lying down and visualize Andy as being present wherever you presume he might be at the moment. Your psychic power center will automatically link you up with him telepathically wherever he is. Next, visualize your whole body as being transformed into a powerful astral magnet, and concentrate its astral rays upon Andy's astral body. With the utmost peaceful relaxation, feel these rays penetrate his astral body. How to transmute the other person's astral body. Since Andy's ripped out astral body bears with it the stamp of his physical, mental and physiological individuality, your ignited, spiritized astral body has to obliterate that stamp from it once you imprison it within your own body, and transmute, it into that of the person you want him to be. So, draw your ignited spiritized astral body back into your body cells now, and let its radioactive cells infiltrate into every astral trace of Andy's bewildered, imprisoned astral body, like a bleach into a fabric, and divest it of all natural aspect. Then, immediately visualize the exact self of the new Andy you want him to be. If Andy is a friend, relative, or loved one whom you wish to be, or to feel, bigger, smarter, or handsomer, if you are a woman, envision him from head to foot, in every possible detail, looking, acting and actually being that new person, and let your ignited, spiritized astral body alter his own astral body into that of such a person. If you wish him to be, or to feel like, a genius, order your ignited, spiritized astral body to create a mind for his astral body like that of a genius, even if such a mentality happens to be radically different from his own. If you want your loved one to feel like a beauty, if she is a female, order your ignited, spiritized astral body to create an appearance for her with stunning loveliness even if she has little of it herself. Don't limit yourself, in brief, by what he, or she, is like in actuality. Just remember the theory of relativity. So, just transmute Andy's astral body, with your ignited, spiritized astral body, into that of the person you want him to be. How to eject the other person's transmuted astral body out of him with his new self. You are now ready to implant Andy's ignited, spiritized astral body into his body cells. If any other spirit thought or actual spirit has invaded them meanwhile, by implanting your own astral body into him you oust it at once. It so happens, though, that REM sleep is necessary for astral body implantation. REM stands for rapid eye movement, and it is the phase of sleep in which you dream. You have to enter it through SWS, slow wave sleep, or you will enter it too abruptly and be jerked awake. Haven't you experienced the sensation of drifting off to sleep, and then suddenly been awakened violently by a savage jerking of your body, usually of your legs? At times that is caused by a reflex muscle contraction in your body, but at other times it is caused by a too hasty darting off of your astral body from your physical body to where it subsequently floats several feet above you during your SWS, slow wave sleep, like a balloon in the air at the end of a string. This unexpected explosion of astral energy in you causes a reflex astral contraction of your silver cord which jolts your floating astral body right back into your physical body. The physiological explanation for this is that, SWS, slow-wave sleep, is a tension-banishing sleep, a sleep in which there is no intense activity of the central nervous system. Your astral body leaves your physical body during such sleep and suspends itself above it, and your sleeping physical body gets used to the separation during such sleep. REM, rapid eye movement, sleep, in contrast, is a sleep of intense brain activity, with a marked increase in activity of your conscious and subconscious centers of sight, hearing, of blood flow in your brain, of elevation of your brain temperature, and of your thalamus, your sensations recording center, all of which are activated by your sympathetics, your fighting nerves. So, before you fall into REM sleep, command yourself, as in a post-hypnotic suggestion, to fall asleep deeply and soundly first, or to fall into SWS sleep, and not to dream. But that, a half hour after you are asleep, to keep sleeping still, but to wake up astrally, and to eject Andy's transmuted astral body out of your body cells with such volcanic power that it blasts out of you like an astral rocket. Repeat these commands to your hypothalamus, at the base of your brain, 5 times. Then relax your body from head to foot and convert your mind into a total blank by thinking only of a big zero in space. Before long you will fall into SWS sleep, and at the appropriate time, into REM sleep and eject Andy's transmuted astral body out of you with the self you want him to be. How to seize control of the other person's silver cord after you eject Andy's transmuted astral body out of you, you have to seize his silver cord before you can implant his transmuted astral body into him. While your physical body is alive, your astral body remains connected to it by your silver cord. Your silver cord can be extended without limit, and it is severed from your physical body at your death, just as the umbilical cord is severed from the mother at the birth of her child. Your astral body then joins the spirit world. All through your life, though, your silver cord remains intact between your physical body and your astral body, but your astral body is free to roam from your physical body when you sleep, or even when you are awake, especially if you have trained it to do so. This roaming of your astral body produces dreams. Such dreams indicate that your astral body is roaming during your REM sleep, and they consist of the scenes and impressions which your roaming astral body transmits to your physical body as it wanders about. In order to render Andy's physical body more prone to accept a changed astral body, you have to deprive Andy himself altogether, first, of his own true self. To do so, gently line up your own silver cord against the portion of Andy's which was drawn into your physical body with his astral body, about 15 inches of it. The normal astral currents from your own astral body will then flash through the whole length of his silver cord and reach into his psychic power center and confuse him. Accomplish this by clearly visualizing that as actually taking place. Andy at once loses, as a result, temporary recollection of his own astral body. His physical body is now, as a consequence, a body without a self. How to implant the other person's transmuted astral body into him and possess him, but you cannot just leave it to Andy's transmuted astral body alone to implant itself into his body cells, for it has been changed into an astral body which is suited to another person altogether. His physical body would resist or even reject it. You yourself have to implant it into him and possess him. Here is the psychic master secret for achieving this spirit thought magic classic, which seems hardly less than a miracle now that Andy's transmuted astral body is hovering just outside his physical body, trying to re-enter it, command and affix it just above his physical body instead. Place it parallel to it, but with its feet pointing in the opposite direction of his physical bodies. Now, draw his transmuted astral body close to his physical body, so that its psychic power center touches that of his physical body. Next, wheel his transmuted astral body around in a semicircle, like the long hand of a clock, with its head serving as the fixed end. Its legs and body will swing around, therefore, and come up under his physical body. When Andy's transmuted astral body approaches to about 10 degrees below his physical body, halt its movement. Its head will then be practically implanted into his physical head, while the rest of its body will still extend outside his physical body. His astral psychic power center will now be lodged within his physical psychic power center, and it will pack itself into the body cells of his brain and alter his basic character. Finally, slowly elevate the rest of Andy's transmuted astral body until it is implanted completely into his physical body and infiltrates all his body cells. Andy will be possessed by you now, for when he awakes he will be far more like the self you have implanted into him, than like his own true self. Medicine men and witches develop the power to implant another person's transmuted astral body into him with such fantastic effectiveness that they can alter completely and for as long as they wish, the self of the person they possess. So can the psychic master with the right spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others. When you use this power for worthy purposes, you, too, can do marvels with it. Below are true case histories of people who used this spirit thought magic for remarkable achievements with psychic possession. Their names and identities have been changed. How a doomed man saved his life. In strict confidence I taught Arthur S. how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others, to advance him in his career. Shortly after, while vacationing, he was swimming in a deep-water beach where some motorboat enthusiasts occasionally broke the regulations and drove within the safeguard limits, to ogle and try to pick up some of the bathing beauties ashore. Swimmers, for that reason, had to keep watchful and alert there. As Arthur relaxed and cooled off in the water on that hot, steamy day, he suddenly spied a motorboat skidding across the water toward him with lightning speed and making surprisingly little noise, compared to other models. The eyes of its middle-aged operator, besides, were glued on a bevy of teenaged dreams lolling in the sunshine. Aware of Arthur's plight, the girls signaled frantically to the boat driver, but he mistook their gestures for invitations and ogled back at them like one hypnotized. Frozen with terror, Arthur resigned himself to a horrible and untimely end when, in desperation, he envisioned himself hurling his identical self at the man and implanting it into him and thus, making him as much aware of Arthur as Arthur was of himself. Instantly the man's hands seemed to turn the wheel just enough for the motorboat to whiz past Arthur by only a few feet, although the driver's eyes were still fastened on shore. Spying Arthur at last when the huge wave from the motorboat heaved him up high, the man nearly lost control of the wheel. At once he sped straight out, glancing back at Arthur as if to reassure himself that he was not seeing things. In this case, Arthur had saved his own life by swiftly implanting his own astral body into that of the motorboat driver. By doing so, he had possessed him momentarily with his own character, so that the man's reflexes, his hands, turned the wheel without his even suspecting it, just enough to miss running down helpless Arthur. How selfish Richard enslaved beautiful Olga 3,000 miles away, although she had never seen him. Richard was an average-looking young man of no status in a class-conscious foreign country. He fell desperately in love with beautiful Olga, the daughter of a multimillionaire aristocrat. He thought of nothing but her, as he went about his commonplace life, clerking in a clothing store by day, and sitting with the poorer class in the public square at night, exchanging gripes over the political might of the wealthy natives. Richard was half American and had little future down there, so he decided to settle in the United States. He would make his fortune overnight and return and beg Olga's haughty father for her hand. Whenever he spied her being chauffeured through the crowded streets in the back of her limousine, he poured his heart out to her through his eyes. But she took no more notice of him than of a lamp post. Richard was settled in the United States about 3 years before I met him. He was chained to another inconsequential job and told me that it was no easier to get rich here than back there. And he was not willing to spend years getting rich, and lose Olga in the meantime. He wished to take possession of her so strongly, he confessed to me, that she would not accept any other man and would wait for him. The fact that she hardly knew he existed, made no difference to him. With the greatest reluctance, I taught him the secret power of spirit thought to take possession of others. I tried, however, to talk him out of using it for such an apparently hopeless goal. Olga might even be married by now. I warned him. "I don't care," he replied. "For me, it is Olga or nothing." Richard practiced and mastered the spirit thought secret power and projected it, daily, 3,000 miles away to the old country. Richard projected the power at least once a week. During the last 10 years he did so only occasionally. In the interim, he married and divorced twice. But he couldn't forget Olga. One day, by what seemed like mere chance, although spirit thought teaches that there is no such thing, he ran into someone he had known distantly in the old country. He found out that Olga had married shortly after his departure, but had divorced 3 years later, a most unusual act in that religious country, and had moved to the United States and was residing in Florida. Richard hurried to Florida and traced her. She was still nearly as beautiful as ever, and she accused him of wrecking her life. She could not stand her husband, she told him, because he, Richard, had filled her thoughts and enslaved her against her will. She hated him, in turn, but could not oust him from her mind. Her unexplainable obsession had driven her to shock the country by obtaining a divorce and taking off to Florida, as though some magnet had drawn her there. Although she had never laid eyes on him before, she insisted she recognized him instantly as the mysterious image of the man who had flooded her thoughts and imprisoned her will. They married soon and returned to the old country. There Richard managed her ailing father's huge interests and inherited them recently upon his demise. You are not advised to pursue a headstrong course like Richard's. His case history, nonetheless, shows up that the secret power of spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others worked effectively even when the intended victim could not recall ever having seen him before, but yet enslaved her for more than 10 years over a distance of 3,000 miles. Lesson summary: you have been shown how you can use the right spirit thought magic to implant into another person the very forces to possess that person so that he reacts exactly as you want him to. This power of psychic possession can enable you to reach the heights of your desires, to change obstinate clients and customers into agreeable ones, to convert dreaded enemies into self-sacrificing friends, and to save your life in an emergency. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain of the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to compel people to behave towards you just as you want them to, so that you can put them completely under your control, for worthy purposes, of course. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound to take possession of others, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Ignite your spiritized astral body into implantation action with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump. Step 6. With your ignited, spiritized astral body, rip the other person's astral body out of him into you, with his basic individuality. Step 7. Imprison and transmute the other person's astral body with your own, ignited, spiritized astral body, into that of the person you want him to be. Step 8. Fall into REM sleep in order to implant the other person's transmuted astral body into him with the self you want him to be. Step 9. Implant the other person's transmuted astral body into him and possess him. You are now perfectly prepared to take possession of others and compel them to do willingly anything you want them to do, for worthy purposes, of course. 12. How spirit thought can be used to contact past astral incarnation. No matter how deeply you think and try to make the wisest decisions before you act, 2 heads are better than 1. But you can't always find a dependable head to help yours, not at once at least, and sometimes not for a long time. Its owner might not have lived enough like you, or might not be enough like you, or might not have lived through enough experiences similar to yours to be able to help you in a sufficiently practical manner. He can advise you then only through his own eyes. But his eyes are not your eyes, and they cannot see from your points of viewing. No matter how eagerly that person might desire to help you, his counseling might fall short of the mark and do you more harm than good. You loathe him thereafter, although he did his best to help you. Much of the time, besides, you would rather not confide your problem to another person. The friends of today are the enemies of tomorrow, goes an old saying. Most blackmail originates from former friends or associates to whom have been confided intimate secrets by their victims. Even if that person never blackmails you, rightly or wrongly, you may fear that he might. It is safer to keen your own counsel. But that might not help you solve your threatening problem. Find the safe, ideal, qualified counselor you need by contacting the past astral incarnation of someone very much like you, who existed decades or centuries ago, someone who faced a problem similar to yours and who solved it with miraculous success and with the least effort. The basis of all problems remain the same over the ages. Contact the past astral incarnation of such a person, and his spirit will fly to your side and guide you safely, like a well-informed big brother, through your difficulty and enable you to make the greatest gains from it. There is no problem for which you can't find a secret, invisible, thoroughly informed big brother to guide you through with ease, as set out in this chapter. The astounding gains of people contacting past astro incarnations, the unbeatable gains of people from acquiring the right spirit thought magic to contact past astro incarnations confound all the sophistication of science. With past astro incarnations, people have relived situations that took place decades or centuries ago, problems with amazing effectiveness. Others brought to light long forgotten, never exposed crimes. Still others were led practically by the hand, to unsuspected abandoned treasures in art, to priceless old manuscripts, to history-making archaeological discoveries, to revolutionary historical records, or deciphered mysterious ancient documents. You can now master this spirit thought magic yourself as set out in this chapter, and evade most of the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that will be rained at you during most of your life. How there is no true reincarnation. My long-searching ancestors found out from the psychic masters the never-yet-revealed secret of past astral incarnation. They learned from them that there really is no such thing as reincarnation, or the belief that the spirit of a person, after his death, reappears sometime later in the body of a newly born person as that person's astral body. The belief that you, for instance, have already lived at least one life on this earth before your present one, a life the very opposite of the one you live now. If you lived like an affluent member of the nobility before, for example, you might be living like a hard-pressed nobody now. The most secretive of the psychic masters, with whom my ancestors lived for so long, had discovered that there is, instead, past astral incarnation. Past astral incarnation means that the spirits of dead persons who had natures and who lived existences the very opposite of yours in past lives, are prone to unite with, or enter into, your body at different times during your present life. They gain entrance into it either sneakily and unexpectedly, or you can draw them into you with the right spirit thought magic, because opposites attract. That is what is universally mistaken for reincarnation. When such an opposite to you spirit enters you unexpectedly and you live through the life of its former owner, that phenomenon is erroneously called a reincarnation because the occultists have assumed that you must have lived that very life yourself before. According to the most secretive of the psychic masters, however, you exist on this earth but once. And so does your spirit. But, you can exist back astrally in many different past lives of others simply by being invaded, or by drawing to you, the departed spirits of deceased people who had natures and who lived existences the very opposite of yours in their own lives on earth. That is called past astral incarnation. Why there is only a quasi-astral possession, or a past astral incarnation. Past astral incarnation, then, is a sort of quasi-possession of your astral body by the departed spirit of a deceased person who had a nature and who lived an existence the very opposite of yours in his own life on earth. For, according to the most secretive psychic masters, your own astral body is the child of those of your parents. When you die, it is converted into a full-fledged spirit and remains one until eternity. It never returns to dwell in another physical body, except in unusual instances such as, when it possesses the physical body of a person born after you have expired, with a nature and existence the very opposite of yours and alters it by depriving him of his self-possession, or when it quasi-possesses him and leads his conscious mind back into some period of your life. Such rare instances, though, usually last for brief periods only. Your astral body, to summarize, is born as a combination of two already existing astral bodies which unite to form a new one altogether with a personality of its own which may, or may not, resemble that of its parents, but which will differ from either of them. Your astral body will, therefore, contact past astral incarnation of the dead whose spirits and whose natures differ from those of your parents. These contacts, however, are not reincarnations, but quasi-possessions by spirits of the dead whose natures and past existences were the opposite of yours. None of them, nevertheless, are reincarnation, but only another past astral incarnation. So, study well the 4 secret steps to draw to you the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations. You can then extract from them unparalleled knowledge to use in your present life. The 4 secret steps to contact past astral incarnations. The atmosphere around you abounds with spirit thoughts and actual spirits with your own nature and similar existences who envy your possibly outdistancing them in life and who try desperately to invade you and prevent you from achieving in life any more than they did. They fiercely resent your every attempt to contact spirits with your opposite traits, in order to use their rare knowledge to solve your own perplexing problems, romantic, business-wise, career-wise, etc., or to open up before you fantastic opportunities in life which you hardly realize exist. They resemble an older, discouraged person, envying a younger, optimistic upstart who is enjoying unusual luck with his endeavors. Escape these mortal and immortal enemies of yours by drawing to you the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations, with the following steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the part of your head just above your ear, see Figure 1 Section B, 4 times in 2 seconds. The right area of your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now, rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to contact past astral incarnations so that you can witness the intimate lives of people with difficulties similar to yours. Due to that lack, you cannot solve your perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. You cannot unearth long-forgotten, well-concealed crimes. You cannot be led practically by the hand to unsuspected abandoned treasures in art, to priceless old manuscripts, to history-making archaeological experiments, to revolutionary historical records, or to decipher uninterpretable ancient documents. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this pitiful lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies. With overstimulation your body tissues turn acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession, and by exhaling at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in your tissues by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But you don't want a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit to invade you and stop you from achieving in life any more than his owner did. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the qualities and abilities you lack, and who can therefore make your life as perfect as could be, in a very short time, if not instantly. And be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy purpose. Now that you have drawn to you the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations, you will be taught how to contact them. How to contact past astral incarnations. You can contact past astral incarnations by means of the right spirit thought because your astral body is the part of you which will visit them and extract from them the rare knowledge you seek. Experiences are parallel at any time in history, even if their exact causes change, and so, the lessons learned from former lives are equally valuable for your own. You contact past astral incarnations with 4 steps. They will be briefly summarized first. Step 1. Ignite your astral body into implantation action with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump. Step 2. Again, implant the psychic power center to your now ignited astral body into the body tissues of your physical psychic power center. Step 3. Through this combined psychic power center, you command your ignited astral body to incarnate you into a past life similar to your own, but which was lived by someone who made a stunning success of it. Step 4. Finally, fall into REM sleep, and your ignited astral body will implant into your body tissues the spirit of a dead person which fits your wish. Now, this is how to execute these 4 steps to contact past astral incarnations, once you have drawn the right spirit thought to you. Step 1. Ignite your astral body into implantation action with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump, as you did on page 175. Step 2. To implant the psychic power center of your now ignited astral body into the brain tissues of your physical psychic power center, lie still and feel it settling into them and becoming one with them. You won't experience that astral feel at first, but you will after a little practice. Just make yourself feel the astral matter of your ignited astral body seeping into the brain cells of your physical psychic power center, like a gas into a porous solid, and infiltrating every possible space in it. That will implant your astral psychic power center securely into your physical psychic power center and ready it to contact the desired past astral incarnations for you. Step 3. Now, command your astral psychic power center to flash before you a specific scene from that dead person's life in which he lived through a trying experience similar to yours, and to provide you with the lifelong lesson he learned from it. Step 4. Then fall into REM sleep and, as Shakespeare wrote, dream such stuff as dreams are made on, for our little life is rounded with a sleep. That night you will dream that you are living in an entirely different time and place, and be meeting people you never knew existed, and be performing duties you never conceived of. You will also possess an entirely different point of view, which is exactly what you acquire when you receive professional counsel. The dream will suddenly terminate and, shortly after, you will awake abruptly. Immediately get up and write down, even if briefly, what you dreamed. You will forget it quickly if you don't, because the memory of it will return swiftly to your astral body and back into your past astral incarnation. Next day, study this dream in close detail. Extract its timeless lessons from it and apply them to your perplexing problems. Below are true case histories of people who filled their lives with the wisdom of the ages overnight by using the right spirit thought magic to contact past astral incarnations, and who attained their seemingly impossible goals with it with amazing speed. Their names and identities have been changed. How Abney arrived in the United States with only a few dollars, and years later was worth $8 million. Abney was a poor, downtrodden foreign immigrant. He set foot in the United States in his early 30s, and was still unmarried and alone. He proceeded to buy men's neckties and socks from stores in crowded neighborhoods in half-dozen lots, and peddled them on busy streets. His selections intrigued the men he stopped, and they gladly paid Abney 1/3 more for them, at least, than they would have paid at the store. At first Abney cleared just enough to eat, but, in less than a fortnight, he profited enough also to cover his rent and save $1 or $2. He started buying much bigger lots of merchandise and peddling from morning to night. But he also looked into the future and saw himself getting too old to haul that bulky cargo around with him all day. I happened to be attending college at the time, as well as researching the secrets of spirit thought magic in the classroom, without arousing the suspicion of the professors, in order to make them scientific and more practical to use. I grew acquainted with Abney in the public square, and he confessed his plight to me. In strict confidence I urged him to acquire the right spirit thought magic to contact past astral incarnations and find out what others in his predicament had done before to get rich. The principles they adopted would be timeless, I told him, even if their methods had to be altered to fit the age. Abney was a firm believer in miracles, although he confessed that he had been blessed with none. So he applied himself intently to the secret of spirit thought magic and acquired the right spirit thought magic in 2 weeks. One night, while he was dozing in REM sleep, Abney dreamed of a man 50 years back, purchasing land about 2 miles out of town, a corner lot, to be specific, and, as the years went by, buying up all the land he could around it. Abney awoke abruptly and had a strange feeling that something indefinable was lurking inside his tiny, airless room. Trembling, he put on the light, but was relieved to discover that he was still alone. When he recounted the dream to me next day, I encouraged him to investigate it. He did. Nearly 2 miles outside that Midwest metropolis, along the waterfront, Abney found a little farm on the corner of an expansive, uncleared block. It was for sale. On a hunch, he arranged to buy it on time, and with a bank mortgage. Soon after, he married a woman who roomed where he had, and she raised chickens on their little farm and sold the eggs. Abney continued to peddle all day long in town. Every penny they saved, they invested in more small lots in the wilderness of that block. Their eggs pleased their customers. And stores in the city begged them for wholesale lots. Before another 3 years had passed, Abney opened a small men's clothing store of his own with used fixtures, and both he and his wife still worked, she at the enlarged farm, and he at the store. Instead of enlarging his store, however, Abney remembered the dream and bought still more lots on that uncleared block. It seemed like an idiotic thing to do because, while that city of several millions was growing fast, it was extending in the opposite direction from Abney's farm. Again and again he was tempted to change his mind and sell all his land, but every time he contacted past astral incarnations with the right spirit thought magic, he received either no answer from it, or an urge or inclination not to alter his plans. I myself even wondered whether I had given him disastrous advice. By the time that Abney owned the whole waterfront half of that big city block, nearly 15 years had passed. Then, suddenly, the city started growing like mad in the opposite direction. Land in the south side had risen too high, because of the scarcity now of desirable waterfront land. Realty construction, as a natural consequence, turned feverishly to the north side. With a sizable bank loan and other financing, Abney built a 14-story high-rise on the south half of his block, and left the north half of it vacant. 10 years later, all his land, including that beneath his now aging high-rise, was worth about $6 million, indeed the building itself was worth about $1 million. The price of his land was also zooming still faster now because the city had extended far beyond Abney's block, and remaining desirable waterfront land close enough to downtown, was as scarce as lightning on a bright, sunny day. How Georgiana, expelled and deprived of her scholarship, was suddenly reinstated. 18-year-old Georgiana and her parents burst with joy when she graduated from high school and received a 4-year scholarship from a big university. Having come from a small high school, however, Georgiana felt lost and lonesome on the enormous sprawling campus of the college. She was also stunned by the attitude of the professors toward the students in the giant lecture classroom. Then, agitation gripped the campus over the abrupt ousting of a young assistant professor whom the students enjoyed because they found him so friendly and human in his classes. But the school board disapproved of his teaching methods. It called them too informal, and accused him of leaving his examinations practically to the choice of his students. Georgiana joined the agitation, and her life was now bursting with excitement. She had found something to think about and fight for. So, she readily joined the leaders and seized the library with them and held it for 2 weeks. Her parents were panic-stricken, but Georgiana would not change her stand. The university authorities, to everyone's surprise, did the opposite of the other universities at the time and refused to give in to the student demands. Neither did they call in the police. They just ignored the library seizure and suspended all the students involved in the student strike, Georgiana included. Georgiana's parents turned desperate. They called on the administration and tried to make peace with it. But they were given the cold shoulder. The students finally gave up, although the establishment remained adamant about ousting the young assistant professor. But when they returned to their classes, they found that they were out. Georgiana staggered back home. Her parents prayed and prayed. Month after month passed, but the suspension remained. The university, indeed, stiffened its stand still more, like college after college throughout the country in protest against the destruction of property on their premises during campus disturbances. Georgiana's people were not well-to-do either. They lived in their own home, but it was only half paid for. Her father's occupation had fallen on evil times, and her mother was helping out by clerking in a downtown department store. Georgiana's scholarship had been a windfall for them. Besides, they had 2 other children who were completing high school and whom they also planned to send to college. They were at a loss as to what to do now. Georgiana's only hope seemed to be to forget college for a while and work and save for her tuition, for the government was even considering withholding student loans from troublemakers. I knew Georgiana's parents well, and in strict confidence I taught them how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic to contact past astral incarnations and see if it could help them solve Georgiana's plight. Her father tried it, as a last resort. In 3 weeks he received an answer in the form of an inclination which possessed him all day long. It urged him to wait and do nothing, but to visualize repeatedly the thought of the dean dropping all charges against Georgiana because she was a freshman, and offering her another chance. He followed the instructions to the letter. The suspension, nevertheless, still was not lifted. The attitude of other colleges and universities all over the country, coupled with that of the people and the government, grew harsher and harsher against the student rebels, and the criticism leveled was sharpest against those with scholarships. Then, one day, at the end of the school year, Georgiana's parents were requested by the dean to call on him. He received them with amazing pleasantness and agreed to lift their daughter's suspension and restore her scholarship to her. Georgiana's mother nearly fainted. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations and relive situations of decades or centuries back, comparable to those of your present life. And, with the lessons learned from them, solve your own perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. See how others were led, practically by the hand, to unknown buried treasures, even if it be in real estate values. See how you can use it for so many other extraordinary gainful purposes. And you can achieve all that easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the part of your head just above your ear, 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to relive a life in the past, very similar to your own, so that you can solve your own perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for past astro-incarnations and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Contact the past astro-incarnations through reversed astral body implantation. You are now perfectly prepared to relive past lives, very similar to your own, and solve your own perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. 13. How to use spirit thought magic to contact your astro-spirit counterpart. All your failures in life, all your disappointments, are caused by your lacking some quality which you needed at the time to meet the situation you faced. Even if you tried your best then, you lacked what it took to meet the challenge. You might have lacked the right personality, the right knowledge, the required energy or experience, or the ability to raise the necessary funds. Had you possessed the right quality you needed at the time, your whole life would have changed. You would have leaped to incredible heights by taking the tide at the flood, as Shakespeare so well expressed it. You were cast helplessly ashore instead, upon a desert island of despair, and were abandoned there to waste the best years of your life praying for another unique opportunity to sail your way. Several such opportunities sailed your way, too, but each time you failed to take the tide at the flood again because each time you lacked the different quality needed for success. One such lack after another had repeatedly doomed your best opportunities in life, tripping your best efforts at every step, holding you back every time you took a substantial step forward. Every time you overcame one such lack, besides, another showed up and beat you back. Bad luck, you bitterly said and wished you were someone who was not plagued with your lacks. But, how, you ask yourself, can you change yourself into someone else? You are you, an imperfect you, and that's all there is to it. If you could only acquire the missing part of you, the part which is not hindered by those different lacks of yours, you would be converted instantly into a well-rounded, perfect you and would succeed at anything you wish. But not even the powers of science or magic can bring you that missing part of yourself. That missing part of yourself is your astro-spirit counterpart. You can bring it to you with spirit thought magic. You will acquire then a power greater than science or magic. You will be invincible, unmatchable and unequaled in anything you do, because you alone will have added this missing part to yourself. You alone will have converted yourself into an incomparable person, while your rivals will still remain without their missing parts. To change yourself swiftly into a super type of person, it is necessary for you to master a special power described in this lesson. The astounding gains of people acquiring contact with their astro-spirit counterparts. The fortunate few who acquired the right spirit thought magic to contact their astro-spirit counterparts performed feats with them which no science, magic, or power on earth has equaled. Some defied the laws of nature and flew through the air like birds. The shamans of the Eskimos of the far north called upon the spirits of men and animals to change the weather, or to cause or cure disease and illness. So did the medicine men of the American Indians. And the fakirs, while engaged in contemplation and meditation, occasionally sit in dangerous proximity to wild animals or giant, man-eating reptiles and are left undisturbed. With it a Frenchman tracked down a criminal with a divining rod. Whenever he picked up the trail, the stick became full of life. With such a power, these gifted people went through life hardly making a serious mistake. You too can achieve the fantastic with this irresistible power. It is not an easy spirit thought force to master, however. But if you master it even to a small degree, you will still accomplish the incredible with it. Above all, this spirit thought magic explains why so many great men of science, philosophy, religion and statesmanship believed in psychic phenomena. That's why Freud, as early as 1921, wrote to Hereward Carrington, the erudite psychic investigator, that, if I had my life to live over again, I should devote myself to psychical research rather than to psychoanalysis. And also why William James predicted in 1900 that, the greatest scientific conquests will be achieved in parapsychology. The secret of your astro-spirit counterpart. Now you come to the most unbelievable revelation of spirit thought magic, the secret of your astro-spirit counterpart. Your astro-spirit counterpart possesses none of your lacks. It can therefore convert you into an invincible person, if you only realize that it exists, and know how to search it out and draw it into you. 3 days after one's death, one's astro-spirit counterpart reunites with his astral body after his astral body takes its final departure from his physical body, and the two combine to form his departed, or discarnate spirit, completely separated from the so-called physical existence. Your astro-spirit counterpart has been erroneously termed by some who suspect its existence, as your astro-twin. Actually, your astro-spirit counterpart is your astral body opposite, or the complement of your astral body. The psychic masters claim that it resides in the astral counterpart of the Earth or in another Earth which is the opposite of the Earth you live in. Like the scientifically discovered molecular counterpart, the other Earth was created as one with the solid Earth you live in. But it immediately separated itself from it and lies unseen and far away in space, as if it were the departed spirit of the solid Earth. Life in the Earth's counterpart goes on just like the life you know, except that the roles of all the individuals on it are reversed. If you are a failure on this Earth, your astro-spirit counterpart is a big success on the other Earth. When you are ill, your astro-spirit counterpart is hale and hearty. If you are a nonentity romantically, your astro-spirit counterpart is a devil with the opposite sex. It is likewise with everything else about you. To balance up your lacks, then, you just have to contact your astro-spirit counterpart, and it will automatically balance them up for you. But don't contact it for something in which you are already successful on this Earth, because your astro-spirit counterpart will be a failure at that on the other Earth, and will therefore not help you. Contact it only for what you lack, so that it can trade places with you, so to speak. Your whole life would be a miracle of satisfaction if you could draw to you your astro spirit counterpart without further delay and have it fulfill your every wish. The trouble is that your astro spirit counterpart is the most difficult magic to acquire, because you have to seek it out as situated on an entirely different earth. So, it is wisest to practice the other spirit thought magics thoroughly first and leave your astro spirit counterpart for your last acquisition of spirit thought powers. Your trying to acquire it will tremendously improve your success with the other spirit thought forces. When you finally acquire this immense power, you will be an instant miracle worker among your fellow humans. So, study and practice this spirit thought magic persistently and with determination. Why your astro spirit counterpart can bring you powers greater than worldly magic or science. Your astro spirit counterpart can bring you powers greater than magic or science because it more than doubles the powers of your astral body by adding to it the astral body of a life that fills out your own. You are then like a being possessing two astral bodies instead of one, like a being possessing more than two of them, in fact, for you are then flooded with astral body versatility, since you will possess two complementary astral bodies working together, one of which balances the lacks of the other. The truism that the whole is greater than the sum of all its parts applies here because by balancing up your astral body powers through eliminating all their deficiencies, you instantly attain as closely as possible the powers beyond ordinary belief. That's why, with such a spirit thought magic, people have flown through the air like birds and, with a power like it, have stopped hurricanes and lightning. With it, others have leaped to the heights in riches, social success, and in healing. The 4 secret steps to contact your astro spirit counterpart. Unlike the case with the other spirit thoughts, the spirits in the atmosphere around you do not try to prevent you from drawing to you your astro spirit counterpart, because practically none of them were aware that such an entity existed while they dwelled in the physical or worldly bodies of their dead owners. As a consequence, they never missed that complementary part of them during their stays on Earth. The 1 in a billion who might have known of it, gained so much from it while on Earth that he has no reason to envy you for trying to draw your own to you and gain incredibly from it, too. Such a spirit realizes, besides, how superhumanly difficult it is to draw that separated part of you back into you in the first place, so it pays little attention to your attempts to do so. The spirit thoughts around you emanating from the living, for the same reasons, will put no obstacles in your way against acquiring your astro spirit counterpart. So, you will master these 4 well-guarded secret steps easier for this particular spirit thought magic than for any of the others. So, get started with them at once. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, see Figure 1 Section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. The right area of your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to perform feats which no power of magic or science has equaled. You can't fly through the air like a bird. You can't stop hurricanes or lightning. You can't gain fantastic riches and social renown with comparative ease by proceeding through life without making one serious mistake. Rage at the fact, in other words, that you lack the ability to bring about the seemingly impossible. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this pitiful lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the Tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession, and by exhaling at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. listening to the astral synaptic sound, but you don't want your own doubts of the possibility of your performing incredible feats with your astro spirit counterpart to pour through you and bar you from drawing the right spirit thought to you. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of astral body which, to you, looks and possesses all the powers and abilities which you yourself lack but hunger to have, and which can round you out with the powers of a demigod. And be sure to flood your vision of it with a worthy purpose. Now that you have drawn to you the right spirit thought to contact your astro spirit counterpart, you have to undertake the great outside journey to find it and bring it back to you. This is the most difficult part of acquiring this spirit thought magic. You will learn how to do it now. Why you need to convert yourself into a supercharged astro-electric battery. You cannot successfully rocket your astral body into astronomical space in search of your astro spirit counterpart on the other Earth, without converting yourself, first, into a supercharged astro-electric battery. A mere mental command to your astral body through your psychic power center, otherwise, will not suffice to rocket you so far away because your astral body has never undertaken such a strange and Herculean trip before. It has grown accustomed only to being projected by you during certain dreams, to different places and persons around the solid Earth you know, or even outside the solid Earth to contact the Akashic records in search of prophecies. The other Earth, though, is so infinitely far away in outer space from any of those voyages of your astral body, that you require a superhuman astral power delivery to hurl it that far away from you and stretch your connecting silver cord out to such a distance. You can achieve that, however, by simply charging yourself with high-voltage astral electricity. With that power you can hurl your astral body out of your physical body with such an astral superforce that it will rip through the enormous distance in outer space to the other Earth, and embed itself into your astro spirit counterpart and bring it all the way back to you. How to convert yourself into a supercharged astro-electric battery. When you charge yourself with high-voltage astral electricity from the right spirit thought, you intensify, for hundreds of miles, the astral energy which constantly emanates from you in the form of radio waves. There are many cases on record of individuals who were suddenly charged with high-voltage electricity. A frail, nervous farm girl in her middle teens, all at once, for no apparent reason, behaved like a powerful storage battery. Sparks flew from her fingertips when she reached for the pump handle, and the voltage was so intense that the sparks gave her pain. Even then, they gave considerable more pain to anyone who happened to touch her under conditions that enabled her electricity to leap through his body. This astounding quality of hers faded by the time she reached maturity and, much to her delight, since she knew nothing about the unmatchable power of her astro spirit counterpart, she became a normal, young woman again. Another young lady acquired a similar high-voltage electrical power, following an unexplainable illness which lasted a year and a half. When she recovered from the malady, she found that she shocked people who merely touched her. She also magnetized metal objects, so that these had to be torn away from her once she laid hands on them. A man also possessed similar high-voltage power. In his case it reached its peak intensity early in the morning after he had enjoyed a good night's sleep, but wore off during the day, as he grew fatigued. In order to charge yourself with a high enough voltage electricity with the right spirit thought, sit quietly after you have drawn to you the right spirit thought with the 4 secret steps, and feel the little feelers of the right spirit thought seep into your body cells and coil up all through your body like myriads of tiny watch springs. Then, all at once, let them snap loose and slash so mightily against the walls of your body cells that they cause sparks of high-voltage astral electricity to flash immediately above it. Hence, many kinds of ions are present in the ionosphere and so, just as many kinds through you. In fact, visualize the little feelers coiling up with such a vicious tightness within your body cells that they snap loose with a violence that shakes you up like a tremor. Practice and master this consternating secret, so that you can convert yourself into a supercharged astro-electric battery in an instant. How the ionosphere undermines your astral body as it rips through it. Your astral body requires high-voltage astro-electricity to catapult it through space because the Earth atmosphere is so thick, not only with physical molecules, like corpuscular radiation, but also with countless spirits of the deceased. Your astral body, for that reason, cannot help but suffer several astral collisions while ripping its way out to the other Earth. In the physical realm, besides, sea-level organisms receive radiation from the naturally occurring radioactivity in the Earth's crust. In the same vein, Earth-level astral bodies traveling through the atmosphere, from living people, as well as spirits of the deceased which fill the atmosphere with their limitless intentions, good or evil, send out astral radiations which assail your astral body as it tries to spring off from the Earth. That is not all. The ionosphere, the lower part of the Earth's atmosphere, is the electrically charged part of it. The ionosphere extends from the surface of the Earth to the boundary between the Earth's magnetic field and the interplanetary medium. The ionosphere was discovered as a result of the high reflectivity which the free electrons in the upper atmosphere exhibit for radio waves. The ionosphere is as high as 200 to 400 kilometers and was created mainly by the ultraviolet and X radiation from the Sun. The ionosphere frees electrons from atoms and molecules of the upper atmosphere, which lies of atomic collisions are possible in it. The consequence is that these heated electrons constitute the bulk of the ionosphere electron gas. The ionosphere, for that reason, will tend to set free the electrons from your high-voltage astral body as it rips through it, away from the Earth, and thus ground it and ruin your efforts to reach your astrospirit counterpart. That's why you have to blast your astral body out of you at the right time in order to rip it successfully through the atmosphere and reach the other Earth and absorb your astrospirit counterpart. The best time to through the ionosphere with your high-voltage astral body. This is when to rip through the obstacles of the ionosphere easiest with your high-voltage astral body. When the atmosphere is energizing, as, in clear weather, the air has a positive electric charge and is therefore full of protons. When the atmosphere is debilitating, as in cloudy or stormy weather, the air has a negative electric charge and is therefore full of electrons. The ideal weather conditions for ripping your high-voltage astral body through the ionosphere, then, is when the air is clear and energizing. Your physical body is then full of electrons, for it has a negative electric charge at that time, and gives off energy. Blast your high-voltage astral body towards the other Earth, for that reason, when the sky is clear and you are bounding with energy. Blast it out at night, too, because at nightfall the sun, which is the source of ionizing radiation, goes down, and the number of electrons in the atmosphere decrease markedly, while those of your physical body increase in the same proportion. That fact explains why there are more spirits around you after dark. There is less resistance in the atmosphere against them, or less electrons, at that time. How to reach the other Earth? To find your astrospirit counterpart. Your supercharged high-voltage astral body zooms through the atmosphere considerably faster than the speed of light. But since the other Earth is at least 1 million miles away from the solid Earth, your high-voltage astral body will require at least 5 seconds to reach it. When your high-voltage astral body finally approaches the upper atmosphere of the other Earth, however, it encounters very different conditions than it did in the atmosphere of the solid Earth. The other Earth is not a solid. It is composed of astral matter. Hence, it exerts no gravitational pull and has no magnetic field. Or, these two forces are of little importance on it because your whole astral body weighs no more than 3/4 ths of an ounce. That is very small compared to the weight of your physical body. The weight of the other Earth bears that same proportion to the weight of the solid Earth. All of which indicates that the other Earth must be some form of gas, astral gas, and the gravitational pull of any gas is very weak compared to that of a solid. The other Earth, hence, reacts the opposite of this solid Earth to light rays and other radiation. It reacts to them, in fact, more like a near-total magnetic field reversal. And a near-total magnetic field reversal does not attract any matter strongly to it. Your high-voltage astral body, as a consequence, is attracted only the slightest to the other Earth, by any pull of gravity. To help it reach, you have to visualize the other Earth, zooming through space towards its intended destination. And then you have to turn artificially angry and clench your fists and drive it on mentally, actually, psychically, until it reaches the upper atmosphere of the other Earth. How to find your astrospirit counterpart on the other Earth? Once your high-voltaged astral body reaches the upper atmosphere of the other Earth, maintain a close identity with it to prevent it from being battered into an astral pulp by the savage hail of cosmic rays and the still undiscovered rays to which it will be subjected there, and rendered unidentifiable to your astro-spirit counterpart. This is the great threat awaiting your high-voltaged astral body in the upper atmosphere of the other Earth. It is caused by the fact that the upper atmosphere of the other Earth is not shielded by a magnetic field, as the solid Earth is. A massive number of particles of cosmic and still undiscovered rays, therefore, are continually being rained through it and are ready to collide with any astral molecules they encounter and alter their identities. Your astro-spirit counterpart itself escapes that peril because it is infinitely lighter than your astral body. Its own molecules are therefore so much farther apart from each other than the colossal downpour of cosmic rays, etc., to which it is subjected, slip right through it, like rays of light through glass. To save your high-voltaged astral body from being battered to a pulp by the savage hail of cosmic rays, etc., keep pouring yours full psychic nature into it through your silver cord by planting a full vision of yourself into your extensively stretched out silver cord, and flashing it through to your high-voltaged astral body. By doing so repeatedly you keep your own identity pointedly clear in every part of your astral body. When your high-voltaged astral body, as a result of that, retains your full identity on the surface of the outer Earth, it will have little trouble contacting your astro-spirit counterpart. These two parts of you are so perfectly complementary to each other, and possess such absolute astral powers that, they will find each other almost instantly. The secret lifetime of the astral atom or molecule you have to absorb your astro-spirit counterpart next so that you can drag it away from its adopted habitat to a strange place like your own physical body, in order to make it work miracles for you. You can absorb it because the astral atom or molecule is in a superactive stage of electronic change, for it remains in existence less than 1 microsecond of time. That's why its lifetime can't be recorded by any man-made device. That's also why you don't see spirits with your naked eye, even though the atmosphere around you is packed with them. How to absorb your astro-spirit counterpart on the other Earth? When the physical atom or molecule is in a superactive electronic state, it can survive a number of elastic collisions with other atoms or molecules before being broken up. The fact, then, that your astro-spirit counterpart is composed of superactive electronic atoms and molecules is evidence that its mass consists of the fewest possible atoms and molecules. And these keep moving back and forth so far away from each other that, it is a simple matter for your high-voltaged astral body to permeate its mass without being detected by it. Once they permeate it, they double the number of atoms and molecules present in your astro-spirit counterpart. The collisions between them, as a result, doubles at least, and so they interact and form a new astral compound. You have now absorbed your astro-spirit counterpart with your high-voltaged astral body. You then simply have to drag that new astral compound back to you by sucking in your breath and, at the same time, visualizing it being drawn back to you by your stretched-out silver cord. It will be dragged towards you at once, first through the great expanse of outer space, and then through the atmospheres of the solid Earth, right into your body tissues. Now you are ready to use your astro-spirit counterpart to effect the miracles you wish in your life. Practice and master this awesome secret because it can serve you well. Following are dynamic descriptions of people who performed unbelievable feats with their astro-spirit counterparts. How Dora controlled hurricanes and lightning. Dora was a middle-aged housewife and a mother. She was in Miami one summer, suffering from a malady which threatened her life. Storms occurred daily, driving her close to hysteria. The gloom and dampness that followed in their wake threw her into a state of chronic depression which aggravated her condition. Could I only do something about these hateful storms, she sighed and wishfully tried to absorb some imaginary power which she hoped would enable her, indeed, to do something about them. Years later, when living in Tampa, there was a sudden uprush of growing winds and spasmodic rain. Official hurricane warnings came steadily over the air, and people started boarding up their windows and taking other precautions which were suggested to them to ride out the threat. By afternoon of the day the hurricane was due, the warnings came still faster, and they were more alarming by the hour. The radio announcer finally shocked the populace by revealing in seeming panic that, you are faced with real danger this time. The winds are so terrific that, no matter what you do, it will be useless. These winds compare to those in the recent Mississippi disaster. As the afternoon goes on, he added, the ungodly power of the hurricane, due to the rapidity and strength of its winds, together with the higher and higher rising tides in the bay, will make all hope of survival impossible because the tides will engulf and sweep away everything in their path. Life and property, both, are doomed. Shorn of all hope. Dora stopped nailing up her doors and windows or in trying to find safer places for her chickens and ducks to hide. Bathed in cold sweat, she controlled her terror and faced the situation squarely. Nothing would be left of her wooden house and little farm after the cataclysm, much less of herself and her 15-year-old son. Dora determined to make a last stand. She had nothing to lose by trying to control the hurricane. Hungering feverishly for such a power, she clenched her fists and sucked in her breath, and drew, and drew, and drew an unknown power from outside into her, until her body felt as if bursting with it. It was undoubtedly her astral spirit counterpart. The radio announcer continued his desperate warnings, but Dora no longer heard his excited voice, nor the furious rain that pounded her house, nor the howling winds that half-deafened her. Instead, she blasted that unknown force that filled her, out toward the approaching tempest. At once she felt as if she were out there in space, in the midst of the savagely advancing terror. It roared all around her, tearing her skin with its ferocious power. But instead of being flung by it through the air like a pillow, the unknown force within her expanded her body in all directions and converted it into a gigantic circular wall that actually blocked the path of the oncoming gale. Next thing Dora knew, the announcer's voice went off the air. With her unknown force, Dora continued, blocking the path of the inanimate monster which threatened all. After an interval, the announcer's voice returned. Partly stuttering and evidently nonplussed, he revealed that something unbelievable seemed to have transpired, although it was too soon to confirm it. "But I'll be back shortly," he cried. "Just keep tuned in." Minutes later, his voice returned. Now it was bubbling with excitement. At the very last moment, he yelled, just when another few minutes would have meant total destruction for the whole area, something happened. No one understands what. But, in just a moment's time, the whole power left the wind, the tides in the bay started subsiding and, unless the hurricane regains its previous force, Tampa is safe. Dora was too dumbfounded to utter a sound. Her son gasped. "You did that, Mom." Dora repeated her performance with several lesser hurricanes. She discovered that whenever she was present in a threatened region, or, on location, the gale was there one moment and gone the next after she sent out her unknown force to stop it. While, whenever she was absent from the threatened region but her son or someone she knew well was in it, she sent her unknown force to it through that person. The gale then abruptly detoured and half-circled the area before continuing on its previous course, but with rapidly lessening force. Dora experimented with that same unknown force to end a drought. She was too successful with it. It rained so hard and long after she used it that a nearby canal on her son's business property was completely flooded out. On still another occasion, for which Dora still feels very guilty, she wished strongly, while in Florida, that a dangerous hurricane headed for Cuba, where her family had lived years before, would miss the island and hit Haiti instead and finish off the black magic cult. To her astonishment, the tempest missed Cuba and pounced upon Haiti with devastating rage. Not only that, but she learned later that the savage gale had not been expected to reach Haiti at all because, in the past, Haiti had been off the beaten path of hurricanes and was not subject to them. Dora feels that her idle wish probably brought on the major catastrophe to legions of innocent people who had nothing to do with black magic. That's why, accompany all your uses of spirit thought with a worthy purpose, for the power you may unleash with it may surpass anything that science or magic has equaled. At other times Dora has stopped hurricanes when she was not on location, by visualizing the person she knew who was there, and placing her Bible on a small table, with the radio in the center of the table, and using the 91st Psalm. Dora acquired her power over lightning later, perhaps, she believes, because I never thought of trying it before. I just don't like lightning, she says. I don't especially try to stop it, however, although I frequently do. I just don't want it in the area where I live. How Peter ended his long streak of buying bad luck stocks and made money fast. Peter was being driven out of his mind by the furious complaints and sarcastic appraisals of his money-making ability by his wife for his crazy stock trades. They had lost $3,000 in the market already last year, and that amounted to most of their savings, for they were in moderate circumstances. Time and again Peter had bought stocks after they had risen too high from their lows, and had failed to sell them when they had risen higher. In fact, he regularly held on to them until they dropped so low again that he sold them at a loss. Peter's problem was that he could not make up his mind when to buy or sell his stock. When he wanted to buy it, he waited for it to drop to the low figure he had selected. But when it dropped to that figure, Peter changed his mind and waited for it to drop still lower. Instead of dropping much lower, though, the stock promptly rose again. Panic-stricken at missing his opportunity to buy it low, Peter waited for it to drop once more. But when it still rose higher, he bought it in desperation, before it rose too high. Peter told me his problem. Repeatedly, he confessed, he anticipated with remarkable accuracy the low or high of the stock he wanted to buy or sell. But, he couldn't force himself to act when its price neared those figures. He constantly changed his mind about acting when it did, and ruined his most perfectly planned trades. I seemed to turn into a different person altogether when I faced the reality of carrying out my own plans, he sighed in frustration. It's the same, in fact, with everything I do in life. I get terrified when it's time to perform, no matter how well prepared I may be. That's why I've never reached the heights in anything. In strict confidence I taught Peter how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for his astro-spirit counterpart. I assured him that that part of him was a big success in life on the other earth, and that by absorbing it he would, all at once, possess its remarkably successful nature. Peter followed my instructions to the letter. A month later, he sent me a useful present. Just made $500 on my first small investment by using spirit-thought magic, he wrote exultantly. At the end of that year he showed a satisfactory profit. He reinvested it in more short-term stock and quit his job years ago. Since then he has lived, like a king, on the profits of stock speculation. How Linda hastened her husband's recovery from a serious operation. Both Linda and her husband's surgeon were worried because Bob, her husband, was convalescing so slowly at home from his recent serious operation. Unless Bob became more active soon, his physician warned Linda, blood clots might form from the stagnant blood in his legs, or he might contract pneumonia and weaken still more. Even high-potency vitamins and other medical aids might not help him enough then, for he was in his early 70s. Linda revealed her predicament to me. I suggested that she acquire the right spirit-thought magic for her astro-spirit counterpart, and see if it could help her influence her lazy Bob. Anxious as she was, Linda immersed herself in the secret spirit-thought technique and acquired the right spirit-thought magic in 2 days. Next day she passed her hands over Bob's whole body every 4 hours, with her astro-spirit counterpart exuding its power through them. She passed them up and down, about half an inch from Bob's body, and pressed her astro-spirit counterpart into him and visualized it filling him with miraculous strength and vitality. To the doctor's amazement, Bob regained his energy in surprisingly short time, and was soon back on his feet, and being active. He escaped the peril of the threatening blood clots and recovered very soon thereafter from the serious operation. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit-thought magic to contact your astro-spirit counterpart and perform practical feats in your life which no other magic or science equals. See how it is used to defy the laws of nature. See how you can use it to limit your mistakes and trade profitably in the stock market. See how you can use it even to hasten the process of healing. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit-thought magic by following the simple steps set out in this lesson. 14. The secret of necrotrill for instant use. The spirit thought is the psychic master's secret for locking the incomparable power of spirit thought magic into him permanently. With the spirit thought he can draw to him the spirit thought for any spirit thought magic he wishes, instantly. He can then eliminate the second and third steps of the 4 secret steps for drawing any spirit thought to him and use the first and fourth steps alone, or just alert the right area of his brain with the astral rattle, and then listen to the astral synaptic sound. Thereafter he can, anytime and anywhere, acquire the right spirit thought magic for any power he wants, in a matter of seconds, and have everything in life he wishes, thrown into his lap by his countless invisible helpers. You won't master the spirit thought, however, until you master first the 4 secret steps as described throughout this book to draw to you the right spirit thought for any spirit thought power. After that, though, you will master the spirit thought with ease. The 2 secret steps of the spirit thought. The spirit thought consists of Step 1. Develop a one-thought goal mind. Then Step 2. Acquire absolute confidence that you will contact only the right spirit thought for the magic you want, and no other. Details of Step 1. Sit quietly in your comfortable chair and sense the cluttered world of spirit thoughts and actual spirits milling all around you, beleaguering you and shrieking at you, each one selfishly trying to capture your exclusive attention. You are like a king riding through a mob of starving subjects. But, also like such a king, you must still your emotions to all those urgent demands around you and think only of exactly what you yourself have in mind. Let not the slightest doubt or influence from the demanding world of invisible creatures around you sway you from your preconceived goal, or you will be flooded with doubts and influences from the army of spirit thoughts and actual spirits assailing you. You might even confuse these doubts and influences with your own subconscious thinking because, as stated repeatedly before, it is practically impossible to tell where the boundaries of your subconscious mind and those of your psychic power center begin. So, just visualize your own wish clearly before you, and see and hear it alone. Practice and acquire that ability, so that you can stamp out instantly from your mind, and keep stamped out from it for several minutes at a time, every other thought except that of your own particular wish. This is discipline in the extreme, kind of discipline which the disciple masters before he can develop into a psychic master. Details of Step 2. Relax this drastic discipline now, and let pour into you the best possible way to attain your wish. Be absolutely confident that it will be the best possible way, and that the best possible spirit thought or actual spirit is the only one that you will draw to you when you apply Steps 1 and 4 of the 4 well-guarded secret steps set out in previous chapters. You have to be absolutely confident of that, remember, so absolutely confident that no malignant spirit thought or actual spirit will dare to defy your one-thought goal mind and try to push itself into your body tissues and mislead you. For you to acquire such absolute confidence and not simply assume that you have it, might require weeks of practice because your sophisticated conscious and subconscious minds will vehemently resist your acquiring it. That's why you have to master first your acquiring the different spirit thought magics with the 4 well-guarded secret steps before you can hope to master the spirit thought. Once you master the spirit thought, though, you will obtain snap-of-the-finger control over all the right spirit thoughts and actual spirits you want to use, and will possess mystic-like power for material gain for instant use anywhere, anytime. How to be the new, spirit thought you, for the rest of your life you have now been told all about the secret of spirit thought magic, the unrivaled practical knowledge which was stolen bit by bit, over the years, from the one psychic master who knew it and guarded it jealously, and which was thereafter scientifically perfected for your ready understanding and use. Again and again you have practiced and gotten the feel of its 4 secret steps in each of the different spirit thought powers in each chapter of this book. With a little more practice you should be ready to use this insuperable power which selfish people in the past have abused by going right out in the world and amassing fabulous wealth at the expense of others, making fools of potentates, and for other unworthy purposes. But you yourself have promised to use it worthily. Gathered secretly within you now, then, is your new spirit thought self or a power to use the thought of others, as well as the invincibility of spirits, to make your every wish come true, while you yourself just sit back and let them do all the work for you. You have suddenly acquired control over an endless army of the best skilled and most versatile helpers in the universe who will work for you for nothing and change your whole life just as you want it changed. Epilogue. Reread Lesson 3 and master the basic application of the 4 secret steps to draw to you any right spirit thought, so that you can apply them easily and swiftly when you reread, at a future time, any specific lesson or lessons whose spirit thought magic you want to use at once for some big purpose. Master, particularly, listening to the astral synaptic sound, in order to hear or feel the right hunch, urge, or inclination when it comes to you. Finally, train yourself with the spirit thought magic, so that your whole body will remain supersensitive to communications only from the right spirit thoughts or actual spirits which abound around you, and become impervious to the unwanted influences of the legions of malignant or evil spirit thoughts or actual spirits among them. Reread 2, Lesson 2, in order to understand how your physical body is already gifted with the qualities of all spirit thought powers, and how these have been triggered into action accidentally in others through different traumas, for mystic power only. You will then be doubly reassured that you do possess these powers yourself in a latent form, and that spirit thought knows the secret way to awaken them in you and spur them into action. Because, the more confidence you have in yourself, the more easily you will apply spirit thought with the spirit thought magic. You will then have acquired, at last, the incomparable ability of spirit thought magic to have and to hold domination over the powers to get what you want from life itself in overflowing quantities.